The governors of states, which include New York and Connecticut, are urging people to stay at home, Showan Bryce Peace reports.
The mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, announced the closure of streets to non-essential vehicular traffic, and a snow day was declared for public schools, with at least 50 centimeters predicted to fall in the region. Thousands of flights have been delayed or cancelled, while the United Nations headquarters announced it would only allow essential staff on the premises due to the storm. The weather system passing through has been referred to as a bomb cyclone that could bring whiteout blizzard conditions through all of Monday morning.
Recapping the top story, the Gauteng Portfolio Committee on Community Safety has expressed outrage over allegations that 27 of the 97 SAPS members accused of sexual violence nationally are from the province. For SAfm News, AMN Musa.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
There's a bold new rhythm on SABC2, and it starts Monday, 9 February, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. A new vodcast, Our Space, fires up conversation with young perspectives. At 4:30 p.m., new talk show, Ain't Like Let's Connect, hosted by Penny Lebiane and Fran Rico. At 7:30 p.m., Deal or No Deal, now in a new time slot, Raising the Tension with Katlego Mabuwe. At 9 p.m., the new telenovela Pimville, starring Gil Mabalane and Tapelo Mokoena, brings bold Soweto stories to life. From 23 February at 7 p.m., settle in for new drama, Paradise, starring Losha Cooper, Ilse Klink and Zayn Mias. This is the new era of SABC2. Live in every beat. The pulse of SA. SABC2.
Looking to connect, collaborate and unlock new opportunities across the continent? Look no further. South African Tourism proudly presents Meetings Africa 2026. Proudly hosted by South African Tourism, Meetings Africa 2026 brings together industry leaders, innovators and decision makers shaping the future of African business events. This year is extra special. We're celebrating 20 years of driving partnerships and empowering growth across Africa. Meetings Africa 2026, 20 years of connecting Africa to the world.
Every day, Rand Water's underground pipelines run through servitudes across the country, carrying millions of liters of water to our communities. But when people build too close, it's called encroachment. And it's very dangerous. If a pipeline bursts, it can flood homes, destroy property, and in many cases, people lose their lives. That's why Rand Water marks its servitudes with blue and white beacons, a clear warning to stay clear and safe. When we protect Rand Water's servitudes, we protect our communities too. Rand Water, finding new ways.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Tolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAfm.
And
thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAfm, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm.
The Talking Point with Kathy Matlala. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Just because something has not been done as yet doesn't mean it cannot be done. I was never deterred from running for president just because there had never been any other female elected as a head of state in Africa. Simply because political leadership in Liberia has always been a boys' club, it didn't mean it was right. And so I remain undeterred. The world is still a beautiful place, and change is possible. My path to the presidency was never straightforward or guaranteed. With prison, death traps, and exile, there was many opportunities to quit, to forget about the dream, yet we all persisted. I have always maintained the conviction that my country and people are so much better than our recent history indicates. I have come to appreciate its difficult moments, but I believe I'm a better leader, a better person, with a richer appreciation for the present because of my resilient past. The size of your dreams must always exceed your current capacity to achieve them. If your dreams do not scare you, they are not big enough. If you start off with a small dream, you may not have much left when it is fulfilled, because along the way, life will test your dreams and make demands on you. I am, however, bullish about the future of our world. Youthfulness of the heart, toughness for the distractions, creativeness for the complexities. These remain the indispensable ingredients of national and global transformation. Add to that envelope the elements of hope, robust hope and resilience, and there's no telling what can be accomplished.
Dr. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the former president of Liberia and also the 2011 Nobel Peace Laureate. Yeah, if your dreams do not scare you, then they are not big enough. Do you still have hope about what the possibility of your own future can be? Can you still dream big enough to the point where it scares you, to the point where it seems like it's impossible? That's what she's saying. She said, if it doesn't scare you, if it doesn't leave you the sense that, can this really be possible? Can I actually do it? Then maybe you need to find a different dream. You're listening to The Talking Point. It's 13 after 9 o'clock. Welcome to the show. My name is Kathy Matlala, and as always, I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. I trust that you've had a good and restful weekend. You're ready to give the last week of February everything that you have. This morning, we're broadcasting live from the Sandton Convention Center. This is where we find the 2026 edition of Meetings Africa. Meetings Africa is celebrating 20 years of connecting Africa to the world. It showcases African business events, fosters partnerships, and drives economic activities in the meetings. So, the 2026 edition will feature a 2-day trade show and a dedicated educational day. We'll be finding out more about Meetings Africa shortly. We're going to be at this conference for the rest of today, and so in a moment we'll be telling you a bit more about what exactly Meetings Africa is. I've got one of the key individuals sitting next to me from South African Tourism, Bronwyn Orate. Before we get into it, though, just a quick rundown of how we'll do things today. So we'll focus on our live broadcast, and then, of course, just after 9:35, we'll take you to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. That's where the Lieutenant General Shadrach Sibia is going to continue giving evidence in as far as the allegations leveled, not only against him, but the purpose of this inquiry continues. So we will be taking you to the commission throughout. And then at 11 o'clock, when they adjourn for that tea break, we're going to bring you more interviews from Meetings Africa. I know what you are saying. You are complaining because you're like, Kathy, you've taken away even the 10 minutes, the 15 minutes that we have of the open line. Don't worry, it'll be back tomorrow. I can smell the complaint. You're hitting your steering wheel. You're in the office. You're slamming your desk. It's okay. It's just for today. Just because we have the special broadcast out of Sandton Convention Center. And I know some of you think that I'm maybe being a little bit silly, but you should see the WhatsApp messages that we get when there's absolutely no open line. And I'm talking to those that are already recording voice notes in anger. Spare us your anger for today, please, ladies and gentlemen. Spare us your anger. The producers do not have the capacity to be processing those voice notes and text messages today. So we'll have the open line tomorrow. But as always, you're more than welcome to send through your reflections on any matters of national interest, as you were doing from earlier on this morning. So back to where we are then at Meetings Africa, and we're in conversation now with Bronwyn Oret, who's the Chief Quality Assurance Officer for South African Tourism. Bronwyn, you have completely occupied the Sandton Convention Center. In fact, I think there are very few events that hold sessions here, and they take up all floors, all committee rooms. I must say, not everybody has the capacity to do what you're doing here at Sandton Convention Center this week. So tell us a little bit more. What is Meetings Africa? You're marking 20 years. What makes this such an important gathering?
Kathy, good morning to you and to your listeners. It is indeed a true privilege to be here 20 years on. So Meetings Africa is the leading African meetings, incentives, conference and events or business events exhibition. It attracts buyers from all over the world, so tourism buyers who specifically trade in business events, and we expose Africa to the world.
So break it down for us, Bronwyn. You have buyers from all over the world that gather here, and they are interested in events that are being hosted on the continent or solely in South Africa?
So we have obviously got the mandate as South African Tourism to promote South Africa as a business events destination. We also recognize that connecting South Africa means connecting Africa. This year we have 21 African countries represented here at Meetings Africa at Sandton Convention Center. So we are opening up the trade to the continent and making sure that the business events industry is healthy for everybody. And the theme this year is connecting Africa to the world. So it's really, really important that all our colleagues across the continent enjoy the same success.
You know, South Africa is often praised for just our quality to host global events and global forums. You know, we could, if there was a place we could apply to be the head girl or the head boy of conference hosting, right? Because we've just shown ourselves to be able to do it so well. Speak to us about the industry aspect of eventing and the economy that it brings with it to any area where there's significant events taking place.
Absolutely. Kathy, the idea of quality is key. So in my regular day job, I lead the Tourism Grading Council of South Africa. Part of what we present to the world is quality products, so quality exhibition centers. So we are sitting in a 5-star graded international convention center. That is Sandton
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
This is Dula Sizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief.
Can the South African sugar industry survive a liquidation of Tonga Hewlett?
No, we will not be able to survive. If milling operations are going to be disrupted, they will disturb payments. Growers cannot finance fertilizer, wages, and planting without certainty of payment. It will have a lot of ripple effect. And you can also imagine sugarcane is a multi-year crop. Once land exits reproduction, it does not return easily.
That's Higgins Mdluli, chairperson of SA Cane Growers.
Big stories of the day on the Morning Brief.
It's a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Churnicht, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm.
SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This February, fall in love with a blockbuster that defined a generation. Courage, survival, rebellion. The world of Panem returns. Every moment, every battle, every choice. Settle in for the ultimate movie night with The Hunger Games. Back on your screen where it belongs. The Hunger Games, Sundays at 7 p.m. only on S3. Open up. This February, fall in love with the shows that bring us together on Saturday nights. First, sparks, surprises, and second chances at romance. Farmer Wants a Wife US, where real love grows in the most unexpected places. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. And before the love story begins, the stage lights up with pure talent and big league dreams. America's Got Talent Fantasy League. The world's best acts battling for the ultimate bragging rights. Saturday at 7:30 p.m. 2 shows, one unforgettable Saturday. Only on S3. Open up.
Hashtag SAfM Talking Point.
All right, we continue the conversation from the Sandton Convention Centre. We apologize for that slight break in transmission. Bronwyn Oret is still sitting with me. She's the Chief Quality Assurance Officer for South African Tourism. You see, even the airwaves could hear that I was starting a fight. So, Bronwyn, it's always a debate. and I know you probably have to deal with it all the time. I'm not asking for your recommendation of who hosts the better conferences. I want to know who is in most demand based on what the numbers say.
So Johannesburg is the economic hub of South Africa. And for that reason, a lot of our business events get hosted here.
Okay.
And that is one of the primary reasons that this particular event is hosted in Johannesburg at the Sandton Convention Centre.
Oh, so it's not even in dispute for you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at
so
all.
why does Cape Town think they have the lead?
Cape Town, as a Cape Townian, I can tell you, is very special, and it's also very popular because the link between business and leisure is a bit shorter.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's a pragmatic reason.
Yeah.
So, but Johannesburg is the economic hub of the country, and does drive our business eventing sector.
How do we ensure that other provinces are able to rise up to the scale? Look, I think that if you look at a city like eThekwini, it had its challenges, and I think for a while there it wasn't necessarily the location of choice, but maybe that's changing somewhat. You can tell me what you're seeing in the industry, but we have so much to offer as a country, and perhaps G20 with the hosting of events in every province also forced us to take global meetings to places where they wouldn't ordinarily have been. But how do we ensure that other locations also gear up for these opportunities?
South African Tourism has a business unit called the National Convention Bureau, and that is essentially why we're here. This is their exhibition. And the National Convention Bureau has what we call a bid support program, and they work with the different provinces to make sure that bids are supported for different events around the country. So geographic spread is very much around our mandate and what we do when we work with the different national convention bureaus.
Let's talk about the impact of this trade show in as far as jobs are concerned, because ultimately that's what we need. We need to stimulate the economy. People need to get into work.
Yes. I think it's so key to understand the value chain. So when we come to Sandton Convention Centre for an exhibition like this, of course there are the exhibition stand builders that are very key and very much a part of this economic output. There are the people who provide everything inside the centre, from the first thing that everyone has probably had here today, which is a decent cup of coffee. So you've got to imagine the person who roasted those beans, who transported them here, brought the cups that we're drinking it out of, are very much a part of the value chain and benefiting from it. But most importantly, it's the people doing the trade on the floor. So the people here who are doing trade for all the hotel groups, all the exhibition centres, all the different tour operators who are looking to support the MICE category, which is the meetings, incentives, conference and events industry. So when there's a business event, that they can be supported. And it doesn't just stop at business. It's about the tours that people then go on from a tour operator perspective. So you literally have your meeting, then you go do a day trip. So you come to Sandton Convention Centre, you might go to Pilanesberg before you get back on your flight back to the States. So really, really important part of what we're doing. As South African Tourism, from a hosting perspective, we make sure there are pre-tours and post-tours so that everyone that comes here as a delegate, as a hosted buyer, has the opportunity to experience South Africa and then will come back for a leisure experience.
Bronwyn, is there a database where service providers can go and be part of and be aware of, okay, so I see there at least 20 conferences happening in the month of March. If I'm a tour operator, how can I position my business to also put together some kind of product offering that perhaps delegates at that conference will be able to take up?
Absolutely. So there are two seminal events that South African Tourism hosts. Meetings Africa, which is this event where tour operators are invited in. And then we have Africa's Travel in Durban, which is a leisure-based event that happens in May. And that's when everybody comes in and we open up the networking for them. What we do is a very special market access program for businesses, and particularly small businesses, called speed marketing. It's exactly what you're thinking. It's like speed dating and very cool. So what happens is we invite businesses to meet the potential buyers. They get up, they do a 5-minute pitch, and then they start introducing themselves and doing business. We have about 20 buyers featured per day. There's a session going on right now, and then tomorrow there'll be another one. So it's really very exciting and very dynamic.
Bronwyn, it sounds like it's going to be an exciting 2 days. 2 markers of success for you as we wrap up this conversation.
I think it's a success of everybody that is here at Meetings Africa, and I think it's the having these conversations and exposing the public to the good work that South African tourism is doing.
Fantastic. Bronwyn Orrit, a Chief Quality Assurance Officer with South African Tourism, coming to you live from Meetings Africa. That's our location for today. On that note, it's 9:30. Let's hand you over to the news desk for the latest headlines.
Good.
Yes. Was this statement prepared by you?
Yes, assisted by my legal team.
And can you confirm that the contents of the statement are true and correct?
That is what I confirm, my Commissioner.
Can I ask that nevertheless, during the adjournment, you sign the statement so that we can have a signed version on record?
Yes, I will consult with the legal team.
Thank you. And then, General, I propose, I can assure you that we have read the entire statement. It's been provided to the commissioners. Can I propose to you that we deal with the contents of the statement as and when those issues arise during the course of questioning?
That's correct.
So we're not ignoring the statement. It's just that we'll deal with it at the appropriate stage in the proceedings.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, which files do you suggest we should have at the moment?
Yes.
It gets a bit crazy when we have to turn and look and look. Let's have them before us right away. I know at some point we'll have to go to what's behind us.
So for the purposes of today, I'm going to be relying mainly on the WhatsApp conversations between witness F and the witness and various other people, and those will be found in files 7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, 9. Thank you.
Do you have files 7, 8, and 9 in front of you, General?
Yes, I do, Chair, but I just want to quickly ask something for the guidance of the commissioners. That whilst I understand that the witness F had already taken a stand and was proceeding, was in the middle of his testimony, and when he fell ill and is still continuing, is still expected to come back and continue. And at this point in time, I don't know the reason or the strategy that could have been behind witness F not being able to continue. Then in the meantime, I get involved and have to respond. I want to ask, can't it be that witness F must complete his testimony, and having completed his testimony, then I come respond to witness F's testimony? Now I'm sitting here, he testified, then stop, then have to respond, then come and say things that are different, then which means I'll have to come back again and respond on certain things. So I was just wondering, Chair, if it is possible to ask for that, but if not, with what he has said, I will respond. But from me, where I'm sitting, I was saying in all fairness, we were supposed to have a witness testifying, complete his testimony, then respond. Then I can respond everything in total.
Thank you, General. What you say makes perfect sense, and Under normal circumstances, that would have been our preference as well. But right now we have no extension, and the commission is supposed to finalize its investigation by the 17th of March. So we have reached a stage where we have serious scheduling issues. For example, some witnesses taking ill, other witnesses requesting postponements, which we have granted. So we are running into serious scheduling problems. So for that reason, we have opted that we proceed with your testimony. To the extent that issues may arise around Witness F testifying or finalizing his testimony after you, we will do everything possible to make sure that you will not be prejudiced. We will decide on how to address that after his testimony, but we will do everything possible to make sure that you are not prejudiced. If we postpone now, it means we lose today and tomorrow, for example, because nothing else is scheduled.
Chair, I wouldn't want any postponement because I also want to see this matter behind my back, because I haven't been sleeping for months because of many platforms I'm involved in. Now, the only question is that, suppose I say now here that I turned left. Witness have come tomorrow and say, no, he turned right.
Yes.
And I put the following reasons, for reasons unknown to me, to the witness F himself. I don't know who's working with, who's dealing with, but witness F says, no, this is what happened, 1, 2, 3. Everything in the negative towards what I have already testified on. The evidence there says to me, can I ask you to sign? Then I'm going to sign and commit to this version. It's going to come and tweak my version or the version of what happens, because mostly we are dealing also with misinformation, disinformation, misleading. And the next thing, I'm going to run into a situation where I say, this is how something happened. Then somebody says, no, witness F, and then it goes out viral and says, no, witness F is really negating everything what General Sibia is saying. Now I'm prejudiced, even if the judge, even if the chair and the commissioners do not intend to prejudice me, but the bottom line is, we are dealing with a man who must still commit himself to his version. And already there were certain points that were highlighted as not being truthful or not. Now, we're banking on something that is not truthful at this point in time. And now I'm going to be asked questions on that. I'm going to focus on that and be responding on that. Whereas at the ultimate end, it comes again, shift, change. I don't know who you consult with. So all I'm saying is that with respect, Chair, I still believe that we could go, because witness F is the very last witness in any event. There are many people who testified that where we could actually go with all those people that testify. Witness F is one of the last that we could be starting with him. So I'm saying, I don't think we can lose a day if we are to focus on everything that we have, that we've heard about General Sibia. Witness F just came yesterday. So we can put witness F aside, let him come testify, and then we run on what we have. Because there's witness C. Why can't we start with witness C? Because witness C is the first one who spoke. And the witness C implicated me the same way. So I'm asking, in all fairness, let's start where it started, from the beginning.
General, on what we have read, there's quite a substantial portion of evidence that relates to witness F and on which you must be engaged. For that to be halted when you are already in the witness stand and only to be dealt with at a later stage, that will be quite disruptive in terms of the flow of the testimony. So yes, Ms. Hassan.
Chair, if I may add to that, to say that the way in which I have prepared the evidence is thematically. So it cross-cuts over different parts of the evidence, including witness C and witness F, in the same theme. So it wouldn't make sense to go through witness by witness who's come before, because it's not a sensible way of approaching the evidence. So I propose that we continue as planned. And just to add that we have provided the witness with the WhatsApp chats in advance and the statement of witness F, the full statement, even though he hasn't gotten to the end of it yet, and the transcripts as far as they go.
Thank you. Ms. Killian, do you wish to say anything?
Chair, thank you. I think the proposal by the Chair that we continue and see how much we can do today, make a decision about continuation tomorrow, is something that we all should bear in mind when we approach this matter. The WhatsApps of witness F has been made available. We've had an opportunity to consult on that, and we have a version.
Yes.
I think we can get very far with that approach.
Yes. Thank you. General, if there must be a ruling, the ruling is that we will continue with what's before us in the manner in which the evidence leader, Ms. Hassim, has structured her questioning, and indeed in accordance with what the commissioners may also wish to raise with you, whatever that may touch on. That's the ruling.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If we can begin then, General. I want to start with your relationship with Mr. Matlala. In the ad hoc committee, in the ad hoc committee in Parliament, in your written statement and in your oral evidence, you said that you met Mr. Matlala for the first time in February 2024. In the statement before this commission, you say you met him sometime in January. Why did you change your statement in this commission?
Chair, I met Mr. Matlala for the first time when he came to the office with his lawyer. That was the first time I met Mr. Matlala. Now, as far as I'm concerned, there's a date, because the letter wrote a letter. I mean, the lawyer wrote a letter that I had, responded to and said, please do come then to the office rather than meeting somewhere on the side. Because it was a call. And then I said, no, let it be official. Let your lawyer write the letter and come to the office. Meet me official in the office.
Yes, my question is, why the difference in the dates? In one sworn statement, you say February, and in the other, January. I'm just trying to understand what changed.
I don't even want to refer it as a typo. It's something that I know, because even there in Parliament, I said I met him for the first time when he came to see me in relation to the same issue that I'm talking about. So whether maybe I could have said February, or maybe at that point in time I didn't have that in front of me, but the first time I met Mr. Matlala is when he came to the office.
So your current version is it was January 2024?
As per the letter and the days that I have in the file.
Okay. And what do you say Mr. Matlala came to see you about?
Mr. Matlala was awarded a tender by the South African Police Service to provide the Medicare 24 tender. And then he is expected to use the medical facility, the hospital facility in the colleges. In other words, when a student falls ill or whatever the student may need is in-house on site. Now he says, I've been awarded this tender, but I also have a lease agreement where Public Works allows me to go in there and occupy the space, because according to the lease agreement I have with Public Works, I am the lawful occupier of this property.
On the tender, you say the Medicare 24 tender. Which tender specifically are you speaking about?
I don't know of any other tender other than the Medi 24.
Is that the tender to provide medical services to trainees and to members?
That's what I know so far.
But that tender was only awarded in June 2024. So if that's the tender you're referring to, it couldn't be that he was talking to you about it in January 2024. It was only awarded to him in June 24.
Yes, and it doesn't change anything to what I'm saying, because if it was awarded in June 2024, and he says, I've been awarded this tender, but I'm not being allowed to use the premises or the facility. Now, if he comes at a later stage, because all I can say, whether when it was awarded or not, when it was not awarded, it's not where I fit in. All I'm saying is that I met him for the first time on the date he came to see me.
Yes, but you said that I asked you what did he come to see you about, and you said it was to discuss the problem that he was having with this tender, because he couldn't fulfill the tender properly unless he had access to those premises that you're referring to. And you said it was a Medicare 24 tender, and that this was January 2024. I'm saying he couldn't have discussed that with you in January 2024 because he was only awarded that tender in June 2024. If he came to speak to you about that tender, he was talking to you at a time that was actually quite a sensitive time in the procurement process because he hadn't yet received the tender. How did he know he had it?
I don't agree. Let's go to the document itself and read from the letter of the lawyer, and that because he had that tender, it's attached in the document. We have it.
That's why I'm trying to establish with you which tender. Was it something else that he had?
Well, I'm asking, Chair, let's go to the document because we have it.
Sure, can you take us there?
Because he was in the presence of his lawyer. So there's no way that he couldn't have had it. He had it already, it is there.
That's fine, you could take us to the document and we can...
General Sibia, in paragraph 163 of your statement on page 53, you say, during or about January 2024, when I was acting National Commissioner, Matlala set up an appointment to visit me at my office with his attorneys. And then you say on his visit, he was indeed accompanied by the attorney. Matlala complained that he had been awarded a tender but was not allowed to use the facility. But the problem is in this section of your affidavit, you don't refer to any annexure. So you just say what you say, but you don't refer to any annexure or any attachment. So...
We have it. Can we get it, please? We do have it, and Chair, as far as I'm concerned...
Ms. Killian, do you have an idea what the document the General is referring to is?
It's not attached to the statement, but it is in possession of us as well as the witness.
Yeah. May we have a copy then? Because according to Ms. Killian, it has not been shared with the Commission. And what exactly is that document, General? What's the nature?
Chair, he attaches the tender itself.
The tender itself.
And then he attaches the lease agreement with Public Works. To which
the 360 million.
That is correct, Chair.
All right.
To which the Public Works just recently cancelled that lease agreement, but he came in possession of that lease agreement. So in the document that I'm going to provide is a lawyer's letter that refers this whole thing including the May 24 tender, including the lease agreement that he brought to the office. We have it.
That's fine, General. If you could provide us with that, it would help to shed some light on it.
Perhaps do you want to look for it over the tea break, General?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
I have it here. I
In
think
the-
you must be. I have other files in
Yes.
the room. I
All
think we'll
right,
get
all
it.
right. Let's continue, Mrs.
Okay, thank you. So, in January 2024, when you first met Mr. Matlala, were you not aware that there were serious allegations of corruption against Mr. Matlala? Corruption within the SAPS?
Yes,
Were
there
you-
were no any allegations against Mr. Matlala.
No, there were allegations. There were allegations because this is January 2024. And the allegations against him arose in the context of the Tembisa Hospital scandal. And you recall that issue, that problem.
I didn't follow that matter much because, as far as I'm concerned, it wasn't saying Mr. Matlala is involved in 1, 2, 3 because Mr. Matlala was a service provider to the South African Police Service and he participated actively in the activities of the South African Police Service at the college. In other words, when there is a police day or whatever events that is taking place in the police, when we go to the stadium where there are a lot of police and then you find that there are gazebos of different service providers, each and everyone giving their own expertise of what they're dealing with, their business. May 24 will also be there. And they will all go with Minister, National Commissioner, everybody meeting each and every one of them, including him. His wife, you find that they are doing the blood pressures there, testing sugar. And then this one will tell you about our insurance, our policy. This one.
Let me pause you.
I'm just showing how they were all participating there.
Let me pause you. I accept that he was a service provider within the SAPS and that he remained a service provider for some time. But what I'm asking you in your position is about allegations against him of corruption and his involvement in particular in the Tembisa Hospital scandal. And the reason I ask you that is because there was media coverage of his involvement in that scandal and in the blue lights, illegal use of blue lights within the city of Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and in Johannesburg. So that was as early as February 2023, that media coverage. And I link it to the scandal, the Tembisa Hospital scandal, for this reason, because it wasn't a minor story in the news. It was attracting a lot of public attention, that scandal, because of the assassination of a whistleblower, Babita Deokaran. And it was, which was in 2021. Do you recall that?
No, I don't. I only know about the murder of Ms. Dokram, and I remember I was not in the police at that time. I was in the city of Joburg.
Now, I accept that, but you didn't have to be in the police to hear about it because it was streaming news at the time. And it was, in fact, so significant that President Ramaphosa himself commented in August 2021 about that incident and specifically, spoke to it publicly, saying that we must not allow the perpetrators to go unpunished in that case. So it was a massive story. It wasn't a small issue.
If you remember very well, people were arrested. Those that were said to be involved, they were arrested.
Yes, that's correct. The hitmen were arrested. And what the president was talking about was who ordered the hits. And what the media coverage was about was what was the motive behind it. So there was still an investigation, as it continues today, by the way, including by the SIU and the Hawks. You would know, I'm sure.
I don't know.
So you're not aware of the scandal, the Tembisa Hospital scandal, and the many, many media reports that implicated Mr. Matlala?
No. Because if Mr. Matlala was, let's say, the main player or he was involved. To date, he's not arrested. To date, he's not arrested. And above all, my employer, who did due diligence, gave him a tender of 360 million. My employer's got intelligence. He's got connections with IDEC, with NPA, with everybody. My employer, who signed the final document that says he must be awarded this tender, knew about the situation. I was not in the police. But if they gave him that tender and they worked well with him, even General Sintumula in her supplementary said, Mr. Matlala, nobody knew about his involvement.
I'm asking about what you knew. You're saying this media coverage passed, as a top detective in this country, you've said, this passed you by, all of this media coverage.
Commissioners, I must indicate, yes. Thanks for saying as a top detective, I am one. But what is important to note is that if a case is resolved, it's +1 in the bag. I don't run with it anymore because we run with current affairs. As another case comes, we run with, let's say for instance, that Tembisa story happened, but there are people arrested, the case is under control, there's no need to interject or to intervene. But then someone else somewhere in the country, big case happens, then we run with that case, we all go in there. I was at all material times where the National Commissioner was. I was with him at all material times. So whatever that is happening somewhere and there were arrests, it's no longer a subject of us having to intervene and getting involved in it.
So you're saying that the matter was resolved because the actual hitmen were arrested, and therefore it was resolved. There was no need to do any further investigation as to who ordered the hit, because that was the issue.
You are very wrong in saying that, because I've never said that.
So it wasn't a closed issue then. It remained under. Are you aware that the SIU and the Hawks are investigating?
I wasn't aware, and it wasn't for me to make any such follow-up, because then the question would be, what was my interest to follow up in those things?
I'm not asking if you followed up. I'm asking about your knowledge of it, because I'm asking for this reason, and of course these were allegations, but if you are aware that other law enforcement arms and the SAPS itself is investigating an individual, would you not be circumspect in your relationship with that individual?
One thing that you must remember how the police work is that what IDEC investigate, I don't know, not even the National Commissioner is aware of. What SIU works on and what they're handling, I won't know.
The whole country knew.
The whole country doesn't know what they're investigating. They will know 1, 2, 3 because maybe it was in the public space. But that what is authorized in terms of the proclamation by the president to the SIU, I won't know from where I'm sitting, even if I'm the top cop. There are cases that might be involving me. I won't know about them. So all I'm saying, Chairs, is that I cannot be expected to know what is happening in the IDEC or in the SIU. Yes. I won't know.
Yes, I'm not asking you about the details of the investigations of the SIU or anyone else. It's a very simple point. It's that the whole country knew the name Mr. Matlala, and that he was linked, 1, to the illegal use of blue lights, and this was known from at least 2023, February 2023, because it was in the media. And the second thing that was known was that he was implicated in the Tembisa hospital scandal. So there were allegations, he was under investigation. And what I'm probing with you is, how is it that you, as the top detective in the country, were not aware that he was implicated?
I think let's start here. How is it that the South African Police Service got to give him a tender, award him a tender of that amount of money?
I accept that. Let me stop you, because...
Ms. Hazim, maybe unduly curtailing your questioning, but we do not seem to be making headway. Do you let us decide what we want to do about this issue, and don't you want to move on, perhaps?
I'll take that, Chair.
Yes.
The point I'm making is that as someone in your position, you should have been aware of who Mr. Matlala was at that time. But I heard your response that you were not.
Comment, General, if you want to.
No, it's an unreasonable question. It's an unfair question because I'm not expected to know every case that happens in the country. And also, in particular, if it is not investigated by the detectives. If it is from outside, I won't know the details of that case. Let's say the blue light issue I never saw myself, and quite honestly speaking, and I didn't know the intricacies in between involved within that blue light issue of Ekurhuleni. So I didn't know. And then I cannot be expected or ask a question as to, but it was widely known or publicized. I didn't know.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Hassan, before you proceed, Morning General, just to clarify something for me, you said earlier on that when there would be SAPS events, service providers would be called, and Mr. Matlala's company, Medicare, also had a stand. Is this before or after the award of the Medicare contract, what you are describing, his presence?
After the award.
Okay.
Including even being approached as a sponsor.
Yes.
And no, he did sponsor as well.
Thank you, you've clarified, thank you.
Thank you. So, General, you said your relationship began in January 2024, but it wasn't confined to just that meeting in January 2024, correct?
Let's fix it. Let's not say your relationship, because it was not a relationship. We met as a person who came to complain.
Right. And how many times after January 2024 did you interact with Mr. Matlala?
I can't say how many times, but I know where I'm sitting. I've met Mr. Matlala less than 5 times in my whole life.
Less than 5 times?
I'm saying
physically?
So. Yes.
And not physical meetings, but other communication?
Communications, if I have spoken to Mr. Matlala on the phone, I think it will be less than 3 times. I wasn't really interacting with Matlala. I never was used to talk to him regularly. It's not a kind of a person I was talking to.
Okay, so there might be an explanation for that, and witness F testified about this. If I could just take you to what he said, and it's his transcript from 4 February.
Which file, Ms. Hassan?
I'll tell you in a moment, Commissioner.
The transcript's in 10A.
It's 10A.
Yeah.
The 4 February transcript starts at page 219. And 219, and the page I'd like you to go to is page 230.
I'm not sure if I'm at the right page, but it start witness F. I would not know, Commissioner.
That's the correct page. So the line is, well, just for context, let me say this is when Witness F says that he had also arrived at your office at that meeting with Mr. Matlala. And if you go to line 20, Witness F says, on my arrival to General Sibiya's office, I delivered Mr. Matlala. Then General Sibiya said to me, because most of the times his phone is off or silent, he might be in the meetings or parliament. Does Mr. Kat Matlala mind to communicate with him via me if he does not have a problem with that, for in case or when he does not find him on his phone? And he goes on to say he didn't have any problem with that. Do you see that?
Yes, I see.
And
Can I comment on it?
yes, just before you comment on it, and I want to take you to one other reference. It's on the same.
Ms. Hassim, our experience is that the General has said he prefers to comment as and when an issue is touched on, because it derails him if several issues are touched on, and then he's required to comment right at the end. Perhaps let's let the General comment now.
Thanks. Chair, it's the same issue.
Yes.
It's not a different issue.
Yes.
But maybe I can just, instead of taking time going to the page of the transcript, if I can just say what it is. It's the same issue.
Yeah.
And if you can respond to both at the same time, because it's about the communications between you and Mr. Matlala via Witness F. And what Witness F said in response to this question by Advocate Chaskelson, who asked how frequent was it for Mr. Matlala and General Sibiya to meet. Witness F said, I would not know exactly, but I would know that Mr. Matlala would send me messages vis-a-vis General Sibiya would send messages that tell Kat or Kat tell General Sibiya, meaning he was passing messages between what he says is Kat, Mr. Matlala. He says messages between Kat to you, and you would say pass a message to Kat. So those are the two parts of the evidence. Same issue, that Witness F is the go-between between you and Mr. Matlala. You can comment on that now.
Now, my office is structured. I've got administration, I've got a messenger, I've got a PA, I've got a staff officer. And when there is someone down there and they call, one of them will be the one to go and fetch Mr. Matlala, of which that was the case. He was fetched by one of the ladies in the office. Immediately after the meeting, they went and they took him out, but he went to a certain brigadier. I don't know which brigadier, because apparently there's Brigadier Glenda Bukaba, and there is also Brigadier, the lady was testifying. I don't know where she's based, but they say, my PA says, no, I went to fetch him, then I took him, after the meeting, I took him there. So what Mr. Matlala, what Mr. or Witness F is saying, I don't agree with it, because remember, Witness F is not an administrator, it's an operational member. It is not sitting in office waiting to be called to go fetch someone. It's mostly not even in the office. Now, bearing in mind, at the back of our mind, the relationship between Mr. Matlala and Witness F. Should it happen that Mr. Matlala contacted Witness F and say, I will be coming to see General Sibiya, will you be in the office and everything? That's their discussion. But from where I'm sitting, one thing that I wanted these commissioners to know is that I was a very active head of detective, going with the national commissioner, engaging in meetings with the national commissioner and other senior officials, wherever they were on a daily basis, in such a way. The point I'm trying to drive home is that my office was running as professional as possible, not friendship and Matlala is coming, go fetch Matlala for me, they know. When they came and then they go to the security reports and say, there is Mr. So-and-so here, one of the ladies will, and then they will ask me and say, are you aware, are you waiting for so-and-so and so? So I say, yes, and they say, okay, we're going to fetch him down there. And that's what happened.
So now I accept that. I'm asking about your continued interaction with Mr. Matlala. What Witness F says is that he would pass messages between you and Mr. Matlala. That's the aspect that I'm probing.
If he shows you those messages, I will be happy to say these are the messages that I was passing between me and Mr. Matlala. I know in some instances he did say, okay, this is what I received, this is what I forwarded, or this is what I said, I received this is what I said. But I can safely say I would not pass messages to witness F and say, like on a day like that one where he's to be fetched from there to come and see me. So there was no frequent communication with Mr. Matlala. It would happen where we did speak. It happened because I made it a point not to be too close to him because I wasn't it was the beginning of knowing him as well.
Okay.
Just to make sure I understand, General, so are you saying that it is not true that in December 2024, you called witness 23 or 24 December 2023, you called witness F to your office and asked him to fetch someone who was downstairs. Are you saying that did not happen?
That did not happen. And my secretary, my PA can come actually attest to that.
And so you deny that that person was Mr. Matlala, obviously, if you say you never made the request to witness F.
Yes.
And you also deny that you then asked witness F to be the go-between you and Mr. Matlala. You never made any such request to witness F.
I never made any such request for him to be the go-in-between.
Yes.
Whilst I'm not denying the fact that sometimes I might have communicated something where you find that it is between me and either with Mr. Matlala, it will happen.
All right. No, I just wanted to make sure so that I in my mind, I don't proceed on the basis of what appeared to be a general point that you were making. I wanted to be sure of the specifics. Thank you, General.
Thank you, General.
Can I just clarify something? General, still on that page, was there an occasion when you met Mr. Matlala for the first time that you, witness F, and Mr. Matlala were in your office at the same time, all three of you?
Not at all.
So when witness F says, on my arrival to General Sibiya's office, I delivered Mr. Matlala, then General Sibiya said to me, I'm reading from line 20, on 2:30. That never happened.
That never happened.
He's not being truthful when he says the three of you were in the office together and you gave him this instruction.
From where I'm sitting, I say that never happened, Chair.
Thank
you. General, you say that your office is structured, you have a PA and you have all of those people, they are the ones that would welcome your visitors or bring your visitors. With that, are you saying there's never been any circumstance where witness F has been involved with people coming or being brought to your office? Do you make that kind of a general statement? It's never happened.
Where witness F to go fetch someone for me?
Yes.
No.
Or would bring someone to you?
No. Witness F was never in my office, was not working in my office.
Okay. Thank you.
Lastly, at least on this issue, so on the day that you admit you actually met Mr. Matlala in connection with the contract, when he came to make a complaint or lodge a complaint with you, who brought him to your office, do you remember?
My PA.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you. Well, let's go through some of those interactions then. I just want to begin with this topic that you've already touched on, and it's that of impalas that were delivered to your home. Do you recall impalas being delivered to your home?
I've never had impalas delivered to my home.
Have you had impalas being delivered to any of your properties?
I have had, when I bought my property 9 years ago, Chair, when I bought my property 9 years ago, the previous owner, who was my next door neighbor, who said to me, I would like to have my kids next to me, and would you mind if I buy you out? I said, in any event, I want actually a plot because I like the farm life than these ones. So he says, okay, we agreed on an amount. Then he said to me, on a Sunday, he said, can you and your wife come and let me go show you something that I have? He has. And he took us there, and I saw a nice plot with animals. Those, it was the water bugs, different type of animals, emus. There were two, and there were sheep. He said, I'll leave this with you because they rounded in the price.
Where was this exactly?
In Mnandi, in Centurion, near Copperleaf.
And when was this exactly?
9 years ago. I was already fired by the police, and when they gave me money, I bought that place. That's what happened. Now, I procured that place, as I bought that place, purchased that place, what I found it with some animals in them. And I carried on with the animals, but let me not go deep. I'll explain as time goes on. But impalas were never delivered in my office, other than whatever that I bought myself, I was buying gradually, because I went and bought a whole number of other, I went and bought sheep, goats, and added with some of the, I think I bought something like 4 or 6 impalas at that time. They were bought by my gardener at that time was a guy who used to work for me, and then he was a Zimbabwean. The police will know about him in Oliver and Old Bosch. Will know about that guy because at some point he fought with his girlfriend, and then they were looking for him. He ran away. But at that time he was my gardener at that time. He was the one taking my kids to school as well, and then he was a driver as well. So whatever that I needed, I sent him around. So that is what happened. So I had a number of animals in the place.
Okay, but that was, you say, about 2017?
Yeah, 2017, 18 years.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the WhatsApp bundle. And I'd like to take you to the conversation on that begins at page 108. I think that's file 7.
Page 1?
108.
Sorry, Chair. I want to ask something, and maybe to be advised by my legal team as well, by my senior counsel as well, because it looked like there were some discussions in relation to the this statement as it is unsigned at this present point in time. Whether is it not part of the discussions that was held that says maybe in terms of the admissibility of this or not, or if the council says no, it's not part like General Sintumula's statement, compliance. So there was those such small discussions that I want to check before I respond. I am about to respond. I just want to check if there's nothing that I should be waiting maybe to take legal advice on.
Ms. Gillian, I'm not sure that I follow the point that the general is raising, but Can you please assist?
It can sound confusing. There was a discussion between myself and the evidence leader pertaining to a supplementary affidavit filed in response to General Sentamuli's affidavit. At the start of the evidence, it was placed on record where this unsigned affidavit or statement, as it is now, is in the files, and I think that's what he's referring to, whether it's already before you or not. He's trying to ascertain whether he could refer
That's
to it.
the general statement that Ms. Hassim referred to this morning.
That is what he is trying to locate.
Yes.
And why I'm asking, Chair, is because of once we begin to talk about General Sentumula's statement, it was more about the impalas, and then I'm also being asked now in the topic that discusses that. So I wanted to just check the exact position, but I don't have a problem to respond. I'll respond. I just wanted to clarify that.
General, I think, Ms. Hassim, do you wish to respond?
To the extent that I understand the question, General Sentumule submitted an affidavit that was admitted into the record on, I believe, Friday morning. We received it then. We made it available immediately to the witness and his legal team. They consulted over the weekend and they provided a statement partly in response to General Sentamule's statement, which I've handed in as part of the record for today. So everything is admitted and part of our record, and we can certainly go to that statement if the General wishes to go to his statement in answering the question.
Am I correct that right at the beginning, the General confirmed the content of that statement?
That's correct. I did ask the witness to confirm the correctness of the statement, and he did so.
The General did so.
And he obviously remains under oath, yes.
Yes. General, I'm not sure that an issue arises out of this because you have confirmed the statement, indeed the content of the statement, so no issue should arise. It's a statement before us just like any other.
I'm satisfied.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we were looking at...
Are you at page 108 now, General?
I'm on my guards, Chair, so...
General, those are the files I
forgot. File 7 of 10. File 7
I'm my
of 10.
safety belt.
Those are the three files that we'd be using the most today. Okay, so what we're looking at is the 21st of March, 2021. And this is a conversation, for context, this is a WhatsApp conversation between witness F and Mr. Matlala, who saved on his phone on this chat as cat security. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so on the 21st of March, if we pick it up from 6:47 a.m.
Ms. Hassim, the chats are actually numbered. If you look at the top, it's 1, then all the way down to 8. It's easier to find them if you refer to those chat numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair. I'll do so.
Ms. Hassim, maybe if I may add to that perhaps it would help the General in particular if you explain the different sides of this, because this is the first time that he looks at this, with us at least.
Absolutely. So 6:47 a.m. is chat number 3. I just want to know that you see chat number 3.
Chat number 3.
Yes.
The numbering is on the...
It's on the left-hand side.
Left-hand side.
I follow
Yes, you see that. Okay, so it goes sequentially, number 3, number 4, number 5. So number 3 is at 6:47. And what we see is a blank box, and underneath it, it says cat security. You see that?
Yes.
In these chats, as they are depicted here, where there's a blank box, it indicates a call, a voice call. Where it's in gray, it's a call that's being made, it's a call that is incoming to witness F. And where there are chats in green, those originate from witness F. So just to explain that, do you follow what I'm saying?
I'm not so familiar with this, but I do follow messages as I read. The only thing that I wanted to just raise, Chair, is that obviously these are, what is the right word to use? They were handpicked, put together for the purpose of maybe me. Because remember that, Chair, when we talk about in my cell phone, I chat with a lot of people. But now they took that one, and then they make them follow one another like this. Now for me to sit here and accept a chat that says, okay, do you see this chat? Followed by this chat. I don't know in between the chat who else he was talking to, but all I can see, I see where, okay, there is CAT security services, and then there's this one, then there is that one, but it's not how they are in the phone itself. So I will go along with that, but I'm raising it as a concern, Chair, before you, Chair, because the bottom line is that if we were given the whole phone or the whole thing the way it was, it would make everyone's life easy.
General, I'm not a tech-savvy person, but here's my understanding. If on my phone I have you as a contact and we're both on WhatsApp, when I search for you and I find you on WhatsApp, the chats that will be there will be chats only between you and me. It won't be, that won't include chats with Commissioner Baloyi and chats with Commissioner Kumalo and so on. So it will just be those chats only.
Okay, Chair.
Is that not your understanding as well? Because if you had me as a contact on your end, you search for me, and I'm sure that all that you would find would be chats between the two of us. There wouldn't be any interpositioning of chats from other people. It would just be the two of us.
I take it, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
And if I could just add to that, Chair, that the full chats that are relevant to the witness were provided, not just a few pages of the chats. The whole stream was provided. We, however, are only going to the parts that we have questions about, but the full set was provided.
Yes. Now, I think you had asked a question already or not?
Well, I just wanted to establish first
drawing, yes, all right.
That whether the witness can see that, well, one, I'm explaining to you that where it's a gray blank box, it's a voice call. And where it's green, it's by witness F, and gray, it's by the person with whom he's communicating. Okay?
But on the left-hand side, I see is gray. On the right-hand side, I see there is those green.
Yes.
Yes.
So the right-hand side, green, is witness F. Left-hand side, gray, is, in this case, CAT security. At other times, it's other people with whom he's communicating, as you'll see. So in chat number 3, what you see is at 6:47 a.m., a phone call is made by Mr. Matlala. And then at chat number 4, Mr. Matlala sends witness F a message saying, call me. That's at 6:52. In chat number 5, you see witness F calls Mr. Matlala, so there's a conversation there. And then at chat number 6, Mr. Matlala sends to witness F a voice note, which we'll play.
whereabouts to where it was going to be, sir. If you can just send me a picture of where it was going to.
Could you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And now if you look at page 333 of the chats, this is where there are chats between you and witness F. Page
Chats?
333.
Which page is that?
333.
333.
333.
Got it, Chair.
Okay, thanks. So if we go to 333, you'll see that this is the conversation between you and witness F. And I'm looking specifically at chat number 4. You've got it.
Chat number 4, yes. It just says chat number 4, and then I see nothing.
You'll see a voice note again. It says opus. But first, so it's chat number 4, but the timestamp is important. It says 7:24. And if you recall what we looked at, and I can just display it again for you so you can see it for ease of reference. In the previous chat that we were looking at between witness F and Mr. Matlala, the voice note that we just played was sent at 7:24. Do you see that? 7:24:01.
Yes.
Now here at 3:33 on the same day at 7:24:55, so 7:24 and 55 seconds, witness F forwards the same voice note that he received from Mr. Matlala to you. And we'll just play it again so that this voice note, so you can see it's the same.
Before you do that, Ms. Hassan, if you would just say, what is 333? Whose downloads are this? Because
Sorry, I thought I did.
No, you haven't.
This is the conversation between witness F, the WhatsApp conversation between witness F and the witness.
That you have said. What I'm asking is, are these downloads from witness F's phone or from Mr. Matlala's phone?
These are downloads from witness F's phone. So all of the chats that we're going to are downloads from witness F's phone. But you'll see we go between conversations that witness F has with several people. And in this case, it is Mr. Matlala, and now we're going to what was downloaded from witness F's phone in relation to you, the conversations he had with you. Okay?
And regarding the point you made about possible interpositioning, General, my understanding of what Ms. Hassim is saying is that we have now stepped off the chats between witness F and Mr. Matlala. Now this is a different set of chats. Remember what I said about me searching for you and then finding only our chats. So now this is a different set of chats. And according to Ms. Hassim, these are now chats between witness F and you. Yes.
Would it help to just place 317 on the record, just so that he confirms his phone number? And then...
Thank you. Can you go to page 317, please? Sorry, Chair, my computer's just frozen here.
General, are you on 317?
I am.
While Ms. Hassim is sorting out her computer.
I'm there.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, General, what you'll see at 317 is the numbers that are used in this chat exchange, this particular chat that we're looking at. And there's a number that's saved as General Sabia and in brackets, Deputy National Commissioner. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's the third number.
That's my number.
That's your number. Okay. So if we can go back to 333.
Back to?
333.
Yes.
So remember, I first played you the clip from Mr. Matlala to Witness F.
Yeah.
Immediately after Witness F receives that voice note from Mr. Matlala, he forwards it to you because we see that on the timestamp, 7:24. And I think Ms. Poe already played the voice clip. Do you want it to be played again, or do you accept that that's the same voice clip?
No, I accept it as the same voice clip.
And then in the very next message, number 5, at 7:25, so the very next message.
Can we place on record what that voice note says, please?
There is a transcript of the voice note in the record.
The voice is just too guttural for me, and I can hardly hear what's being said.
Chair, if you bear with me for a moment, maybe I can just show you the transcript of that voice note.
Or in the meantime, whilst you're looking for the transcript, if anybody can tell us what's being said, we can in the meantime go by the, but of course, the transcript is the best. General, were you able to hear what's being said?
Yes, I know about it. And he just said, hello, sir, please send us drop us the pin drop where the bugs, the impalas must be dropped.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so you did recognize it. Chair, do you still want me to go to the transcript? The quickest way I could find it was actually when it was played in the hearing when Witness F was speaking. And let me just read you what it says again. It says, sorry to bother you so early. Can you send me a pin drop where the bucks, the impalas, must go to, please, sir? If you can just send me a pin drop where it must go to.
Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Hassim.
So that voice note is sent to you immediately after it's received from Mr. Matlala. And then immediately after that, Witness F sends you a message saying, morning, it's from Cat. Do you see that? That's in number 6, chat number 6.
Morning is from Cat, yes.
And then, if you go to...
Is it 6 or 5?
It's 5.
Yes, thank you.
And then the next message, which is number 6, is from you at 8:39 a.m., and it's a voice call to Witness F. Okay? you see that?
Chart number 6.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let me pause there before we go further. Do you recall this exchange between you and witness F?
Chair, I do recall, although I don't have my gadgets, but I can't deny them.
Okay. So you received a voice note asking you where must the impalas be delivered. And then you call witness F. Do you recall the content of your conversation with witness F?
With witness F, yeah.
After he sent you this voice
Yes.
note.
I don't know if I should read from my statement, but because of the truth is your truth is what happened. What I can say basically is that as the animals kept on dying, and they were dying, I am left with one, some call it impala, some call it buck, some call it, what is the right word? But what I is still there now. These are the animals that I found in the plot. Is this one that will have horns, that will have that look like a tree, but they died one by one.
When did they die?
Some would call it water bug. But now that I had...
So, but when did they die?
They died gradually since from 20, I may not be right in terms of the date, but they were dying. You will find 1 or 2 dead. But when I started building the wall, a lot of them were eating the rope. As they deliver the bricks that build the wall, then at night, I don't know, they eat this rope that ties the bricks so that they don't fall apart. Now, when you wake up in the morning, you find that the stomach is raised and it's dead. So they were that's how they died gradually. And then that's when I sent one of my guys to try and replace, because they were like they were almost to nothing. I was left with something like 6, somewhere there. I'm not reading my statement now. But the last ones that died, they died around, I don't know whether it was, but it was, I've got a date maybe when I go through the statement. But then what then I did is, because Nkosi, I was already acquainted to him now because they come to my office, to my house regularly. Even everybody, when it's just that, commissioners, I don't want to explain a too long story as if like I must stick to the story, but it needs a background and an explanation. When they come to my place, they've known that I've got goats and sheep, and
They being who?
when I say they, with the excitement that I had when I was back to the police, we had a good relationship with the National Commissioner. They were coming a lot also to my place, and other colleagues, senior management. They could see there are no bugs. There has been bugs. Now there has been bugs, but I had that one that is still there now. Now, it was very frustrated because sometimes you see it running all over, and then sometimes jumping on goats or sheep. Then I said to Fanny, I don't have time to go look for a mate for this thing. I'm all over, I'm working, and even my family will not see me because I would leave 4 o'clock in the morning, come late when the children are sleeping. Then he was normally helping me. He said, no, don't worry, Mpati. I will assist you to get one. A maid. Now, when at some point in a meeting, I was in meetings, long meetings, then I did get that voice note that says, he forwarded it to me. as to how, because Nkosi he said in one of his statements, he's a professional hunter, he's a hunter as well, that no, I know farmers that will assist you with this thing. I said, it's okay. Then he sent me that voice note. To me, it's okay. He said he will find it. Now, he said, where the bugs, the impalas. Now, I needed only one, but I thought maybe he wasn't so sure he took a male and a female. But he said the bugs, the impalas. Now, when he said the bugs and the impalas, when I got a break, I called him. I said, I just hope you know what I want, what is in the yard, not any other. And then already at that time, in their mind, it was impalas. I said, no. I don't want the impala because they did and they can't survive in any other place. I just need a partner for this one so that it's still alive, and I don't want to kill it, to slaughter it. And it was not, to me...
What was remaining? What was it? Was it an impala? What was it?
It's a water bug.
Water bug.
It's a water bug. I don't know.
General, in your statement, you say you call it a blessed bog.
A blessed bog, yes. And then another one will call it an antelope. So I don't know. I'm not an expert on those ones, Chair, and you'll forgive me for that. But this is what I found. Now, the problem is that,
if I'm not mistaken, I think antelope is generic for different types. Yeah.
Chair, I had a lot of, where I grew up from home, we had goats now and chickens. But that's the lifestyle I grew up on. I wanted to own them in a plot, in the farm. It's not a farm, it's a plot. So I wanted to own them. The sheep I found there. So I added goats. Now, as I was maintaining them together with the wild animals that I'm not really slaughtering, selling, I wanted to at some point think that I could, but I realized that they were taking a lot of money from me, and then I was not affording. To me, when the number reduced, dying, I could not replace the wild animals, because what's the point of keeping animals that you are not selling, that you are not eating, just to keep them, and they're taking, I was spending more than 12,000 rand a month. I realized that it's not sustainable, so I didn't need them. But all I needed was this. As a result, I said, no, I don't need it. Because initially I spoke to him, and then asked him how and when he was going there. In my case, I said, no, don't, because I don't need impalas anymore, and I needed only one pack, and that he could not get. And that is where it all ended, because I couldn't proceed with that thing, because even in terms of affordability, they need space, they need a lot of grass. I was not affording, so I could not take them. So they were not delivered. Even Mr. Matlala himself did say that they were not delivered.
Okay, so there are two things arising from that. The first is, you confirm that this was Mr. Matlala who was providing you with these.
I've never confirmed that. I spoke to Nkosi. Nkosi never actually said to me he was going to speak to Mr. Matlala.
Right, when you get that message with the voice note, the very next message that's sent to you is, morning, it's from Kat. And it's not morning, it's from Mr. Matlala or from some person you don't know well. It's morning, it's from Kat. So you knew where it was coming from.
No, for simple reasons. The fact that I never allowed them to come, to me, it was a rested point. I never allowed them to come. Because even if he said, when he said from Mr. Matlala, to me, I realized that, look, I don't want anything from anybody. Chair, I can safely tell you something. I know my counsel said to me, hey, you don't have to sponsor this thing when you are not asked. But I want to prove something here.
May I say this, Ms. Gillian, from last week already, I came close to saying to you, your client is sailing very close to possibly divulging client-lawyer confidences. But perhaps the General should continue.
I take note.
Yes, I've learned, Chair. I'm really sorry to my counsel.
I'm not saying you have. Perhaps what you are touching on is not necessarily something confidential. I'm sure if it was, Ms. Gillian would say something in that regard. Please continue.
Yeah, no, she was just trying to advise me that don't talk too much. Be short. So that's why I'm saying it, Chair. But what I was saying is that there's a friend that I have in Zimbabwe. At some point, it was my birthday. And a friend said to me, my friend, I want to buy you a present, but I'm far. I will send you some money. And I said, it's okay, but you must know that it's something that I have to declare. And then he said, it's okay. Then, in an attempt to surprise me, I was sent 20,000 rand. I went straight to the bank. I said, I don't need this thing. I don't want it. It's going to put me in trouble. Reverse this transaction. I don't need. And it happened. So I'm saying, anything that I know that this one is a no-go area, because I've lived with this thing and I've charged many people for this thing, I could not go ahead. That's when I stopped. Even this one, there was no animal that was delivered on account of Mr. Matlala or Nkosi to my place. Never.
Did it, I mean, given your explanation about this Zimbabwe gift that you reversed, are you saying that these animals were not delivered to you because you stopped it? You stopped it because you didn't think it was an appropriate thing to come from Mr. Matlala?
No.
I'm just asking, just to understand
No.
what you're saying.
Firstly, they were not what I wanted. Because I didn't need many. I needed one to match this one that I have. And then when he said, can you please send me the pin drop where the bugs, the animals, so it was two things. Then when I called and said, but you spoke about bugs and impalas, I don't need impalas. And at that time, they've been dealing with the impalas. I don't need impalas because I don't have space. They need a very vast bush, thick bush where there is grass and trees and everything. Now they can't live in a very small contained plot. Already I've lost many, the few that I've lost, so I couldn't get. But above all, in terms of affordability, Chair, when I came back to the police, my salary went down deep dive to an extent that for me to afford now to have 6,000 to 12,000 that I must spend on animals that I'm not even slaughtering or selling, I couldn't. So I'm just putting it here that it never came. I didn't need them.
General, accepting for a moment that they did not come, I mean, how does Mr. Matlala get involved in your desire to acquire whatever type of animal it is that you needed? Because the message is clear that it's from CAT and you are told that it's from CAT. How does Mr. Matlala get involved in that?
My only concern is that when you speak to Nkosi and Nkosi says to you and to you,
I think that horse has bolted, General. it bolted some answers back. So
I'm sure the chair realized what I did, and I was caught off guard.
I think we've reached a point where it's farcical to try to avoid the name. It's all farcical. Let's just continue.
I was talking to a colleague that I work very close to. And even myself, I've been giving him pit bulls from my yard. So these pit bulls, I don't want, they're eating my chickens, take them. So that's the kind of lifestyle that we're living, me and him. Now when I talk to him and then he will say to me, no, let me see what I can do, where I can find them, because he's a hunter as well. He said it in one of his things. So when they go all over around, he knew many people that I didn't know. I found him in the police. So to me, I spoke to him. I never expected that he will go speak to somebody. When he says he's from so-and-so, you also need a way of pulling back. When you see that this thing is now beginning to cross the line, you pull back. Hence, I didn't allow anything to come my way. It wasn't delivered.
General, you have said to us that the witness did not bring Mr. Matlala to your office. And so you met Mr. Matlala independent of the witness. And so that's what you've said to us. But then, and that was according to you, in January 2024, maybe February 2024. But now it's March the 21st. And he says to you, morning, it's from Ket. Now, the first thing is, what did you know about his relationship with Ket? Because here he expects that you know who's Ket. I mean, the familiarity. He doesn't say Mr. Matlala. He says it's from Ket. What did you know about his relationship with the person that he refers to as Ket? And why would he have thought you would know who he's speaking about when he says it's Ket? So it's two questions.
If the commissioner remember very well, we were already past the stage of having met Ket, because we met Ket initially when he came to the office. I got to know that he knows Ket, and he knows Ket very well. So Ket was someone who was up and down. Even when he was there, he did.
So you came to know because you discussed Ket with him?
Yes, we did. Ket did indicate that, no, I know many people here, I know many of your colleagues there.
Yeah. So Ket told you that on the day that you met him for the first time. He told you, I know this gentleman.
Yes, because when he left there, they took him to another brigadier in there.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just want to understand how you get to a point where you discuss with the witness, Mr. Matlala. So you meet Mr. Matlala according to you, in January, maybe February, depending on what you said in the ad hoc committee. Either one, it doesn't matter to me, whether it's January or February for purposes of this conversation. But it is now in March, so maybe a month or two. You're told, morning, this voice note is from Ket. There is an expectation, clearly, that you know who he's talking about. You say to us, yeah, well, I did discuss him. And I'm wanting to know, at which point do you discuss with Mr. Matlala? At which point do you talk about Mr. Nkosi with Mr. Matlala before the 21st of March? And at which point do you discuss Mr. Matlala with Mr. Nkosi? From the time you met him up to the 21st of March.
Commissioners, remember that from the day I met Ket, Mr. Matlala, at the offices, leading to that day, or those chapters.
The 21st of March,
yes, in between. Mr. Matlala has been an interactive type of a person with many police officials that he knew. We've been to college. This is where he's been a service provider. We've been to college. And then I did see him at the college myself, where they had their own gazebo as well there. I also saw him there. So we have interacted with Mr. Matlala. I never said I never interacted with him completely, because therefrom, we, just like any other normal relationship that develops or that starts, I started knowing Mr. Matlala there. All I knew was not to cross the line.
General, you are being asked about the period between January 2024 and March 2024. Now, Mr. Matlala is not a service provider to subs during that period. So when you make reference to gazebos and visits to the clinic, for the purposes of the question, you are being asked, the day you met Matlala in January of 2024, until this date on the 21st of March 2024. So you limit it only to that period. And then you answer Commissioner Baloy's question. So it's a 2-month period, really.
I think Commissioner Khumalo, you are the one who's misunderstanding in this case, in a sense that when he came to see me in January, he already had a tender.
Oh, General, he didn't have it. Can we just accept as a fact, and then you can speak from there. The tender was awarded in June 2024. That's fact. Now you are interacting. So you can check that if you want, but it is in June 2024. That's fact. You are interacting with him in March 21. Well, between March. January and March, yes. 24 is what these texts are about. And you say, in that period, already in March 2024, that's what you say. I've been interacting with Mr. Matlala. Then you have to explain to us that if the tender was not yet awarded, how are you, and what about? Are you interacting with him?
What I may request, Chair, in all aspect, is that where I mix the date is not out of an intention to misrepresent the facts. I'm working from memory. I don't have anything, and I'm not making an excuse. Where I should take it from is from when Mr. Matlala came to the office. I know it's January 20. I know it's in January the 17th, somewhere there. Now, whether I might have mixed 2024 and 2025, it may be maybe that point that I need to fix. But I don't remember meeting or talking to Kat or Mr. Matlala before that. I don't remember
before, that. When you say before that, does that refer to the award of the contract? What does that refer to?
The award of the contract, I don't know about when it started really involving. Yeah, I don't know that much about the awarding of the tender at that point in time.
General, Advocate Baloy is going to ask you her question. I'm just giving you the timeline. The healthcare contract that SAPS awarded to Medicare 24 was advertised on the 31st of January 2024. So if you met Mr. Matlala on the 17th of January 2024, that tender had not even been advertised at that stage. And it was only awarded on the 14th of June in 2024. So I think Advocate Baloy will ask the question again, and maybe you can then answer the question. But I've given you the timeline to assist you.
Well, General, I'm prepared for purpose of my discussion with you to even accept, just for purpose of our discussion, to accept that you may have met Mr. Matlala in January, you may have had a meeting with him in January 2025, but what we know from these texts is you are engaging with him in 2024, in March. You are talking to him. And the question still remains, what did you know about, in March 24, what did you know about Mr. Nkosi's relationship with Mr. Matlala and that relationship, and why would the Sergeant Nkosi know that you know Matlala when he says to you, morning it's from Cat, in March 24 already. So he knows at this point that you know who he's referring to. And the question is, well, what did you know about that relationship in March 2024? What was the nature of your relationship at that point?
What is still disturbing me, Chair, and putting me a little bit of off balance is the fact that when I look at Mr. Matlala was searched, I think, in December 2024. And what I know is that in December 2024, when he was searched, I've never interacted with him. Now I'm talking December 2024. I've never interacted with him going up to now. Now, that's why I'm working now on 2024. And that is why in my mind, it tells me that it was January 2024. So I might be wrong in terms of the timelines and the date, but I'm just saying, I'm basing that on the fact that if he was raided in 2024, December, I never spoke to him or met him. 2024, since then, December. Now, I say it could not be that I met him in January the 17th, 2025. Hence, I'm saying, if I'm mixing the date at this present moment, it's something that I just need to sit down, do the timelines. But because of the fact that I don't have my gadget, I don't have access to the office, the resources, whatever, that could be a weakening factor in terms of how I recall some of the dates. So the intention is not to mislead or to lie, but I might be mixing something somewhere, but I will accept where I made a mistake.
I think I'll hand over to Ms. SAfm now, but I just want to say that I'm also not trying to involve you in a memory test, of remember as you're sitting there and then we catch you out because you don't remember things. That's not the point of this. It's to get clarification from your explanations. So, and that's why I said to you, to me, it really doesn't matter for purpose of a discussion whether you met him in 24 or in 25. But I'm prepared to work on the basis that you met him in January 24, because you say by the time he was raided in December, you had not spoken to him. So I'm prepared to work with your dates. My question still remains, and it's my question so that I understand your evidence, that in March 2024, what we've established, or what we know for a fact from evidence and from documents, is the Medicare contract was awarded in June 2024. We know that as a fact. So, when you speak to him in March 2024 rather, he doesn't have the contract yet. We know that as a matter of fact. He doesn't have the contract because the contract is given only in June 2024. And so the question is, the interaction that you say, because you say after you met him in January, you then now had interactions with him between that January and March, those interactions before he got the contract or the tender, what are they about? And what does Mr. Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi, know about your relationship with Mr. Matlala as at March 2024. Is really the question that I'm seeking you to clarify.
Chair, my response is going to depend mostly on the document that I want to produce so that I satisfy myself that this is the date I met this person in the office with a lawyer. Now, once I have that, I should be able to respond to the commissioner's question at this point in time. So all I'm asking is just to have an opportunity to be able to have those documents in front of me, and then I say, this is the date I met him.
Okay, I think that's a fair request. We'll come back to it. But can I just put this proposition to you for comment? That if the documents that you are going to look at indicate or show that the contract was not awarded in January 24, in fact, let me say it differently. If your documents are going to show that the contract was in fact awarded in June 2024, as we say the evidence points out, then when you were speaking to whatever interaction you had with Mr. Matlala between January 24 and March 24, as per 2024, as per this WhatsApp message, it could not have been about the contract. If the contract was awarded in June, it logically follows. If contract was in June 24, whatever you were discussing with him by March 24, 2024, it can't be the awarded contract, it's something else.
One thing that I wanted these commissioners to know is that I've never engaged with Mr. Matlala on any other issue other than
awarded contract.
I have never, I don't know about this security, his other dealing, his other cases. The time I spoke to him will be on 3 issues that they will come as the line of questioning comes. But what I know is that what started my first meeting with him was about that.
Contract. All right. Thank you. Thanks, General. Mr. Sir.
Let us adjourn and resume at 12:30.
104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The Magpies are bringing pace, intensity, and the electrifying home crowd in search of a win.
Jacob Ramsey has scored for Newcastle United for the first time. It's all going on.
On the other side, the Toffees are ready to elevate their game to rise to a much higher top half position.
Here he comes. Goal! Yes! Illiman slotted in the bottom right-hand corner, and Everton lead at last by a goal to nil.
This is the Premier League. Newcastle United takes on Everton FC on Saturday, 28 February at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connect you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News airs weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
Drivers of Scholar Transport vehicles carry a special duty of care. The lives entrusted to you demand professionalism, discipline, and unwavering responsibility. Every Scholar Transport driver must therefore comply with the following requirements. Dress appropriately, white shirt and black trousers, and maintain a neat, professional appearance at all times. No loud music during the beginning and the end of the journey is allowed. Every journey is a responsibility. Every child's life matters. Issued by the Department of Transport.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
A space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connect you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News airs weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
The Talking Point with Kathy Matlala. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, you're listening to The Talking Point. I know things are getting hot. They're getting very hot at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, and the Deputy National Commissioner really being expected to explain his relationship with Kat Matlala. We'll take you back to that commission once it re-adjourns from the tea break that they are on. I told you earlier this morning that we're broadcasting live from the Sandton Convention Center. This is where Meetings Africa is taking place. 20 years of this particular forum and gathering, and it's under the stewardship of South African Tourism. Dr. Shamila Chetia is CEO of South African Tourism. She joins me now. Dr. Chetia, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time. So we've already heard this morning about the significance of this particular event. We've got 400 buyers at least that are gathered here from all over the world. It's a very big trade show. For you, what's the biggest opportunity for South Africa in this gathering?
So good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Thank you for having us. The most exciting number for me for the show is 131 SMMEs who are exhibiting. And I think that this is a partnership with the Department of Tourism, where we have grown SMMEs to be able to independently showcase themselves at shows like this and be part of the bigger tourism value chain. So for me, that is the most exciting number that we have. These SMMEs and the 325 odd exhibitors have access to 321 buyers from 55 countries. And that is really what is exciting. By themselves, they would not be able to access all of those buyers in one room. And that is what the platform is about, being able to showcase our destination and to be a real player in the MICE industry.
So, on the one hand, there's of course bringing business opportunities around eventing to South Africa. But for the South African SMMEs, I'm curious to know, are we finding that they're getting opportunity beyond our borders simply because of the kind of people that are here, the exposure that gives them too?
100%. So I think that our sector is mainly SMMEs. There are large players, but those are not the majority of our sector. The tourism sector, and the beauty of it is that 80% of our sector is made up of SMMEs. And the value that this brings is being able to give them a world-class platform to showcase what they have on offer. Bringing tourists here is what we do as South African tourism, because tourists arrive and business tourists spend 2.5 times the amount that actually leisure tourists spend. Obvious reasons. Their travel is paid for by their businesses. They often bring a partner along, they bring a family along, they tag on a day or 2 days after the business event or before the business event to actually experience the destination. And that's the real value of business travel, is the repeat visitation that we get, not just from bringing meetings, incentives, conferences and events to the country, but the repeat visitation you get because people arrive here as business tourists and fall in love with our space and come back and come back.
You know, we were chatting with Bronwyn earlier, and she settled the debate in terms of which city is the most sought after for business eventing, and she says it absolutely is the city of Johannesburg. When we look at our positioning as a country, we know what has been happening globally, geopolitically. Does that feed into the decisions that people are making about where to have their events? And I also want to know, in particular in Johannesburg, right? So, I mean, as residents of Johannesburg, we know we'll complain about potholes, we'll talk about not having water. Do these things, or how do these things affect or influence the decision making of businesses when it comes to this sector in particular?
So this sector, as in any investor, makes independent decisions about their investment. Wherever they go in the world, they take into account the circumstances on the ground, and they make their decision knowing what those circumstances are. South Africa offers great value for money. We're also very well connected to national routes, international routes. And the thing that we have, which I think nobody else has, is the amazing humanity, that we are warm and welcoming. And in addition to having all of the infrastructure for these events, we offer that unique selling proposition, which you won't find anywhere else. And I think those of you who are in Meetings Africa, you'll start feeling the vibe. It's uniquely South African. It's uniquely African. And I think that that's not something many places can compete with.
How do you measure impact and even ROI, return on investment?
So we basically, as the South African Convention Bureau, bid for events together with other convention bureaus across the country. I can tell you that we've bid for 100 events. We've won 52. That 52, we spent around 21 million on bidding. We're getting in return 973 million.
Sure.
So the actual return on investment is massive. If you look at that number, it's 5 times the amount that we put in. And we also have a lot of return on investment along the value-added chain. So it is not just the business event space that benefits, it's the restaurants, it's the shopping. It is in the entire value chain of tourism, and we measure very deliberately the return on investment for the business sector.
What kind of questions do you find yourself having to answer most in a platform like this about South Africa?
That's very interesting, because the tourism space, we cooperate with each other in order to compete. So the currency of our sector is relationships. And I think that the questions that we get asked often in the tourism space is about ease of access. So is it easy for us to come to your country? And also questions around visas, and we have amazing ETA at the moment, the electronic visa system. Those are the questions that we get asked mostly, and about how you travel around the country, because that's what tourists are interested in. We never get asked questions about what we have on offer, because our offering is so wide and so deep and diverse.
Yeah, yeah. If you were to think about the new initiatives that South African tourism wants to present and will be presenting at this meeting, speak to us maybe about the key initiatives.
So the key initiative is a dialogue that we're going to be having on the airline industry. We have 21 airlines who are here. There's an airline pavilion, and one of the things that we'll be having a conversation about is how we support broader route access to the country for international travelers. That's one of the main conversations. We are also having the conversation about how you grow the sector, not just in South Africa, but on the continent, so that the business sector can take its rightful place. A quarter of all tourism receipts are from the business sector, and we want to grow this connection of connecting Africa to the world.
Dr. Shamila, let me thank you so much for your time and for sharing your insights with us this morning. That's Dr. Shamila Chettiar, the CEO of South African Tourism. And by the sounds of it, right, South Africa is poised to take the lead and is taking the lead in this conversation. And she talked about those SMMEs. So that means that if we're able to grow the eventing space in the rest of the continent, who are they going to be consulting? Whose expertise are they going to be using to form the base for the work that they're doing? It very much is going to be South African businesses. So the business case, as you can hear, it almost sounds like it's a business case that sells itself. Dr. Shamila, anything else you want to add before you leave?
Not at all. I think that South Africans take a short left. That's our most famous campaign. Visit your own country and love it.
Wonderful. Take a short left. Take a short left. Go apply for leave. Make it a Friday or a Thursday and a Friday and take a short left. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Chettiar, for those insights that you've shared with us. We're coming to you live from Meetings Africa, the 20th edition of this particular gathering. So let me then introduce you to our next speaker, and he is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Authority, Gilbert Abeiku Santana Agray. Gilbert, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and thanks for having me.
So, Ghana Tourism Authority, you are coming back as an exhibitor at Meetings Africa. Why is this such a strategic platform for you?
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and we want to thank the organizers, including South Africa Tourism and Synergy, putting this marvelous event together. As you know, Meetings Africa is the biggest and the most strongest platform for access to the market of mice, and Ghana positioning itself as a mice destination in West Africa is imperative. We have been very consistent for almost 6 years attending or participating in Mice Africa or Meetings Africa, and it has offered us a lot of opportunities of meeting international buyers, hosted buyers, other DMCs, and also offer opportunity for our private sector to do B2B business. And what makes Meetings Africa exceptional market platform for DMOs or DMCs as the pre-arranged meetings with hosted buyers and international buyers. So we can't excuse ourselves from this all-important Africa tourism meetings, a conference here in South Africa.
You're under a lot of pressure because South Africa would want to position itself as the host and the destination of choice for business events. So what is your unique selling point that you are speaking to buyers about?
So, as Ghana, you know, has been the most safest and the most peaceful country on the continent, and we say that we are the gateway to Africa. So, the peace, stability, and the robust economy of Ghana offers us the opportunity as one of the unique destinations in Africa. And don't forget that we also have the Africa Continental Free Trade Sector.
Thanks, Chair. General, you testified before the T that all of the buck had died.
Sorry, Advocate Asim, sorry to do this to you. Before we start, I thought there was an undertaking that the attorney's letter will be provided after tea.
I've received nothing. When we get it, we'll deal with it.
General, were you able to find the letter?
There is a document that we have from the lawyer, and then the one for the tender of May 24 tender document. Chairperson, I know I have it on one of my desks.
Oh, thank you. Perhaps, Mr. Sim, let's just continue. Yes, and may it be shared over lunch, and yeah, let's continue. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I have a letter dated 17 January 2024 that I could read into the record in the meantime. Where is it? Or they've asked them to print it.
Chair, I suggest we come back to that once we've received the letter. Sorry.
How long is the letter, General?
I think it's 1.5 pages. It's a lawyer's letter that accompanies the whole lease agreement, and the May 24, I think it's a tender document.
Mr. Sim, it sounds like the letter that the General was testifying to.
Perhaps after reading 1.5 pages, maybe let's... yes.
I'm in your hands.
Yes. Please read it, General.
What is the letter? They said they want to print it.
So you don't have a copy. Do you have a copy for yourself to read? Let's continue then. Let's continue. When you said you wanted to read it, I thought you have it in your hands. Let's continue then. And I think the best... No, let's leave it, please. Let's leave it.
Chair, I will engage with my colleague in the lunch adjournment.
Yes.
Get hard copies of it so we all have something in front of us to look at. That way we'd also be able to see better the addressee and all of those dates. And yes. Thanks.
We'll continue, General, then it will be revisited if necessary after lunch.
I will make sure that because I was suggesting that maybe they should drive home.
Yeah.
Look for it on the table.
Yeah. Let's leave it for now. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Sim.
Thanks, Chair. General, are you with me?
I am listening.
You testified before T that all of the buck had died by this point in time in 2024. Did I hear you correctly?
I didn't say all the bucks have died by 2024. I said they died gradually, and I was left with one.
Okay, all but one?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said that when you received this message from Sergeant Nkosi saying from CAT, that you then told him not to deliver it. I mean, you've said two things. One, you said those are not wrong buck, you said. Impala is not what you're looking for, right? That was one thing. And the second thing you said was that you told him not to deliver it because you cannot accept anything from Mr. Matlala. And then you gave us an example of how you'd previously done that with another friend and a payment that was made into your bank account.
I've never said that.
Okay, can you explain what it is you said? I thought you said you told him no delivery because you can't accept from Mr. Matlala.
I think if I remember very well, Chair, what I said is that, number one, I realized that this is not what I wanted. Number two, if the message proceeds immediately, say from Cat, and it was about that, because I don't have any devices, over and above, I was not going to receive anything from a service provider.
So you would not have accepted it? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then let's just go back to the chats because we weren't complete there. And I'd like you to go to page 109. 109 in the same file, 7. And 109, same file. And it's chat number 5. And you'll see it's a screenshot. It's very small, but do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
If it looks any more legible, oh, it went away. On the screen above you, you can have a look at the screen. But you see there that at 10:36 a.m., I think if we can just project it again. At 10:36 a.m., Mr. Matlala forwards a screenshot to Sergeant Nkosi. And let's just go to the screenshot. And you'll see that this is a screenshot of a conversation with one Rudy farm manager. Okay, so this is Mr. Matlala forwarding this screenshot, a conversation that he has with Mr. Rudy farm manager, forwards it to Sergeant Nkosi, and at the top of the message it says, the green is Mr. Matlala. It says, please check your account again. And then he says, thank you, sir, I got it. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks, sir, we'll do that. And then there's a voice note. We don't have that voice note, but it's exactly the same length as the voice note that we played earlier. So it may be that that's the voice note that Rudy farm manager sent to Mr. Matlala. It was also sent in the morning. It sort of tallies up with the time frame when Mr. Matlala then, when Sergeant Nkosi forwarded it to you. But if we go down, next thing is Mr. Matlala forwards to Rudy farm manager the address. So remember there was a request, which address, can you send me a pin where the impalas must be delivered. And that is sent to this person, Rudy farm manager. Do you recognize that address? Can you see it on the pin? Oh, you'd have to, it's redacted for...
Yes, I recognize it.
You've seen it. And is that your address?
I confirm it's my address.
Okay. And then...
Is that the plot you've been talking about, or is that your residential address?
That's my residential address, Chair.
Thank you. So he then...
Perhaps, Ms. Asim, for our purposes in the record, you can refer us to where that communication is in the record. I think it says page 125 or 124.
Page 125. Oh, apologies.
You haven't done that.
I missed that entirely because I'm skipping electronically. The screenshot itself is at page 125. So he sends your address, and then he continues. He says, thanks, hi there, sir. Okay, everything has been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it on Monday to that location. Is it good? And Mr. Matlala replies, no problem. Okay? Now, this screenshot is sent, this address, rather, this screenshot, in the screenshot you'll see the time frame. If I go back to page 109, it was sent to Sergeant Nkosi at 10:36, okay? Now, if you had told Sergeant Nkosi no delivery, why would he have then still forwarded your address to Mr. Matlala?
You see, Chair, I think I indicated earlier that when they say send the pin drop to where the animal, the bugs, the impalas must be delivered, I did send it. I also said, but when I got a break or during lunch or whatever the case may be, I called Nkosi and I said, please make sure that it is not the impalas, because I don't need impalas. I can't keep them and they die. They can't live, they can't survive. I need a bug, a mate for this one. Now, the location was sent already. Now, whatever discussion Sergeant Nkosi had with Mr. Matlala, I never said to Sergeant Nkosi, please go source from Mr. Matlala. His promise to me was that he will help me get what I need. As to how he went about, quite honestly speaking, I feel that I should not be held responsible or accountable for a discussion between Nkosi or any other person he would have went to see and spoken to.
General, I need to take you then back to this timeline. You see, when, let's go back there so you can look at it again. When page 333, so this is now the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and you, page 333. Where he says, morning, it's from Cat. He sends that to you at 7:25. At 8:39, you make a phone call. At 10:36, we see that your address has been forwarded to the person who's going to deliver the impala. So when you made the phone call at 8:39 to Sergeant Nkosi, you did not tell him, don't deliver it, regardless of whether they're the correct or they're not correct, because remember, that's a separate issue. You said nothing from Mr. Matlala. So at that point in time, you didn't say to him, who's Cat? And is that Mr. Matlala? Well, I can't accept from him. You didn't say that to him at 8:39 when you make the phone call. And we know you didn't say that to him because the address is sent to him where he should deliver it, and it's forwarded at 10:36.
I think we're rounding one in the same place, because I did say personally that when I spoke to Nkosi after I sent the location, and then later I got a chance to say, this is what you should know. And the fact that I didn't want the impalas, for me it was sufficient that I've addressed the problem. As to what happened beyond me, between Nkosi and the other one, is for Sergeant Nkosi to really explain.
To explain what?
General, your evidence is not just that you said to him you don't want the impalas. Your evidence is also that you said you don't want anything from a service provider. And you said something about when it comes to crossing the line, I hold back. But more directly, your evidence is I spoke to him about the wrong animals. I don't want the wrong animals. But 2, I don't want anything from a service provider.
I was not going to accept
Yes.
from a service provider.
You told him, that's what you say, you told him.
Yes.
And I understand Ms. Hassim to say, well, if you did tell him that you don't want anything from a service provider, how come you've sent a pin drop, but also your address, but importantly, Mr. Matlala is arranging for the same things to be at 10:36. Arrangements are being made to get this stuff delivered to your address. If you said to Mr. Nkosi, I don't want anything from a service provider.
Commissioner, I think at some point because there are technical aspects to this whole thing, such as, for an example, yes, I mentioned the ways that I was not going to accept anything from a service provider. And I don't remember expressly saying no. As he said, it is from CAD. I don't remember saying expressly to Nkosi that I don't want to accept it because it is from CAD. I've never said that. I said I was not going to. And then as a result, at the same time, I knew about crossing the lines, and then I knew the danger zone now, and then I knew that I had to now step back. And then how I stepped back, I didn't just say, hey, why did you contact CAT? Why did you do this? No, I just kept quiet, said, this is not what I need, and I left it at there. And then they were never delivered.
Please switch on the second mic, General.
My apologies, Chair.
No problem, no problem.
The heat is on here.
Thank you, General. I would like to say to you, before I even go further, and I am going further on this very point, but for now I want to say to you that's not a plausible answer. Because when you had the conversation with Sergeant Nkosi, that was the time for you to say, what do you mean from CAT? And you are confirming to the Commission now that you did not ask him about Mr. Matlala when you spoke to him. You never raised the question with him about why is Mr. Matlala involved. You've just said that you didn't do that. You just, in your mind, you thought, I must step back.
It's very easy at this point in time to ask this type of a question and say, yeah, it's not possible, and why didn't you ask that? And there was no time for that. If I'm in a meeting and I said, I heard this message talking about the bugs and impalas, I don't need this. And I don't need many because I can't even afford them. So please let it not happen. And as a result, they were never delivered.
I'm going to get to the point of they were never delivered, but I just want to say that you had time to make a phone call to him at 8:39 a.m.
No.
Well, you did.
Well, when I say no, I say, because I called him in intervals. You see, the problem is that with the South African Police Service, it's a kind of a situation where I'm not all the time sitting in the office alone doing your admin work. You are always somewhere in a meeting, executive meeting. We are all over and at this level with the ministers everywhere. So you will make a call when you get a chance. So to me, it was not even a priority. It was just a by-the-way issue because it was not a focused in that it's a project that they are looking for this for me. I never expected on that day because that he will get that message that says this, because the last time I spoke to him about what I need, and he knows that I've been wanting this, and then at the time he then contacted me, it was off guard because I didn't expect at that morning that I will get such a call. But what I might have said or not said to him at this present moment is probably too late for me to think now that I shouldn't have said or could have said. All I can say is that I didn't say that maybe, but I did indicate that I don't need impalas. And quite frankly speaking, Chair, the police have been to my house every now and then, including top management, including General Masemola himself and many others, top management, they've never seen even one impala. So I'm just saying it never happened.
Okay. Can we go to file 10C? And that's...
I don't know, maybe you are going to touch on this. If you are, please stop me.
I'm not done with this.
Oh, all right. File
10C.
10C.
And it is the, it's CJC 81. It's the statement by General Sentumule. And you've already read the statement and seen the annexures, and so I'd like to take you to annexure HKS 12.
Ms. Asim, I don't know, you may want to give a warning for those that are sensitive about images that you're projecting, if you're intending to project what I think you want to.
I'll do so. Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. I just want to first say to you, HKS 12, are you there? Are you there? HKS 12, annexure HKS 12.
I'm at it.
It's at page 60 of the statement.
Annexure HKS 12, I'm on it, this one.
Correct. Okay. So before I ask Ms. Poe to project this, Chair, for the purposes of the viewing public, I just want to caution that if anyone is sensitive about seeing images of animals in distress, then they may wish to look away. Okay, so annexure HKS 12, you'll see that this is an exchange between you and General Sentumule that starts on 27 March 2024. If you look at that image, the first image, right at the top of the image, it has the date in white lettering. Do you see it?
Yes.
So that's 27 March 2024. Okay, there's a message to you, from you, and then there's a message from General Sentumule to you. She has you saved in her phone as my GSS. Okay, if you scroll down the page, you'll see, you scroll down to the next page. This is just showing you the string of messages. She sends you a message saying, hallelujah, this is so heaven. And then you forward to her 2 images. Okay? And can you tell us what those are images of?
These are animals that I had in the plot, and as you see them, this is what I had in the plot, and this is what died, and this is what I accepted that I had already in the plot.
No, these are 2 different, these are 2 impala. There's not one. It's not one, right? It's not the same impala, right? Can you confirm that?
Confirm what, 2?
Yes.
I don't think the second one you can see what it is, but okay, these are 2 impalas, yes.
Yes. And then you remember you said you only had one blessbok.
No. Remember I said I had them. And then when I bought the property, I had different animals. And then at some point, I wanted to breed. It's in my statement, I just didn't go through my statement, but I wanted to see if I can breed them, because not far from where I live, there's somewhere where they're selling animals, meat, different kinds, but I wanted that part as well to see if I could go in them. And then we bought something like 4 or 6 of them, of this type as well, but they didn't, they were dying gradually. And yes.
But that was much earlier. By the time you were having the conversation with Sergeant Nkosi, you said that what you were looking for was one animal, right? And not impala. That's what you've told us.
Yes.
And that you did not accept delivery of any further animals at all.
Yes.
And that conversation you were having, you say, with Sergeant Nkosi around 21 March 2024, okay? The date for delivery of the animals was 25 March, according to the screenshot that we were looking at page 125, where the farm manager said he will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it on Monday to that location.
Yes.
Okay? So I can tell you that the Monday was 25 March 2024. These pictures that you are forwarding to General Sentimule is 27 March 2024, okay? In which you are showing her two different impala which have died. Okay?
Yes.
So that's not consistent with what you said, which is that you only had one animal, and that animal was a blessbok, and you did not accept delivery of any further impala.
Yes. That's exactly what happened. Like, remember, in my statement, I did indicate that I had these animals, and I mentioned different type of animals.
No, in your statement, you can go back there. If you want to take us to your statement and tell us exactly where, I'm happy to do that.
Paragraph 41 of your supplementary statement, Chair.
For the record, Commissioner, Chair, for the record, may I be allowed to read my statement, all of it, this one in relation to the so-called impala controversy, to the latter, so that when I respond, because now I keep on responding out of the statement, and the next thing I come across a question, so let me rather do it that way, and then so that I can explain. But I did hear the question.
Please do so, General.
By way of introduction to this section, I deem it necessary to address the allegations that impalas were acquired for me by Mr. Matlala. These allegations are incorrect. I accordingly set out the factual background to place the true position before the Commission. In 2017, during the period when I was employed by the COJ, I bought a small holding situated at Mnandi Agricultural Holding from my previous neighbor. The purchase included the existing livestock on the property, which comprised inter alia antelopes, blessbok, and emos. Emos is like ostriches. I am still presently residing at this property. Upon taking occupation of the property, my family and I commenced developing it and embarked on small-scale farming activities, including the sale of goats, sheep, chickens. To date, I still continue to sell eggs. And then I do have a garden as well. If you were to visit, you will see the garden where we plant some of these things. Over time, however, a significant number of animals died. The last of the antelope passed away in about November 2023, As matters presently stand, I only have one blessed bog. I must state that the upkeep of the antelope proved to be financially burdensome, as they acquired substantial amount expenditure to feed, veterinary care, maintenance, following the reinstatement of AdSubs in July 2022. I was no longer in financial position to sustain this cost. In addition, due to security concerns at this property, I ceased commencing farming operations instead
Commercial.
Commercial farming operations and instead vested in the construction of a perimeter wall to enhance security. Given the lack of financial viability and the escalating costs, I made the decision to scale down by farming activities. I accordingly discontinued investment in antelope and reduced the number of goats and sheep, remaining primarily chickens, as well as the remaining emu and antelope at the time. Over time, the remaining antelope also died, save for one safe bog, which is on the plot now. But the other ones is the one that died around about the same time that I'm talking about. So at a stage, the remaining blessed bog began to display unusual behavior, and I was advised that the animal was likely stressed and required a maid. I requested Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, who is acquainted with the property and its livestock, to assist me in sourcing a suitable female blessed bog or male, as he had indicated that he knew several individuals who farmed with bucks. Subsequently, he contacted me and informed me that he had managed to source an antelope for me. He requested that I send a location to the gentleman that was going to deliver the animals so that delivery arrangement could be made at the time. I was engaged in meetings, and without paying close attention to the precise wording of this message, I sent him a pin location to the property. Upon later reviewing the message, I noted that he had referred to an impala, to impalas. I had immediately contacted him to clarify that there is a distinction between a blessed bog and impala, and that I specifically required a blessed bog, not impala. Now, the purpose of acquiring the animals was to obtain a maid for the remaining blessed bog. I made it clear that I would also make payment upon delivery of the animal, and after personally inspecting it to ensure that it was indeed a blessed bog and suitable condition. I expressly requested that Sergeant Kus ensure that the correct animal named blessed bog be delivered. He later indicated that he had been under the impression that I was seeking an impala. As a result of this misunderstanding, no animal was delivered to my property. I categorically deny that I acquired and received any impala from Matlala or from any other person for that matter. No animal was delivered to my plot pursuant to this discussion. In fact, the remaining blessed bog on my property has already died. In any event, I'm no longer in a financial position to maintain any animals, let alone required livestock. So now, there are some mistakes that I see, because when I say, in fact, the remaining blessed bog on my property has already died, because I still have one, and at that time, they died slowly, gradually. At that time, two had died. And that is what was a shocker at that time. The two just died again, because as you can see, it's a forwarded message. When the gardener sent and say, let's say a goat died or a sheep died, and take a picture and send, that's what happened. So that is what happened. Those were the remaining ones. It's just that you type, I write to maybe, and my team also. What is the right word, as they write it, when they draft, and then this unfortunately a mistake, or I don't know, say it's a typo, but I still have one that is there now. I do not dispute that I communicated with General Sintumile regarding the antelope that had died. I don't dispute that part. It is also noteworthy that General Sintumile has only now, in a supplementary statement, raised the issue relating to an alleged observation of Mr. Matlala's at my residence, as well as the matter pertaining to the impala. These are not peripheral issues. I don't want to get too deep into this. I wanted to just explain the issue of the impala. I don't know if it's, or I must read it as a whole. Up to where it ends.
Only what relates to the impalas?
Yes.
Is there still more?
No, I think I can settle with what I've read.
Thank you, General.
So you'll end at paragraph 46? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So, General, what you've read to us from your statement, I'd like to take you to paragraph 36. You say, over time, however, a significant number of the animals died. The last of the antelope passed away in or about November 2023. As matters presently stand, only one blesbok remains on the property. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that's consistent with what I was putting to you, is what you had said was that you only had one animal left, the blesbok, right?
Yes.
All of the others had died by November 2023.
Can I say something? Chair? If the commissioners remember, I did say that the guy that used to work for me, the Zimbabwean that used to work for me, at some point, I asked him to get me 4. And then we bought something like 4 or 6. He bought them. They were in my yard, but they gradually died. And I said, the last one that died is around these 2 that you see. That's the one that I sent. Now, the only problem is that I do know that...
That's not in your statement.
Yeah, I will take that as well, because as I was talking to my counsel, junior counsel, and said, could you read the doctor's handwriting? She said, oh, General, I struggled to read the handwriting, all of it. So the draft, I see it this morning now, but I understand, and I don't want to really put the blame on her, but as I was talking earlier, I did mention that I used to have the guy who was taking my kids to school, and then ask him to at least buy me 6 so that I can have a little bit of wild.
And when did he do that?
The timelines will be something that will hit me, but it's some months before or weeks before that date that we see there. And then they died gradually. That's when I could conclude that they can't live. They can't survive.
Weeks before November 2023 that you refer to in paragraph 36?
No.
Weeks before what?
I'm no longer not on November 2023. I say after that period. I see that my counsel did say the last one passed away in November 2023.
Sorry, General, it's not your counsel who said that. It's you. You've said you read the statement and you confirmed the correctness thereof.
No,
Nowhere in this statement does it talk about 4 other impala that were bought, or at what time they were bought, when they were bought, and by whom.
I will read from my notes that I sent, because this is what I said, that I ended up also buying something like 4 of them over and above.
So it's just a coincidence that if we go back to HKS 12,
is it a question?
just to go back to the annexure HKS 12. So you forward the 2 images. In fact, let's just scroll through for the sake of completeness for that rest of that message. You send it to General Sentimula, you say 2 died.
Yes.
She says, where is this, Jen? You say, my place. She says, Haibo, Jen, are they yours? If yes, what killed them? The manner of death seems odd. It's like their necks were broken. And then you respond, one was trying to run away and ran into the dam. Another was found dead this morning. And then she says, sorry, Jen, I just hope the kids are not traumatized. That's the end of that message. Now, you're saying that these 2 that died now in March 2024, it's just coincidence that it happens to be when Impala was meant to be delivered to your place.
Well,
You're saying it's a coincidence.
Well, if it's a coincidence, unfortunately, there's not much I can say.
Is that what you are saying?
It's what I'm presenting.
There's another reason I want to take you somewhere else, still staying on the Impalas, because it's not just General Sentimula's evidence. There's also a recording, and it's not just what we have from Sergeant Nkosi.
May I just quickly raise an issue around paragraph 36 with the General? Yes. General, as you went along, you would correct anything that you felt did not correctly capture the true facts according to you. When you read paragraph 36 in your supplementary statement, you corrected nothing. It is only when you are being questioned by Ms. Hassim that you now suddenly say that there's something wrong with paragraph 36. Can you explain that?
Chair, I found myself in between the hard surface and hard rock in this sense. The statement is drafted by my legal team, of course. And then I have to read and correct what I have to read, to correct. So it was crafted until late last night. I only saw it this morning, of which I could have maybe corrected 1 or 2 things. So at this present moment, I couldn't correct anything because we all arrived here almost when we were called this now 2 minutes. So I haven't corrected anything.
I'm not talking about corrections that you would have made during the drafting process between you and your legal representatives. I'm talking about corrections that you would make here before us. A good few times you have said, what's said there is inaccurate and here's the true position. My point is, here at this commission, you read paragraph 36 of your supplementary statement and you went past it, no correction, no nothing, and you continue to paragraph 37. So I'm making a simple point. I'm saying, if you are in the habit of making corrections here at this commission, why is it that you did not correct the content of paragraph 36 and only sought to do so when Ms. Hassim was questioning you on the content of paragraph 36?
Chair, it's simply because of the fact that at some point orally, I did mention that I had this guy who was working for me. He was also a driver, and he did.
That's not in paragraph 36, is it? I'm talking about paragraph 36, General. Why did you not correct paragraph 36? I'm not asking you about what you might have said in a different context. You asked the commissioners to read from your statement, and I allowed you to do so. You read and went past 36 without any correction. So my question is about paragraph 36 and not about what you might have said in another context. So simple question, why did you not correct paragraph 36 as you read it?
Chair.
And why did you only do so when Ms. Hassim was taking you to task about the content of paragraph 36.
Chair, I never thought at that present moment that I should, because I was reading and reading, but where I got stuck, where my attention was drawn, is when they say the last one died, and I know that I still have it. So to me, that one stood up, and then as it stood up and I stopped, and I said, this is what I see. But that I had bought some. Even whether we're talking these animals, wild animals, or goats or sheep, they keep on dying, we keep on replacing. So I did buy.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you. There's another inconsistency, though, with that, General, because you also went to some length to explain how your salary has dropped and that you're no longer in the business of animals and the feeding is costly and the space and all of that. Now you're saying that just coincidentally, just before March 2024, you acquired 4 more. Do you see the inconsistency?
Yes. Not, I don't say it's an inconsistency. I'm saying I hear what you're saying, but I want to explain that, look, to say that because they were expensive, to buy 4 more to be with these ones that I was buying, to me it was not really such a big thing because it was not a big number that I needed.
I'm going to leave that at that point.
General, the other concern is that when the photos were first flighted, you said those are not impala. Those are Blesbok or whatever. Now you're turning around and you say, actually on the day, you still had at least 2 impalas. Which is which?
I've really never said that those are not impalas, Commissioner Kumalo. Please, you can check what I said. I've never said that.
You never said that?
No.
So these are impalas?
I think they are impalas.
No, they are or they are not?
They are.
Yes.
General, can I? Yeah, I have a different difficulty. It is that in your statement, you don't mention, and it seems to be a deliberate choice on your part, you don't mention at all ever having impalas on your farm on this statement, the supplementary statement. You say antelopes, I'm looking at paragraph 34. You say antelopes, Blesboks, and emus. That's what you have, that's what you tell us. And then you say over time, however, in paragraph 36, you then say a significant number died. The last of the antelope passed away on or about November 23. As matters presently stand, only 1 Blesbok remains on the property. And then you carry on. You tell us about the lack of financial viability. I accordingly discontinued investment in antelope and reduced the number of goats and sheep, retaining primarily chickens, remaining emu and antelope at the time. So, antelope again. Over time, the remaining antelope also died, save for 1 Blesbok, which is still on the plot. And then you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi to assist me in sourcing a suitable female Blesbok. Now, and then the next paragraph 40, and I won't read it, that's where you talk about the pin location to your property. Upon later reviewing the message, I noted that he had referred to an impala. This is at paragraph 41. I immediately contacted him to clarify that there is a distinction between a Blesbok and impala, and that I specifically required a Blesbok, not an impala. Now, the point, and again in 43, I expressly requested Nkosi to ensure that the correct animal, namely Blesbok, be delivered. He later indicated that he had been under the impression that I was seeking an impala. As a result of the misunderstanding, no animal was delivered to my property. The important part starts at paragraph 34, where you describe what was on your property. You say antelope, blesbok, and emus. You then go on to say the antelopes died, the emus died, the blesboks died, and I was left with only one, the last of which died, and then the last died, antelope, died in November 2023. Nowhere do you mention having impalas on your property from the get-go, from when you bought the property. You don't mention I had impalas. You tell us antelopes, unless you're referring to impalas when you say antelopes, but you say antelopes, blesbok, and emus. So you don't mention impalas anywhere in your statement. The first time you say there were impalas on your farm is now in your oral evidence. You say to us that you earlier said your gardener had obtained for you impalas, but that's the first time, and it's quite curious and notable that your statement does not own up to having impalas on your property, and it comes out now in examination. And it comes up in examination after you've seen the pictures, and you've seen the WhatsApp message that says one of them died today, on the 27th of March. And it leads to the unavoidable conclusion that you always had impalas supplied before when you bought, and that's what you refer to when you say antelopes. Maybe you always had them, but then you tell us that the last died in November 2023. That is if I substitute antelope for impalas. Then the last one would have died in November 2023, and you didn't have any after that. Then there's that Rudy, Mr. Matlala, Sergeant Gosi communication. And now we know that on the 27th of March, 2024, you did have impalas on your farm. Can you just make it make sense? Reconcile what I've put to you, your failure to mention impalas ever in your statements, telling us about antelopes, blesboks, and emus only, and what you are telling us now about owning impalas.
I think, Chair, I will respond to this question, but I wanted to ask Commissioner Baloy, when she asks a question and she lumps several paragraphs, I understand I'm not, in the seat where I'm sitting and I'm thinking of the response, and then I go in long paragraphs, you tend to forget some of the details that you want to include. But in short,
can I just say that if in answering my question, you require a moment to go back to those paragraphs that I've referred to, because they speak to the same thing. I don't see why you would have difficulty seeing that they are connected to each other. But if you do, I think you would be given, the chair would allow you time. If you say, I need to look at each paragraph that Commissioner Baloy has referred to before I answer, you absolutely have that opportunity.
No, I'll respond. Okay. What I want to respond, Chair, is that we from where I'm sitting, I don't know if I'm allowed to say as a black person, I called at home, and everybody who comes, we call it a springbok. And it is not a springbok. Even sometimes where they are locked up and then it is out, then they will say the springbok is out. Then we run around looking for it. But all I'm saying is that the issues of the antelope, that started now coming now when we really had to respond here and say, is this or is this that? Is this, is this that? But after what I can say, Commissioner, where there are shortcomings in my statement, it might have been an oversight or a shortcoming, but I don't choose to respond like that because of the questions. Some of the greater details, these are the things that you never thought one day they will come up. and in such a way that you needed to keep proper record of what happened and when and what time, considering the fact that from where I'm sitting, I'm working from my memory. I don't even have anything, my gadget, I could not go anything. So I'm just saying, Commissioners, having to deal and be overburdened with ad hoc, Madlanga, criminal, disciplinary, and where I'm sitting now today, where I'm sitting as we speak, I'm expected to submit my close-up arguments for my discipline today. My lawyers have been sitting with me, we've been working, we've been here throughout the week. At the same time, the police and other processes running that is actually looking forward to firing me that side, and I'm sitting here. So I'm just saying, a lot has been happening in my life in such a way that I'm moving from this office to that office, from this office to that office, from this lawyer to that office. So there's a whole lot of things in my mind. So where there's oversight, where there's something that I missed, forgive me, but there's a bottom line that I just want to say to the chair and to the commissioners. I never received any impalas or any bags from Mr. Matlala or have them delivered to my place. So as to why this message and why this coincidence, I'll accept it as a coincidence. Thank you very much.
All right, General, I hear the difficulties that you have because of the many processes, but I still do require an answer to my question. So I'm going to pose it differently. We've seen the images of those, and I must say first with that, I agree with you that for us black people, as you say, there's a springbok, maybe somebody refers to it as an impala. I know that my kids refer to it as a McDonald's because of how much of it there is in the Kruger Park. But on a serious note, what I want to understand is where you refer to antelopes in your statement, are you referring to a springbok or an impala? What is an antelope? And keep in mind those images that you admit you had on your farm. Is that what you're referring to when you say antelopes? Those images, those animals that we see?
I used the word, I think I used the word waterback, and then we had to look for the right word, antelope.
Yes. Okay.
And then all those words. So this one is the one that I know that they were bought because at some point where we I had a lady that normally when I want to buy ducks, chickens, egg laying, whatever to buy, she would tell me where to find. Now that lady, because I lost contact in all the phones and everything, she's the one actually who advised where we can get that. And then it happened that I see that they also selling 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
That's when I sent the driver there at some point to
okay. General, my question though, in 34, you say we have antelopes, blesboks, and emus. You've explained to us what an emu is. You've described blesboks. You said the ones with horns. Now I'm asking again, when you say antelopes, are you referring to the animals, the kind of animal that we saw in the picture?
If you were to ask me what is an antelope and what is a black bog, Chair, what is an antelope, what is a black bog, what is...
an emu.
I can't say this one is a black bog, this one is this.
No, you can, General. You've described to us what an emu is. You said the one that looks like an ostrich, so let's strike that off. We know that when you say antelope, you're not referring to that one. You know that particular animal, so you've told us that. 2, you've described to us what you say is a blesbok. You said the animal with horns. Unless you tell us when you say blesbok, you mean that which we saw in the picture. I don't think not. I don't think you do. Then it leaves us with antelopes. What you've called an antelope. Now, what I'm asking you is when you say antelopes in paragraph 34, are you referring to an animal that it looks like, or that is the one we saw in those pictures? HKS 12. Is that, whatever other name it has, don't fixate on its many other names, or you actually don't quite know what its proper name is. My question is simple. When you say antelopes in your statement, are you referring to the animals that are in the picture that we saw?
I could be referring to that, Chair, because
Okay.
Blesbok is an Afrikaans name, I guess.
I'm going to take your answer to be yes. When I say antelopes, because of how you're answering, and I've repeated the question, and I must say, General, I think you understand the question, and I think you do have an answer. But I'm going to take it that your answer means that when you say antelopes, you refer to the kind of animal that is in those pictures. Now, on that basis, you then, in paragraph 36, if you would go to your statement, you then, in paragraph 36, and you now say, the last of the antelope passed away in November 2023. Given this discussion that we've had where you're not giving a straight answer about what is an antelope, and I've told you that I'm accepting your answer to be an antelope is what is in the picture. You say they died, the last died in November 2023. So, you no longer have antelopes from November 2023 or beyond November 23. That's what you tell us. And then you say, I then started looking for a blesbok. You do know the difference. You know that a blesbok is on your own statement. You distinguish an antelope from a blesbok. You now no longer have antelopes. Mr. Matlala offers to get blesboks for you. I think it's Van der Merwe says they will be delivered. Mr. Matlala says to Mr. Van der Merwe, check your account, which means payment has gone through, they are to be delivered. Chair. Yes.
I hear the Commissioner saying Mr. Matlala then offers.
Yes.
I don't remember seeing Mr. Matlala offered to.
Mr. Matlala tells Sergeant Nkosi, sends Sergeant Nkosi a voice note about delivery of impalas. You remember that WhatsApp exchange?
Okay.
Okay. And then we had another WhatsApp exchange that was put in a series that was put on the screen where the farm manager says they will be delivered, right? You remember that WhatsApp exchange? Thank you. So, I don't want us to lose track of the facts that are emerging from your statement and from your evidence. It is that your last antelope died in November 2023. Your exchange with General Sintumule on the 27th of March 2024, that was HKS 12, shows antelopes, what you call antelopes, which everyone else says it's impalas, having died that morning. And in between, there's no explanation, when did you get them again? You deny you got them from Mr. Matlala. So the picture that emerges is you are not being truthful when you say beyond November, you say the last died in November 2023, and I never heard them after that, in your statement at least. You're not being truthful. You actually procured them after this, and they died The last one died the morning of the 27th of March, according to your WhatsApp message. Now you can comment.
Like I'm saying, Chair, it is very unfortunate for me that my recollection or a memory in terms of now the timelines binds me, and I get caught up between the timelines and the drafting and and having to work out of my memory, and then I put timelines very wrong or maybe in a mixed up situation in such a way that at some point now you begin to appear like you are not being truthful. The disadvantage that I just have is that I'm not like any other person who's operating under normal circumstances, who's in office with all the proper record, with his gadget and everything. So now here am I being regarded as not being truthful when all my gadgets have been taken, and every record that I don't even have any access to anything. So I'm operating from where I'm sitting. Now, where I made a mistake of a date and say, all right, like I indicated that I did ask my driver from home to be the one to assist me, and which we did. Now, that being the case, and the drafting, remember sometimes when you draft is to and fro, but I never had that luxury of toing and froing for a document and say, no, here I think we missed the following. So if I am at fault for that, it's my apology, but it's not that I'm being evasive or untruthful.
Thank you, General.
General, please read paragraph 44 of your statement, the first sentence. The supplementary statement.
Remember the heading before 33 is the so-called impala controversy.
The heading is the so-called impala controversy. So you know you are dealing with impala, and what you are being asked to address is the issue of impala. Now read the first sentence of paragraph 44 of your statement.
Paragraph 44, I categorically deny that I acquired or received any impala from Mr. Matlala, which is the fact.
No, finish the sentence, please.
Oh, he said the first sentence. That's why I was reading the first sentence.
No, but then you must get to the full stop, Chair.
Yes.
General, why do you stop at the comma?
Chair, I went to school under a tree. So you said the first sentence, and I just went for the first sentence.
It ends at the full stop, not at the comma. That's my point.
Yeah, I know. I'm one of those who went under a tree at school.
Don't worry about that. Just please read it.
I categorically deny that I acquired or received any impala from Mr. Matlala or from any other person for that matter.
Now, General, you see, you say you deny that you A, acquired, and then B, received. So you're saying you did not acquire any impala from Mr. Matlala or any other person. So you even disqualifying your Zimbabwean friend who you say acquired for impala for you. Because if you say you did not acquire an impala from any person, then it means you didn't acquire an impala even from your Zimbabwean friend.
To me, Chair, is where English comes in. Not hiding behind English, just to say from my side, in my mindset, I did not acquire from Mr. Matlala or any other person for that matter, not discounting the fact that what I'm saying from my own angle. I was just saying I did not acquire it from any other person giving to me.
Because you're saying two things here, General. Yeah. You're saying I did not acquire it from Matlala or any other person, and I did not receive it from Mr. Matlala or any other person. Now, what was so difficult for you to say, as at the period referred to, the controversial period, I already had 4 impala in my property. I did not require any other impala because I already had it. In your statement, you do not say anywhere that in March 2024, you had impala in your property.
Chair, I wish you were there when, Commissioner Mbali, I wish you were there when we were drafting, and then I could have actually put it that way.
I haven't acquired her surname.
No,
Not yet.
what I'm saying is that the way you put it so nicely, and I wish that this is what I had. Now, unfortunately for me, the mindset sometimes as we draft, I've seen instances where you draft like this, and then another council comes and says, but why don't you put it this way? So it's just, to me, a drafting approach from a particular drafter. So I'm just saying, I accept that maybe my wordings may be falling short somewhere, somehow, and or indirectly implying something that I didn't mean to imply.
Because, General, here is the problem. This section of your affidavit addresses the so-called impala controversy. And you do it in 4 pages from page 1, 2, 3 pages. It's 4 actually. And nowhere in those 4 pages do you say, in March 2024, I owned impala and I had them in my property. And that is a problem. Because you're only mentioning it now when you are shown the photos. And I specifically asked you a question. Are those animals that we see there, are they impalas, yes or no? You said they are impalas. But nowhere in your statement do you say, on the 27th of March, I owned impalas and I had them in my property. And you have had General Sentumule's affidavit and the photos since Friday. So you've had the whole weekend to go through it. And at no stage in your affidavit do you say, the animals that are depicted in the annexures to General Sentumule's affidavit, I had them in my property in March 2024. Nowhere do you say that.
You see, Chair, sometimes when you are in a situation that I'm facing where you have to draft something and you craft something, and this thing is to be subjected to intense probing or cross-examination. Other things begin to pop out that ask certain questions and that require specific questions or answers, that at that time when you were crafting, you craft and you say, all right, let me keep it short. Let me not go too deep in 1, 2, 3, 4. Some of the questions you may have to respond to, you'll speak to them if asked. But now when you are sitting here, they ask a question and say, yeah, but why did you deliberately choose to ignore 1, 2, 3, 4, or specifically don't mention 1, 2, 3, 4? And of course, sometimes it might be a question of, said, no, don't put too much details. You will respond to it. Now, unfortunately, I'm being asked now, but why did you deliberately choose to omit 1, 2, 3? It does happen, commissioners, and not because of I'm being evasive.
Sure, thanks, General. I think the concern is that what you omit is not something small. The kind of evidence that you're now answering in response to questions are not issues that are peripheral. This section is called impala controversy. You called it that in your statement. The reason it's a controversy is because it involves acquiring impala from Mr. Matlala. Isn't that so? That's why it became controversial. I mean, if you had impalas on your, as part of whatever it is, but not from people you shouldn't be getting gifts from, then it wouldn't be an issue, right? It's a controversy because of Mr. Matlala, isn't that so?
Yes.
So there's another glaring omission from this section on the impalas, and that is that you don't address, you've said to Commission now that you notice that Sergeant Nkosi says to you from CAT, and you say that you took distance from it. because, well, you said, as we said, two things. One is you said you don't want impala, we've dealt with that now. The second was you took distance from that because you will not accept anything from a service provider, right? That's actually the heart of what this section is about. But you don't deal with it at all in your statement. Why did you not deal with it in the statement and only when it was put to you in questions?
Yes, in a situation like this, it is easy to ask such a question from where I'm sitting because I'm the one who's expected to explain. But if I'm allowed to give a different but similar and relevant example, I don't know if the chair is going to stop me from
no, I don't know what the chair will say.
No,
but I
understand, but I want to give a similar.
Similar to what?
Example. And this thing, and I wish up until, I'm not going to say a long statement, I'm going to put one statement. If I'm allowed, Chair.
You see, the difficulty is I have no idea what you're going to talk about and to what extent, if at all, it relates to the question being asked.
I want to give a practical example of that it is possible. And not that you are hiding something, but it is doable.
Oh, all right, let's hear it.
When General Mkhwanazi testified here, he never made mention that he ever met Matlala at anywhere, in any way. When General Senona testified here, he says, I took him, I went with him there. Then General Mkhwanazi sent a message to Senona and say, you see now your client said is now exposing our meeting and he never said this and this and that. What I'm just trying to say, that omission, at that point in time, maybe it was not necessary for him to say it, but I was just giving a similar type of approach and say, look, it does happen that it's not like my omission was deliberate. Sometimes it just never at that point in time.
No, General. The difference is you say in your statement at paragraph 38, you say, over time the remaining antelope also died, save for one blessed bog which is still on the plot. That's what you say in your statement. So at that point, you did have the opportunity, because remember the preceding paragraphs, you're talking about escalating costs, you no longer have money, and so you cease dealing in antelopes and emus and blessed bog. That's the background to it. And then you say at 34, over time, the remain died, save for one blessed bog. And then at a certain stage, it began to display unusual behavior, and then that's when now you introduce Sergeant Nkosi, you account for the exchanges with Sergeant Nkosi. What is being put to you is that, but the way you describe what happens to your animals over time, it's curious at best that you don't mention that when you were left with, as they were dying, you got your friend or your driver to get other animals, which you still had by the time you were communicating with Mr. Nkosi, with Sergeant Nkosi about getting your animals. You don't mention that. In fact, you create the impression, and I think that is the correct impression, that they had all died. And you were left with only one, and in March 2024, you were being offered, we'll call them antelopes because that's the language you are using. You were being offered impalas at that time.
Chair, I may have to revert to my notes as I drafted, as I was writing and sending to my counsel, and then she was drafting. So I just wanted to ascertain whether, didn't I really also indicate that I acquired some in between? Because, like I said, Chair, it was completed late last night to an extent that the other concern was you've got to sleep early because you've got a long day tomorrow, and the council also, when I called, she was already sleeping because she's been working hard on this document, and we met in the morning. Some of the greater or finer details could have been really fixed, and I know it's not the problem of the evidence leader nor the commission, but I take the blame, evidence leader.
General, thanks. I just want to say that what I was putting to you was not just the issue of the impalas and the missing information. It was also about not dealing with the Mr. Matlala, because why this is a controversy in the first place. So it's not the finer details that are missing. What you put on record more than once, including in your statement of 16 January, was that you categorically, and you're not tentative about your evidence, you say you categorically deny that you received anything from Mr. Matlala. So you say that in relation to the impalas, you say that no, it did not involve Mr. Matlala. Then we take you to the messages, and the messages show that in fact the arrangement was through Mr. Matlala, because it says from CAT. So then you say, well, yes, you realized that, and so your way of dealing with it was to say you're not going to accept delivery from a service provider. But then when you're taken to the evidence which shows that there was delivery and that there are impala on your property, coincidentally, after the date of delivery, as we see from the chats, then you say that the Zimbabwean gardener went and procured it for you. So that's what I am putting to you about the inconsistencies, and that the omissions that you are now filling in as we go along are not just the finer details. They actually go to the heart of this issue of the impala controversy. So do you understand where I'm coming from? These are very important facts that were omitted.
You went too long. Can you give me half of what you said so that I respond and go to the next one?
No, it's the whole picture. No. I can't give you half, because and that's why I laid it out from the beginning to say this is what you said and then you changed. This is what you said and then you changed. So each time when you say, well, no, you didn't put it in your statement, it's an omission, it's a finer detail you could have. I'm saying to you those omissions, whether it's about, the fact that you knew that Mr. Matlala was involved in this, or whether it was about the delivery of the impalas, that they were on your property, that they died on the 27th of March, all of those things are important facts that you don't deal with except when you questioned on
One
it.
thing that I've categorically made clear is that I never asked Mr. Nkosi to approach Mr. Matlala. I didn't know who and how was Mr. Nkosi going to assist me in getting such. Secondly, I'm categorically denying that I ever received any such delivery from Mr. Matlala's side or from Nkosi's side, because I didn't need them at that time. Now, I'm saying also that I am not saying what I'm saying because I'm being asked questions. I don't want to get or be pushed into a corner of saying, yeah, you knew it comes from Matlala. I had nothing that I've assisted Matlala with, nothing that I worked with him on, and he had no reason to give me anything because I have never assisted him. I don't think you would invest in a dead horse, because having to do with the tenders is supply chain, and I'm far from the supply chain, so I wouldn't be of any value to him. With regard to whatever that was happening in his investigations, it was being handled in the province. So I'm just saying, to me, I had no real-time dealings with Matlala that could lead me to interact in such a way that he can give me something. That's what I wanted to say.
General, let me correct one thing. Mr. Matlala would not have asked for a meeting with you, and he would not have made an effort to meet with you in January 2024 if you had nothing useful to provide to him. The reason you said so yourself, he came to you, is because he sought your assistance or intervention. That's the real reason for the meeting in January 2024. He sought your assistance or intervention. And a month and a half later, there's the issue of impalas. So you are not correct when you say you had nothing to offer him because issues of tenders were supply chain issues. He came to you in relation to issues of tenders because he thought you could assist him. He was not wasting his time when he came to your office in January 2024.
Can I comment, Commissioner? Now, yes, he came to me with the hope as advised by General Tema and Sintumule that go and see General Sibia, he's the acting national commissioner, maybe he could assist. I saw it coming, that why am I being approached when I'm acting? I signed nothing. And what I did, I never assisted him in any way. All I could say was to say, I heard you, I will take it to the national commissioner.
That's the assistance.
It's not. He didn't get what he wanted. I went to the national commissioner and said, Nascom, I had this visit from this lawyer and Mr. Matlala is complaining about 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the national commissioner says, well, I understand that you say the man has got a lease agreement, but the Public Works is not going to dictate to us as to how to utilize our building on our premises. That's the feedback I had to give to Mr. Matlala. That was my role.
Thank you. One last thing then we need to go to before we leave Impalas, and that is a recording that was made by witness C when he was questioning Mr. Matlala. You've already listened to these recordings, haven't you?
I listened to it at that time, but yes, okay.
Okay. Can I play it again? Chair, we have a transcript, but I suggest we look at the transcript and we hear the recording, because the transcript in some places leaves an ellipsis, which you can actually hear on the recording. So I think if you have both, it would help. So the transcript of this recording is in file 6. At page 632.
No, I tend to forget. I listen.
It's audio recording E. Page 632.
I'm listening.
Do you have it, page 632?
632?
Yes.
Yes.
General Male Speaker 2 is witness C, and then Mr. Matlala is named. And this is the transcript, but we will play the recording as well. The transcript is 2 pages long. Can we play the recording?
It happened, it was very dangerous. So Timofile, the impala. Unfortunately, all of them, I don't know how. But for that, I told you this killer. How to that? So never they died, all of them. They don't. But they died all of them, unfortunately. So we do when the no, I'm feeling in this. Can you register? I got to keep him as a so you don't remember it's a game reserve, I say private, it's not like it's in the wild, it's a 3,000 hectare farm. So they are roaming free. Yeah. It's not like you can name or the tracker or what feeder, it's in the wild. Okay. So I think maybe.
General, I don't know if you were able to, if you've heard it before, then it would be easier to follow. If you haven't heard it before, then the transcript is better for you to rely on. But the essence of it is what Mr. Matlala is saying, is that he gave you impalas, and then he said they died, all of them, and he said there were about 20 of them, and he says, yeah, at the plot, they died, all of them. So Mr. Matlala here says that he gave you impalas and that he gave you many impalas.
I'm very worried about the evidence leader because she selectively chooses portions that she thinks could only address what she wants to achieve. But also deliberately choosing to ignore the fact that Mr. Matlala raised an issue and said, I have a problem with this recording. This is not my voice. It was AI generated. That's the first point. The second point is that when you go down, there are a lot of things that I'm going to tell you that witness C said, this is where we went. We took money to. There's no that place. This is what we did here. And I have proof of this and that. All I'm just saying is that I want to, if we were to play this thing, I'm not worried about this recording at all because it's such a lie. In all the things witness C mentioned, I do have plots, bonded, bought more than 4 years ago, all of them. And the plot that I bought is because I was at the city of Joburg. I was working there, I could afford one that was on auction or one that was very cheap. So all I'm saying is that this thing, firstly, even the head of IDEC testified and said the phone was tampered with. Secondly, when you look at the interview, whether the man was under pressure, was being assaulted, or like they used certain relevant portions. So to me, I rejected this video with the contempt it deserves up until I get proven wrong or an expert is called that this voice was not manipulated. It is the man himself. But I don't want this thing to be used against me when I'm going to prove to you in the following lot of them that, in fact, this is not true.
So let me just say to you, General, first of all, this was introduced into evidence by the investigators who were present at the time that the recording was took place. This has nothing to do with IDAC. IDAC's never raised any objection in relation to these recordings. I can tell you that now. It was introduced into evidence. It was, and it was the testimony of the witnesses who were present. They gave evidence here in this commission. Mr. Matlala may deny that that is a recording for whatever reason he wishes to say this is AI generated. But what I'm putting to you here is what the evidence has been that has been placed before this commission. You may respond to it.
I want to respond to.
But when you respond to it, either you say you're not going to be responding to any of this because of your concerns, and I want to be clear exactly what you're saying, whether you're going to answer questions on it or whether you're not.
I will answer questions, Chair. I will answer every question I want to. But what I want to raise as well is that the unfortunate part, I don't want to say in this commission, but the unfortunate part is that if I'm being accused of attempting to disband the political killing task team, and it is the same team that is investigating me, it is the same team that is investigating everyone again for attempting to disband us. It is the same team that is also investigating the recommendations that come from the Madlanga Commission as were given. The same team, whatever that we raise and say they took money, the same PKTT, they took money from Fort Hare with evidence, and that is not coming anywhere. There's a lot of manipulation. This is not a clean investigation at all. Now, when you question me about an investigation that was conducted by the suspects themselves, that took money from Fort Hare, from accused number 1 in Fort Hare University with evidence, investigated by the DPCI. Now, I must be questioned about some junior officials who are corrupt themselves, who booked someone from the cells and then started creating some material that must be produced here and be read here. I don't accept it.
General, when you say this is not a clean investigation, what exactly are you referring to? Are you saying we, as the commission, are not conducting a clean investigation? What are you talking about?
Chair, I'm far from accusing the chair of that part. Yeah. I'm talking about the investigation by that witness, all that. Chair, I have high respect for this commission. They are fair. It's not referred to this inquiry.
I just wanted to make sure, because the whole of South Africa is listening.
No.
And there may be a lot of misunderstanding around your statement, but I'm happy.
I'm far from this one, Chair. I'm not accusing the chair of anything or the commissioners of anything. I'm talking about the fact that the investigator, if I am accused of attempting to disband the PKTT, and now they are already conflicted, they cannot be the one now to investigate, to start investigating me now. Now, I can point out a lot of issues where they are involved in the commission of an offense with evidence. Now, they are I must sit here and them producing a false evidence against me. Now, why I'm saying that? Why I'm saying that, Chair? Evidence that you have to give me a chance. They say Mr. Matlala used to give General Sibia money at his townhouse in Sandton. The townhouse that I sold before I came to the police. I sold it before I came to the police, and the person who bought is a businessman who took occupation immediately.
Well, look no further. South African Tourism proudly presents Meetings Africa 2026. Proudly hosted by South African Tourism, Meetings Africa 2026 brings together industry leaders, innovators, and decision makers shaping the future of African business events. And this year is extra special. We're celebrating 20 years of driving partnerships and powering growth across Africa. Meetings Africa 2026, 20 years of connecting Africa to the world.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, it's just gone, well, technically it's a few minutes before 10 past 1 o'clock. Ordinarily, this is when you and I would be coming together for a conversation right now, as the Madlanga would be going on recess. But it seems as though the commission is still going heavy at the moment, still a lot of conversation around impala, who owned what, who bought, who didn't buy some impala for Shadrack Sibia. Very expressive this morning as well, using a lot of body language to articulate himself. And as per usual, whenever we talk things Madlanga Commission, we often wonder, what does all the body language and the hand gestures mean? Because the commission is still going now, I don't know if we are going to proceed with content, or should we just proceed to the break, to the Madlanga Commission, and then we'll see when they do break, anticipating that they might break at 1:30. I know they're trying to get through as much as they possibly can today, because
technically it's supposed to be the fourth and final day of Shadrach's sitting, but it was a 77-page statement that he brought through. So I'm not too sure that they are going to wrap today. We're going to go back to them, and then we will come back as soon as they take that break.
Every day, Rand Water's underground pipelines run through servitudes across the country, carrying millions of liters of water to our communities. But when people build too close, it's called encroachment, and it's very dangerous. If a pipeline bursts, it can flood homes, destroy property, and in many cases, people lose their lives. That's why Rand Water marks its servitudes with blue and white beacons, a clear warning to stay clear and safe. When we protect Rand Water's servitudes, we protect our communities too. Rand Water, finding new ways. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Turnich, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm.
So this February experienced the magic of classical ballet with Joburg Ballet's Giselle at the South African State Theatre. It's a timeless story of love, betrayal and forgiveness performed by South Africa's finest dancers. Showing from the 20th until the 23rd of February. In fact, it's wrapped and tickets were on sale for that performance. It's 10 past 1 o'clock. We're going to take a quick pause. We'll come back with Sbahle Mota.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's catch up with Sbahle Mota, SABC News reporter, just getting the rundown of day 65 of the Madlanga Commission. It's supposed to be the fourth and final day of Shadrach Sibiya fielding questions in front of the commissioners today, but anticipating that that's most likely not going to happen. The day is fluid, as you can tell. They took their lunch break 10 minutes after their usual time, and so I guess will be just as flexible as they are today. How are you doing, Sbahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. Today's supposed to be day 4. This was Shadrach was set to sit down for 4 days at the commission, but already last week there was conversations around the interrogation of his statement because of the length of his statement. There was already questions around whether or not the 4 days would be sufficient, and this morning again at the commencing of the commission, that conversation was revisited.
No, definitely, Bridget. I think we even heard the chairperson alluding to the fact that we may have to conclude, or rather General Shadrach Sibiya may have to conclude his cross-examination tomorrow. He was scheduled to be before the commission for 4 days. But I think also it's important that the commission gets to hear his side of the story. I mean, between him and the Minister Senzong Chunu, I think those are the two key figures at the Madlanga Commission who have been implicated in what has been termed as the unlawful disbandment of the PKTT. So we are expecting the General to come back again tomorrow to conclude his cross-examination, because there's still so many more allegations that he has to answer for.
A large part of this morning, when I was sort of getting ready for the day that is, a large part of this morning was preoccupied around the conversation of impalas. Who bought impalas, how many impalas, which impalas died, which impalas were alive, what was not impalas. But there was a very hefty focus, at least an hour or so, on just that issue of the game.
Yes, definitely. If you remember, this was initially testimony, or rather, allegations that had been made with Witness C. Witness C came before the Madlanga Commission and presented a voice recording where he had recorded Vusmuzi Matlala complaining about General Shadrack Sibiya liking money and all sorts of things. But then he actually revealed that he had also gifted General Sibiya with 20 impalas, but he subsequently died. So now the evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hassim, is delving more into that to ask him, did he receive these impalas? And I think the most important thing about the impala testimony and cross-examination is the fact that it happened before Vusmuzi Matlala was actually awarded this Medicare 24 tender. So I think what the commission, as well as the evidence leader, is alluding to is that he may have improperly benefited, from Vusmuzi Matlala and his very close association and relationship to Vusmuzi Matlala. But basically what the commission, as well as the evidence leader, has actually posed to him is this issue around the impalas. He claims that he did not receive any impalas from Vusmuzi Matlala, but evidence shows before the Madlanga Commission that he may have actually gotten these impalas because in March, he had forwarded at least 2 images to General Sentimule, sending her these impalas, and this was 2 days after this delivery of the impalas actually happened. But he says, no, it had nothing to do with that. Somebody wanted to gift him impalas, but he didn't want an impala, and then he gets into the technicalities of, no, it's actually a blessed box, no, it's actually an antelope. So he's trying to evade that question to say that he may have improperly benefited from Vusmuzi Matlala as well as his association with him.
There was also a questioning around the timelines of when he'd met Kat Matlala. Would this be pertinent, of course, in the sort of chronicling when those impalas came through, when that tender came through? Because Advocate Adila took a moment to compare the statement as it was presented at the ad hoc committee and the statement as it was presented in front of the commissioners.
Yes, definitely. So remember, this is testimony that was also brought by Witness F, where Witness F said he had said General Shadrack Sibiya and Matlala actually met in 2023, I remember, in December. But then General Shadrack Sibiya says he first met Vusmuzi Matlala when Matlala had come to his office to complain about this Medicare 24 contract in January. So now we are finding that this contract that was awarded to Matlala actually occurred in June of 2024. So what the commission is actually trying to establish is what were they speaking about, because it couldn't have been the Medicare 24 contract, seeing that it was only awarded to Matlala in June 2024. And this is where the impala talk has actually emerged to say that it means that, he was benefiting some form of gifts from Vusmuzi Matlala in March already. And obviously, then they'll allude to the fact that this relationship was improper because he may have received certain gifts from Matlala to sort of influence this Medicare 24 contract. But they couldn't have been speaking about this contract, or the details of it, because only the bid came out in March, on 17th of March in 2024. So this is what the commission, as well as the evidence leader, is trying to allude to say he may have improperly benefited from Vusmuzi Cat Matlala for a specific reason. And, we even heard one of the commissioners even saying that Vusmuzi Cat Matlala came to you because he knew he could speak to you about this tender, and he knew you would probably help him out with this tender that he was apparently complaining about.
Have we heard anything yet on Katiso Molefe in as far as General Sibiya is concerned? So far, a lot of focus on Cat Matlala, but have we missed anything on Katiso Molefe?
No, that evidence hasn't really come out. As of now, we are just still, or rather the commission is still exploring his relationship with Vusmuzi Cat Matlala, but it will definitely come out because, as we know, he, Witness F was the one seen to enter Katiso Katie Molefe's house, empty-handed, driving that BM that was possibly linked to be part of, CBS fleet or the vehicle that was assigned to him. And when Witness F walked out of Katiso Katie Molefe's home, he was carrying a white paper bag. So definitely, Advocate Adila Hassim will not, put that to rest. She'll definitely raise it. But we're hoping maybe within these next 2 days, and then we'll hear what he says, because this is probably the only link, if I'm not mistaken, that links General Sibiya to Katiso Katie Molefe.
The other interesting development in the commission, as of a few days ago, we saw making the rounds on social media as well as news outlets, social media accounts, was that I guess we can say announcement by the Pakistani national Imran Bait, who describes himself as someone who knows a lot more about Shadrack Sibiya, and he said that he's willing to come to the commission and talk about Shadrack Sibiya and his role in things such as human trafficking, counterfeits, and all kinds of other issues, including extortion of millions of rands.
No, definitely. I think Sibiya is definitely one of the people who have been implicated in quite a number of things. But as for the commission, they haven't really said anything. And I think because of their scope as well as their witness list, I'm not sure if they'll be able to take on any other witnesses, because, as you know, we are supposed to be picking up at the commission next month on the 16th or 17th. And this is the last day is when Witness F is scheduled to appear before the commission. And we heard from the chairperson just saying that, there's no extension when it comes to the Madlanga Commission. So they really are running on a very tight schedule. But I think if that person has something to complain about, he can possibly even open a case against General Shadrack Sibiya if he's not going to be called to the Madlanga Commission. There are a number of people that have complained about even the corruption in Ekurhuleni. I think at one point we even saw some municipal workers coming to the Madlanga Commission and just protesting against the Ekurhuleni administration, saying that they have more information. So maybe there will be another investigation, but right now the commission has said nothing about him.
All right. It sounded like someone who is quite certain that he holds pertinent information and evidence towards General Sibiya. So we'll see how that goes. I guess nothing stops him from then taking whatever he has and passing it on to that presidential task team that has been put together to start the process of investigating people. So the commission is winding down now, but there's still a few people left still to come. We still have the matter of, I forget his name now, who is currently on Ramadan, and he asked for postponement until March.
Yes. No, still quite a lot of people that are set to present themselves before the Madlanga Commission. And if you remember, Bridget, there's also Brown Mokgotsi, who was supposed to come back. There's also the phase 3 of the commission that we are supposed to enter into, where certain witnesses have revealed, rather General Sinona has said that General Mkhwanazi as well had met with Vusmuzi Matlala, and Mkhwanazi had omitted that part of the evidence. So we are running on a very, very tight schedule, and I think it's 3 to 4 weeks before we show, before the Madlanga Commission actually tries and finishes its work. So I'm assuming that even phase 3 of the Madlanga Commission, where we can expect to see General Mkhwanazi as well as General Fani Masimula to come back to the Madlanga Commission and respond to some of the allegations that have been made against them. So I'm expecting everything will be concluded by then, seeing just how determined and how fast this commission is actually going.
Yeah. All right, I think we'll leave it there for this afternoon, Sibahle Mota. There's a lot to get through. You are in the room, and do you foresee perhaps an extended day today by the commission?
I'm really not sure. The thing is that with Justice Madlanga is that he's so thorough and he's always on time. And I think the latest that we get to finish is at 5 p.m. But we were anticipating some form of extension, even for the commission itself. But I mean, after hearing what he said, I don't think there will be much of an extension. And if it is, I don't think it's going to possibly be beyond 1 week or 5 days rather.
All right, Sibahle, thank you so much for the time. That was Sibahle Mota, SABC News reporter, giving us that rundown on the Madlanga Commission. Yes, it's Suleiman Karim that's coming back on the 16th of March to the commission after he has wrapped the holy period of Ramadan. It's 25 past 1 o'clock. We're going to hit a quick pause and then we come back and we get into a different kind of conversation. And we're looking at the CIPC's IP Youth Awards for 2026.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right, talking to our next guest now, Amanda Lotheringen, who's the Senior Manager for Copyright and IP Enforcement, Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the CIPC, at the Department of Trade, Industry and Commission. And we're looking at the CIPC IP Youth Awards 2026. It's young ideas that are shaping South Africa's future gold standard. How are you doing this afternoon, Amanda?
I'm actually excellent, Bridget. Thank you for asking.
Lovely to hear indeed. Let's talk about this commission, the competition rather, that's hosted by the CIPC, the CIPC IP Youth Awards 2026. Tell us a bit more about it.
Yeah, what a wonderful opportunity. This is the second year that we are hosting the CIPC IP Youth Awards. And the intention is to celebrate the innovation, creativity, and uniqueness of South Africa's youth. We had 5 winners last year, and many of them went on to commercialize their ideas and grow their businesses through protecting and using their intellectual property.
I mean, when we talk intellectual property, oftentimes a lot of us get confused, we misunderstand, we don't quite get it. A platform like this dynamic platform, how does it better help South African youth to get a better grip of everything that is involved in terms of intellectual properties commissions, and of course how to maximize and exploit that for their own innovation and for ensuring their own ideas see the light of day or that next level?
Yeah, thank you, Bridget. That's a very good question. Many people just think IP, intellectual property, what is that? And they continue with their lives. So to make it easy for you and the listeners, in essence, it's creations of the mind. So anything us as humans do with our intellect, our mind, our imaginations, those are the ideas that we are focusing on in this competition. But once you have got this idea and you've put it down in writing, then there's a form of intellectual property that you can legally protect in our country. Various pieces of legislation, acts, the Trademarks Act, the Patent Act, that is utilized to then give you rights that's exclusively yours and that you can enforce against other people that want to steal or use your innovation and your idea. But your remedy is only there once you've protected it, and that's where the CIPC comes in.
Yeah.
Now, this competition this year is focusing on the idea phase. So we are saying, come with your innovative idea, put it down on paper, and let's assist you to guide you into protection. If you're one of the top...
Amanda? We've just lost connection to Amanda. I think the network is letting us down, but that's okay. We'll take the news headline whilst we try to reconnect with her. It's 1:30. Time for Andela and the headline news.
Good afternoon, I'm Kulufelo. Therefore, in the headlines at 1:30, 5 suspects have been killed during a shootout with the Technical Response Team and National Intervention Unit in separate incidents in the Eastern Cape. The case of the son of the late former Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe has been postponed to the 3rd of next month in the Alexandra Magistrates Court in Johannesburg for bail application. 28-year-old Bellarmine Chatunga and co-accused appeared in court this morning. And suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibia has denied receiving impalas from attempted murder-accused Vusmusi Cat Matlala. I'll have details on this and other stories at 2.
Living your best life on the Full Circle.
Apologies, Khulufelo. I promise you it's nothing personal. That was Khulufelo Tifu. She'll be back with you again at the top of the hour with the 2 o'clock news. As we continue our conversation with Amanda Lotharechen, who is the senior manager at CIPC, on the back of them hosting the CIPC IP Youth Awards for 2026, which are happening towards the end of March this year. You were touching a little bit on intellectual property enforcement, and I guess the next logical question would be, Amanda, the current state of IP enforcement in South Africa, and what kind of challenges do young entrepreneurs and young innovators face?
Thank you, Bridget. The biggest challenge is a demand for these fake goods. But our inventors, once you've protected your intellectual property, has excellent remedies in South Africa. So the Counterfeit Goods Act is your remedy. And the CIPC is your first port of call when you have somebody infringing on your rights.
Oh, all right. And by way of the CIPC Youth Awards contributing to innovation, how does that work in terms of contributing to the innovation ecosystem as well as economic growth? Because I think a lot of young people have really great ideas, but it's taking idea to concept. You can sit with ideas and you can sit with all the paperwork that sort of say that this is your idea. But how do you move it to the next level? How do you move it to the next phase?
Bridget, that's one of the lessons we learned at the first Youth Awards last year. One of the greatest needs is to get a business plan in place, to get access to finance and get mentoring during this process. So for this year's awards, we are putting those things in place. So at the end, if your idea is one of the top 5 or top 15, you will have access to mentors, people that can assist you with drafting your business plan. We will open channels to finance for you, and we will help you grow this business into a sustainable future big business in South Africa.
All right. By way of requirements, I presume then obviously that as part of this, before maybe we even get to eligibility, as part of the competition, the department holistically is then working with a 360 approach to the winners and maybe even the semi-finalists of this competition to ensure that they do get over the finish line from concept idea all the way through to seeing it to manufacturing, but also maybe even looking at in future working with other departments and bringing in different ministries that could bolster up the offering.
Yeah, we have a number of partners that include other government departments, other government agencies, but also very important private sector players like law firms that could assist with the registration processes and private funding mechanisms that's available to these young people. So this is definitely built on a partnership and collaboration effort.
By way of requirements, Amanda, what are those, for eligibility in order for young people to enter the awards? What do they need to have in place?
Okay, that's the easy part, Bridget. You have to be young at heart, but also young in age. So you have to be between 18 and 35 years old. Be a South African resident or a citizen, not only a resident, live in South Africa and be a citizen. And then you have to be innovative, creative, and have this wonderful idea that you think would build into the future. There are 5 categories that you can enter. And the entries are available on the CIPC IP Youth Awards website. You Google CIPC IP Youth Awards or look on social media for a link. And then there's 5 categories that you can enter into. If you have time, I can take you quickly through them.
Sure.
Otherwise, they can just have a look on the website.
No, let's go through the categories quickly, Amanda.
Okay, so the first one is innovation for sustainable impact. And we are looking for products and services that improve resource efficiency and reduce environmental harm. Wide open, almost anything can fit in there. Then we have catered for the musicians and the photographers and the artists amongst us with a category called Creative IP Excellence. And we are looking at anything from a game that you have developed, a software program, music, photography, a play, or even a storybook. Last 2 categories is innovative ideas for the fight against counterfeit goods and the post-seizure waste solutions. And that's about these tons and tons of counterfeit goods in our marketplaces. And we need solutions for all of those. We also have a category that looks after small businesses, micro enterprises that has done something in the innovative space and came up with a good idea. And lastly, we have a category, women shaping IP. So if you're a woman and you're involved in the IP space or have a wonderful idea to create income or commercialize that idea, that category would be for you, women shaping IP. And that covers the 5 categories, Bridget.
Wonderful. All right, just by way of reinforcing, 26th of March is when those submissions, the ceremony is taking place on the 26th of March, the award ceremony. By way of submissions, when is the D-Day for final submission?
Okay, so the submissions are open as we speak. On the website, it's an official entry form available online, and you can then attach a couple of documents, not many, but the closing date 15th of March, so that we can have the wonderful award ceremony on the 26th of March. So that's the date. Keep it in mind, but get those entries in. The sooner you do it, the better.
Yeah. Amanda, thank you so much for your time. 13th of March is that date. We just had a network glitch there, as Amanda said the date. So 13th of March is when those submission deadlines must be due. But as always with competitions like this, we anticipate that the entry form is not as simple as you might think it is. So don't leave it until the night before. You might have to substantiate your entry with some documentation and some other things. So you definitely want to give yourself enough time to work through it and make sure you have everything that you need to submit to that selection committee. So 13th of March 2026 is when that submission deadline hits for the CIPC IP Youth Awards, and you can visit www.cipcyouth.awards.co.za. Let's take a quick break and then we'll come back on the other side.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
This February, fall in love with the shows that bring us together on Saturday nights. First, sparks, surprises, and second chances at romance. Farmer Wants a Wife US, where real love grows in the most unexpected places. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. And before the love story begins, the stage lights up with pure talent and big league dreams. America's Got Talent Fantasy League. The world's best acts battling for the ultimate bragging rights. Saturday at 7:30 p.m. 2 shows, one unforgettable Saturday. Only on S3. Open up.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
The South African State Theatre presents Betorwe, the drama, an enchanting stage adaptation by Funny Viljoen. It's a powerful story of identity, imagination, and courage, blending drama with magical realism. It's perfect for learners, families, and educators, and it's showing at the Arena Theatre at the State Theatre from the 16th till the 7th of March. And tickets are available for 100 Rand per ticket, and you can book now via web tickets. Also, just by the way, a side note on this one, we had the director in studio last week, and he did say to remind you that if you want to make a block booking for a class or a group, then definitely do contact the South African State Theatre, and they'll be able to offer you a specialized prize packaging for that. Just keep that in mind. It's 20 to 2 o'clock. A quick one, and then we come back with Naren Singh.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
All right, we're catching up with the Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Naren Singh now. It's the much anticipated Symphony by the Water, and it's held in partnership with SAfm. It's going to be taking place at the scenic Midmar Dam on the 7th of March, bringing together music, art and nature in a truly unique setting. Good afternoon to you, Deputy Minister. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm doing well. Good to be speaking to you again after our physical meet.
Yes, thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated. Let's talk firstly about the department's partnership with the Symphony by the Water. Give us the sort of rundown of the importance of this partnership, and from your perspective, what you hope the takeaway will be for those who are visiting the Midmar Dam area.
Yeah, well, firstly, good afternoon to you again and to your listeners. And firstly, for us in the department, this program integrates culture, gastronomy, and environmental awareness within a single space, and that is Midmar Dam. And therefore, it aligns perfectly with the kind of holistic and integrated development that we actively champion. And more than that, this project transcends a mere concert. If people think they're coming to a musical concert, yes, you're going to enjoy the music, but we believe it serves as a dynamic platform where sustainable tourism, youth empowerment, and environmental stewardship will converge. And, this will provide long-term benefits for the people and the planet, because we know it's very, very important to preserve and protect this planet for future generations.
The combination of music and gastronomy, talk to us about the broader developmental impact on that. And I also know that the department is going to be contributing by way of some, seafoods and fishes and veggies as part of the event's culinary offering.
Yes, I think, Bridget, it is well known that the green economy is rapidly expanding. It's offering diverse career opportunities in areas such as sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, eco-friendly food production, environmental compliance, hospitality, and ecotourism. So many, young individuals remain unaware of these viable pathways, and they often overlook their potential for stable, meaningful employment. And for us, by intertwining gastronomy with sustainability education at events like this, we believe will illuminate these opportunities through hands-on experiences. And, we're going to be bringing our experts on aquaculture based in the Free State to come down and talk to particularly young learners about aquaculture, the opportunities, about, to the chefs, about what they can cook and the value of fish and the protein, and also issues like recycling, preserving the environment at Midmar, as you would do anywhere else. So this is quite a holistic kind of opportunity for us, we believe, as the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment.
A very important part of this festival is the acknowledgement of the community in and around it as well. And that the community should be the first beneficiaries of the live event in itself by way of the creation of opportunity, job and employment, but also, I guess, by way of the conversations that you talk about here, the environmental and developmental conversations that need to be had with and in and around the community.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely necessary to do that because, if I may just digress for a moment and we talk about our game parks and things like that. Very often in my many years of being involved in the environmental sector, you would find communities that reside around the game parks say to us, well, we see these fancy vehicles driving in and out of the park. We see, tourists being taken in and out. We don't know why they go there. And we don't benefit from this kind of activity. So here, by bringing in communities here at Midmar Dam, I think you'll have communities that can have their own stores, sell their own wares, demonstrate their particular talents. And they've got to be involved because your first port of call is the people that live around a particular facility, for them to enjoy not only social benefits but economic benefits. And then there will be the element of let us preserve this for ourselves first and then, convert it into an economic activity.
Absolutely. The role of shared public cultural experiences as well and the role that they play perhaps in strengthening social cohesion through events such as these.
Yeah, we would like to see the local people come and demonstrate their talent, whether it's artistic talent or talent in cuisines and things like that. And we'd like to see across a broad range of people coming there, representing the diversity in South Africa, representing the mosaic of cultures, and where people can learn from each other's cultures. I mean, what makes a person dance in a particular way? What makes a person sing in a particular way? Why do people eat a certain thing and others don't eat something else? And how can we blend, African cuisine and Indian cuisine and whatever other cuisine we have, European cuisine, to make it a blend that South Africans can say, this is our cuisine. So it's important as well that the chefs are going to be there and that they're going to be trained and they're going to be exposed because they also need to know about environmental sustainability, what products to use, what products not to use. So all in all, I see this as an event that can have tremendous benefit across the board.
Yeah. Deputy Minister, we thank you for the time. That was Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Naren Singh. That event is happening on the 7th of March at the Midmar Dam. It is the Symphony by the Water, and it's blending music, art, and nature in a truly unique setting. So if you can find yourself down there for a little bit of holistic family entertainment, we invite you to join the SAfm family. Our weekend shows are going to be broadcasting from there, so you can meet and greet and take some pickies with your favorite SAfm personalities as well. It's fast approaching 10 to 2 o'clock. By the way, let me take this opportunity just to inform you that from our side, the entries are now closed for our Valentine's Day giveaway. We gave you ample time, almost an entire month, to get through those voice notes to us for an opportunity to win one of 2 hampers valued at 5,000, over 5,000 Rand, in fact, courtesy of Dr. Judy and Biomedical Emporium. So Dr. Judy will be in here tomorrow, and we're going to announce the 2 couples that are going to be walking away with those hampers. So if you didn't, please don't send us voice notes today because it does not count. We are done. We are done. We listened and we listened over and over and over and over and over again. And we've come to a point of deciding who the winners are for those couples hamper giveaways. So thank you to everybody who sent through their cute stories and their awkward stories and their stories. We thoroughly had a great time listening to how you met your loved one. And tomorrow with Dr. Judy, we'll be announcing those two couples that walk away with that hamper that's valued at over 5,000 Rand each. We're going to get into our kids programming now, Kids Corner, which should run us till the top of the hour, and then we'll come back on the other side. We'll figure out what we're doing because I anticipate that we have about 10, 12 minutes before the commission comes back from their lunch break.
SAfm. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday. Today we're talking about something important, making sure everyone feels included. Have you ever felt left out at school or while playing? How did it make you feel when you were left out? What can you do if you feel left out? Can you talk to someone or join another activity? Who can you speak to if you feel sad or unsure? A teacher, parent or friend? How can you make sure that others don't feel left out at school or when you're playing? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, my name and surname is Apalele Mpembe and I am 9 years old. Yes, I felt left out when my friends were playing a game and I was not invited to join. It made me feel sad and a little lonely because I wanted to be part of the fun. If I felt left out, I could talk to someone about it or try to join another group or activity that looks fun. I can speak to my teacher, parents, or a friend. They can help me feel better and find a solution. I can make sure others don't feel left out by inviting everyone to join in and make sure nobody is left alone. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley Kabamba. Yes, I have felt left out before at school, especially when groups were already formed and I didn't know where to fit in. It made me feel a bit unsure about myself at first, but if I feel left out, I try to join another activity or talk to someone I trust about how I'm feeling. You can always speak to a teacher, parent, or close friend for support. But it is very important to remember that everyone deserves to feel included. When I'm working in a group, I try to make sure no one feels left out by inviting others to join and being kind. Inclusion helps everyone feel valued and happy.
Hello everyone, my name is Duruetsang Ndlovu. Yes, I have felt left out before, but it was while having a conversation with my friends. They enjoy speaking about luxurious things and it upsets me because I had nothing to say. Because I don't easily know what I want for myself in life, especially because I am still young and still have many years to work my way up to a good life. If I feel left out, instead of making myself feel bad, I could ask them to change the topic, or I could ask them if we can do something more fun. I could speak to my parents or siblings if I feel upset. To make sure that no one feels left out when we're playing, we can involve them and get to know them to show them that we really do care for them.
Greetings to you all. My name is Helanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I've ever felt left out at school. What happened? Like there was a day, it was Tuesday, and I came to school. When I looked around, my friends were all absent and not even one of my friends were there. So I tried to make friends with the ones who were there, especially the ones I know. But they made me feel left out, so I chose to be alone. It made me very sad because I'm a person who is friendly and who likes to speak. What can you do if you feel left out and you can talk to someone or join another activity? It's better to go to a trusted friend and start an activity, play together. Someone I can speak to if I feel sad or unsure. I will speak to my teacher or either my parents because friends are untrustable. How can you make sure others don't feel left out when you are playing? It's by making sure everyone is okay, everyone is playing fairly but firm. Thank you, everyone.
Good day. Yes, my name is Pogo Shempembe. I am 11 years old. Yes, I have felt left out when my friends were doing a project together. I wasn't included in their group. It made me feel sad and a bit lonely because I wanted to be a part of the group. If I feel left out, I can try to join another activity or talk to some friends about how I feel. Sometimes just letting someone know can help. I can speak to teachers, parents, or friends. They can listen and give me advice or help me feel better. I can make sure others don't feel left out by inviting everyone to join and make sure everyone has a chance to be involved. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lorraine and thank you so much for listening to the Kids Radio Show today. No, I've never felt left out at school. What I can do if someone is left out of a specific activity is I can ask them if they want to join or just join them in whatever they're doing. Who I can speak to if I feel sad, scared, unsure of something is I can speak to mostly my mom. How I can make sure that others don't feel left out when they're playing is to ask them if they want to join the specific activity that we're doing. Thank you so much for listening to me and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
Hi friends, my name is Okatra Munyai and I live in Pulukwane City. Yes, I have ever felt left out. When I went to the bathroom and I came back, my friends were playing hide and seek, and when I asked them to join, break was already over. It made me feel sad and a bit angry. If you feel left out, you can ask your friends to join the activity and address the matter with them. You can speak to an adult, a teacher, or even a friend you can trust. To make sure others don't feel left out, you can include them in an activity or a game you are playing. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Feeling left out at school or during playtime is something many children experience at some point. It can happen when a group chooses teams and someone is picked last, when friends are already busy playing a game, or when classmates are talking about something you were not part of. These situations can cause feelings of sadness, embarrassment, frustration, or even anger. Some children can begin to doubt themselves or feel like they don't belong. It is important to understand that these feelings are normal and valid. Being left out does not define a person's worth. Sometimes children exclude others without meaning to hurt them. They may not realize how their actions affect someone else. This is why communication is so important. If you feel left out, calmly asking to join or expressing how you feel can sometimes solve the problem immediately. If that feels difficult, speaking to a trusted adult such as a teacher, parent, or guardian can provide support and guidance. Trusted friends can also offer comfort and help include others in activities. Developing emotional awareness helps children handle situations like this in healthy ways. Instead of reacting with anger or withdrawing completely, we can practice self-confidence and resilience. Joining another activity, starting a new game, or inviting someone else who may also feel left out are strong and positive responses. These actions build independence and leadership skills. Creating an inclusive environment is everyone's responsibility. When we make sure others are included in games, shows empathy, kindness, and maturity. Simple actions such as asking, "Would you like to play?" sharing materials, taking turns, and encouraging quieter classmates to participate help create a welcoming atmosphere. Inclusion strengthens friendships and builds trust among classmates. A school community becomes stronger when learners practice respect and compassion daily. Children who include others not only make someone feel valued, but they also develop important skills such as teamwork, emotional intelligence, and social responsibility. These skills help them succeed not only in school but throughout their lives. Every child deserves to feel accepted and appreciated. By speaking up when feeling sad, reaching out to trusted adults, and making sure others are not left out, children help build a school environment filled with kindness, understanding, and unity. Small acts of inclusion can change someone's entire day and create a lasting positive impact. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Is the issue and the use of AI being regulated or not? And the first thing you see now, you have to just pause. Why can't all artificial intelligence that creates artificial narratives have a disclaimer up front?
Yes, we do have organizations like Africa Check, where you can just try and do fact check in terms of the information being disseminated.
Titi Pizzo, Commissioner at the Independent Electoral Commission.
Ashraf Gada on SAfm.
Top stories at 2. Thohoyandou remains crime hotspot and Sibiya denies receiving impalas from Matlala. Good afternoon, I'm Kulufelo, therefore. The Thohoyandou police station in Limpopo has recorded the highest levels of contact crime in the province. That's according to the latest third quarter crime statistics covering October to December last year. Provincial Crime Registrar Brigadier Saniboy Mantata says the policing area leads in cases of murder, sexual offences and assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. Mantata says 85 rape cases were reported in Thohoyandou alone, with most incidents occurring in the homes of the perpetrators. The latest provincial crime statistics were released in Polokwane. 5 suspects have been killed during a shootout with the police's technical response team and National Intervention Unit on separate incidents in the Eastern Cape. The incidents occurred over the weekend. In the first incident, 2 alleged extortionists were in a vehicle linked to a kidnapped Chinese national in Komani when a shootout with police happened. Meanwhile, in Gauteng, another 3 suspects allegedly opened fire on the members of the National Intelligence Unit, and police retaliated, killing all 3 on the scene. Police provincial spokesperson Nobuntu Gantana.
During a stop, the suspects opened fire on the police and police retaliated in self-defense, fatally wounding both occupants. Sunday, in the Gauteng CBD, members of the National Intervention Unit were following up on intelligence information when they spotted the vehicle with suspects. The suspects opened fire, and in the ensuing shootout, all 3 were fatally wounded. 3 vehicles and firearms were seized.
The son of the late former Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe and his co-accused will appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court on the 3rd of next month for bail application. Benjamin Mugabe and his cousin Tobias Amatonje appeared briefly before the Alexandra Magistrates Court today. The pair was arrested last week on a charge of attempted murder. According to prosecutors, they will also face charges of theft, possession of a firearm and ammunition, and defeating the ends of justice. The lawyer Snenhlanhla Mguni said, however, they were just made aware of other charges.
Yeah, look, we can't speak too much on that at this stage. I mean, it's something that's only just been brought to our attention. We still need to take instructions from our client. As the prosecution stated, the investigations from the SAPS are still ongoing. So we're still waiting for those to be finalized so that we can then, of course, consult with our client, take instructions, and then take the necessary steps in order to deal with our client's matter.
Suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya has denied receiving impalas from attempted murder-accused Vusmusi Ket Matlala. Evidence before the Madlanga Commission shows Sibiya forwarded images of 2 impalas that were in distress to General Kosi Sintumure. The images were sent to Sintumure 2 days after the alleged delivery from Matlala, but Sibiya maintains the delivery of the animals from Matlala did not happen.
I categorically deny that I acquired and received any impala from Matlala or from any other person for that matter. No animal was delivered to my plot pursuant to this discussion. In fact, the remaining bloodstock on my property has already died. In any event, I am no longer in a financial position to maintain any animals, let alone required livestock.
And finally, further afield, a court in Hong Kong has rejected the appeals of 12 pro-democracy figures against their prison sentences for subversion. The former lawmakers, councillors and activists represented the city's once vibrant opposition. The BBC's Denny Vincent reports.
Pro-democracy figures had been arrested and charged with conspiring to commit subversion in 2021 for their part played in an unofficial primary election. This came after Beijing imposed a sweeping national security law on the city. In total, 45 opposition figures were found guilty of subversion. 2 were acquitted. Only 12 of them had appealed. This case is being seen as one of the most high-profile trials in Hong Kong under the national security law, which critics say is being used to silence dissent.
The top story at 2, back home, the Thohoyandou police station in Limpopo has recorded the highest levels of contact crime in the province. That's according to the latest third-quarter crime statistics covering October to December last year. Headlines at 2:30 for SAfm News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
As action heats up, the search for victory continues. Banyana Banyana tackles the beautiful flowers in the third and final group contest. This is the 2025 Hollywood Best COSAFA Women's Championship. Catch South Africa versus Lesotho on Tuesday, 24 February at 3 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from $150, evening tickets from $350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick n Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows. Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The safety and well-being of learners is a shared social responsibility. Parents and guardians play a critical role in ensuring safe, reliable, and lawful scholar transport. Parents are therefore urged to take responsibility for the following. Before entering into any scholar transport arrangement, parents must satisfy themselves that the operator uses vehicles with valid roadworthy certificates and operating licenses, and that the driver holds a valid professional driving permit, PDP. By working together, parents, operators, and authorities can protect learners and build a culture of safety on our roads. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
This February, love lives on S3. From searching for love to racing across the world, to stories that inspire, move, and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans help South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, the loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Is the issue and the use of AI being regulated or not? And the first thing you see now, you have to just pause. Why can't all artificial intelligence that creates artificial narratives have a disclaimer up front?
Yes, we do have organizations like Africa Check, where you can just try and do fact check in terms of the information being disseminated.
Titi Pizzo, Commissioner at the Independent Electoral Commission.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It's gone 10 past 2 o'clock, and we're waiting for the Commission to get back from their lunch break. They did break a little bit later than usual. They broke round about this time, headed towards 1:15, and they should be back any moment now. But as we await them to come back, I wanted to just get a sense from you in as far as what are your thoughts regarding the Commission thus far, particularly the last 4 days of sitting. Where we saw that suspended National Commissioner of Crime Detection, General Shadrack Sibiya, take to the stand. Would love to gauge what have been your observations around some of the exchange that he's had with Advocate Hadila Hasim. Maybe you also, like myself, pay attention to people's body language and you pick up notable signs of when they are fibbing. If we are being nice and using a nice word, and you pick up signs that this one looks like he's now fibbing versus the ease at which he tells the truth. 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line. Feel free to send us a voice note. You're more than welcome to do so. 086 000 2032 is the number that you can call us on the studio line. So 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line. Would love to hear your thoughts thus far. A lot of conversation focused on impalas, dead and alive this morning. We got the context from Sbahle Mota around that. Let's go to WhatsApp and hear your thoughts.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Hi, Sis Bridget and SAfm listeners. Isaac here. Yo, ntate Sibia icon. What kind of a man he is? How can he just keep on lying? Yo, when he was stealing money, he never thought this day will come. I come on that Sibia man. Man up. Le re tlhabisa dikgala man o ka ra le bontate man. Yes. Strong too.
Hi, SAfm. How are you? Sizwe here from the Eastern Cape. The Madlanga Commission is exposing General Sibiya as not only meandering, which I said to Ashraf last week, but a pathological liar. I mean, here's a guy, when he's caught in this corner, he goes the next corner to the next corner. No, he's not speaking the truth. He must just concede. But it's quite interesting. Thank you.
Hi, Bridget, Mr. Cooley. Yo, you see CB. Hi, that guy. I can do a duck and dive like a politician. Hey, he can lie. You know, you can see that he's not telling the truth, man. And I think he wishes that you can see that he's sweating, you know, and the evidence leader is killing him like, lamb chops, you see. Yeah, the man is sweating. He's in a hot soup. Yeah, so I'm enjoying that commission big time.
Afternoon, SAfm. General is reminding me of a 5-year-old who will compare his or her plate. So-and-so's plate is full of meat, mine is not. So always having a competition with General Kwanas, and he wants the team of Judge Madlanga to please him with questions. He chooses questions. He doesn't want to answer questions. He will take a deep breath. Thank you.
Hi, this is Bridget. This is Soli. I can tell
Copies
you now.
are being made, but I thought I should maybe perhaps, without any waste of time, with your permission, Chair, if possible, that I read it into the, unless the Chair directs otherwise.
The police van should be waiting out.
We have been furnished with copies, General. Let me just look. Ms. Hassim, you put a question to the General, and the General raised the issue of the letter he had referred to previously. Your response?
Chair, can we just admit the letter into the record as Exhibit CJC 82? And then, I mean, I'm not sure whether the witness is saying he wants to address the letter now or not.
That's my impression.
Do you want to address the letter, or do you want to admit it in?
For me, it is very much crucial to support the fact that it was on the 17th of January when I received the email.
Okay, hold on. I just wanted to get an answer to my question about what you wanted to do. It's clear what you wish to do. Could we admit it into the record as CJC 82? And then the witness can...
I'm sorry. So admitted.
Thank you. And now you can take us... You don't need to read it into the record, because we have it, the commissioners have it, but you can tell us what you want to say about it.
I just wanted to say that this is a lot of demand, a notice to vacate the promise, to vacate the property, and then also saying that they act on behalf of Mr. Matlala, made it 24, and that there are people who are actually occupying the premises which has been listed to them. So that is what they came to and discuss. And I might have, or I made a mistake that I must admit, that I spoke about the tender document when in fact it's supposed to be the lease agreement.
Yes.
So I'm just correcting that era Chair.
So, but General, sorry.
Yes, Mr.
You know, you refer to the letter. There's a cover page, which is the email, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the letter was attached to this email. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
And it's an email from Mr. Matlala to you.
It's email from Matlala to Sitole, Major General Sitole, and then copied DNC crime detection myself, yes.
And the date of that email?
It's 22nd of February, 2024.
So you received this this letter of demand on the 22nd of February, 2024?
This document, what is important about this document, it is the document when they were setting up an appointment to see me, and then to come to the office, I guess, because when I look at the letter of demand is signed 19 January 2024. In other words, they attached this letter of 19 January as well.
Yes, I'm trying to understand. I see that. The letter of demand is 19 January 2024. They sent this to you on the 22nd of February, but this was after your meeting. This was after the meeting you had with Mr. Matlala.
Look, Chair, based on the fact that I see paperwork now in front of me and the dates, I'm subject to correcting the dates where I see the dates, because the bottom line to me is that it was this that the meeting was based on. Now, the email came first, and then the attachment here is 19 January, which means this document was there already when the lawyers came with Mr. Matlala to the office. So which means that my meeting could have been around February. Where I made mistakes in terms of the date, I will admit, but I don't have any paperwork now that I could really refer to.
Yeah, you know, when I first started asking you about your first meeting with Mr. Matlala, do you recall I pointed out to you that in your statement in the ad hoc committee, you said that the meeting was in February. And I think you might have even said 22nd February, but I stand to be corrected. But definitely in your statement before the ad hoc committee, you said you met him in February. And then in your statement to the Madlanga Commission, you said you met him in January. And I said to you, why did you change the dates to January? So, and now you're saying you want to go back to February. Is that what you're saying?
Chair, all I can say, honestly speaking, where I got the date mixed up, here are documents, of importance. Here are documents with the dates, the two dates, whether it was February or January. To me, it's neither here nor there, but I do accept my mistake where I found myself, let's say, I said we met in January. It's because in my mind, as I recall the document, I will recall this date of 19th of January. But this 19th of January, you find that it is in fact the date that was just attached to the email. So I accept that whether there's mix-up of dates in my case, I'm working from my memory.
I must do this. Let me just finish this off by saying in the ad hoc committee, Mr. Matlala testified that he met you in January 2024. So I'm asking you, is that why you said January 2024 when you provided the statement to this commission?
Not necessarily, because remember I testified long before him in Matlala, at the ad hoc committee. And then also himself, He was not from his home when he went to testify. There has been too long in prison without paperwork or whatever. So whatever date mixed ups there is, to me, I will, Chair, there's not much I can say other than to say whether maybe I made a mistake, whether it was in January or February, but here's an email, here's a letter of demand, and there's a lease agreement that is being, they went to make the copy. And this is the gist of the basis for the meeting. Now, whether it was in February or January, where I could have been wrong, I won't really argue much around that.
Okay, that's fine. You said we're still going to be receiving another document.
Yes.
I think, are you referring to the lease agreement itself, General?
That is correct.
We have been given copies just now, Ms. SAfm.
My back was turned.
Yes.
We've received it.
Yes.
Then, Chair, I suppose we must also admit this into the record as Exhibit CJC 83.
So admitted, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else on this letter, General, before you answer my question?
Not at all.
Okay. So the question was about what Mr. Matlala said about delivering the impalas to you.
All I know and all I can remember is that he denied it himself. He said it never happened, and then that is not his voice. So I say, I know for a fact that I never received such.
Okay. So let me just take you to another part of the record, the chats. It will be in file 7. Yeah? And it's page 89.
Page 89.
Whilst you are looking, General, I know Mr. Matlala is not here, has not been thus far, but I just want to engage you on your reliance on what you say was a denial by him regarding the impalas. You remember the screenshot that you were shown here today or this morning?
That's correct, Chair.
And you remember that part of that screenshot, Mr. Matlala says to the person who I think, or rather whose voice I think we hear in that recording, he says to him, please check your account. Do you remember that?
I do, Chair.
That must have related to Mr. Matlala paying. I mean, that in context, that's what seems to make sense, correct? Check your account.
Yes, Chair, I agree, but it could have been for anything.
No. Let's go on with, of course now, but we can show that screenshot again.
Yes.
But in the meantime, let me work on the basis I'll be shown to be a liar. But after Mr. Matlala says, check your account, then the person says, thank you, sir, got it, thank you very much. You see that?
I see, Chair.
And then on memory, I think it then promises to deliver. What does he say down there? Okay, everything has been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it Monday to that location. Is it good? So he's saying that to Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Matlala says, no problem. Do you see all that?
I see, Chair.
I still remembered it, or I still remembered all of it off the top of my head. Now, if, as appears to be the case, Mr. Matlala paid for the impalas, the person received payment, the person promised to deliver, and Mr. Matlala said, no problem. what must we make of this? Must we say this is all a lie?
From where I'm sitting, Chair, when I'm sitting with a situation where I said I don't want the impalas, remember, Chair, at the back of our mind.
No, I'm very sorry to do this to you, General. This is not about your own response or attitude. What I'm asking you is about what you said was Mr. Matlala's denial. What exactly did Mr. Matlala deny? You said Mr. Matlala made a denial regarding the impalas. What exactly did he deny?
He said he never sent any impala or bought any impalas for me.
Does what we've just looked at support that?
That is something else. They don't say for General Sibia or for Sibia.
But remember, this is all in the context of you having given your address for delivery. All of this is in that context.
You see, Chair, it will be dangerous to speculate because from where I'm sitting, I don't know the relationship between Matlala and maybe this person who is talking to and what that money was it for or about. But I find it very difficult for me, where I'm sitting, having to respond to a communication that involved between Matlala and someone else, or between Nkosi and someone else.
General, Ms. SAfm already took you to the location or the pin that was sent, and you accepted that it was your address. Do you remember that?
I do, Chair.
Yes. So this was to be a delivery at your place?
Yes, Chair.
And the only thing spoken about which was to be delivered were the impalas?
Up until I said...
No. Let's leave aside what your attitude was. The only thing that was to be delivered was the impalas, correct?
Not the impalas. What I wanted.
General, I've said it will be the third time now. I have said at this stage, I'm not talking about your attitude. But what was to be delivered, according to the conversations, the context was the impalas, correct? Yes, your attitude was, Sergeant Kosi, if it's impalas, I don't want to hear a thing about them. All I want is a mate for this one animal, which is a blessed pork. If it's impalas, I don't want. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you that in context, everything that was spoken about was about the delivery of impalas. I'm not talking about what your attitude was to that. Is it not correct?
It's correct, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. SAfm.
Thank you. We can go now to page 89 of the chats that I referred you to. Just let me know if you're there. Are you there? Do you see it, General?
Page 89?
Yes.
Yes, the bid was not properly. You're talking about that?
Yes, that's right. That's the top of the page. But if you just go a little further down, this is a conversation.
Maybe to assist him, the flags that are, so WB1, then 89.
He's there.
Is he there?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll see at the second message from the bottom is what I want to draw your attention to. This is an extract of a WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Brown Mokhotsi, and it was retrieved from Mr. Matlala's phone. And the second message from the bottom reads as follows. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at his plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there's any truth in this. Did Mr. Brown Mokhotsi speak to you about delivery of animals to your plot?
No.
Did you not have any conversation with him about impalas?
No.
So this conversation between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Brown Mokhotsi takes place on the 8th of May, 2025. Do you see that? Okay.
8 May 2025.
Yes.
I don't know where you see the date. Advise me. Oh,
It's
okay.
On that chat.
I say 14 May 2025.
No, it's the one above.
One above, yes, 8
Yes.
May. Yeah, okay, I see it.
There's a gap in some days before he sends the next message to Mr. Mokhosi. So it's 8 May 2025. So it was before his arrest. And the recording that we played was taken at the time of his arrest on 14 May 2025. Okay? So the conversation about the impalas, the animals and the delivery to the plot, was already taking place before he was arrested. Do you see that?
I hear what you say.
You still maintain that the 14 May was an AI generated?
I wouldn't get involved into the AI generated stuff or part of it. All I'm saying is that these are the conversations between certain individuals on their own accord, whatever they were talking about. That does not involve me.
It does involve you, though. And they are talking about the delivery of animals. Here Mr. Matlala says animals, but what we know them to be are impala. So if there was not this issue of the impalas and the delivery of the impalas to your property, why would he be discussing it with Mr. Mokhosi?
What I heard is when he was saying to Mokhosi, I hear you going around saying, you told so-and-so that, let me read it. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at this plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there's any truth in this.
Yes, he's asking, did you tell Mr. S, who's I think is you, did you tell him that I told you about those animals? Did you then go and tell Mr. S about it? That's what he's asking.
Well, personally, I never discussed with Brown Mokhosi the issue of the impalas. I never discussed with Mr. Ket Matlala about the issue of the impalas.
The only person you spoke to was Mr. Nkosi about the impalas?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And we're not going to go back there because we've looked at that whole exchange of texts that you knew it was coming from Mr. Matlala. So we're going to leave it at that. Unfortunately, we're not leaving your relationship, or you don't like me using the word relationship, but your contact with Mr. Matlala. And I want to move to another time period. So we had March for the impalas. Now we have 14 September 2024. Can you please go to page 111 of that same file? Hold on.
Page 111.
Yes. Actually, sorry, that's the wrong page. Can you please go to... Actually, no, I do want to take you to page 111. What I want to show you on page 111 is a series of polls between Mr. Nkosi and Mr. Matlala. And you'll see at 1911, you'll see at the bottom of the page of 111.
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Nkosi calls Mr. Matlala. Okay? So there's an exchange between the two of them at 19:11 in the evening on the 14th of September. Now I'd like you to go to page 364 of the same.
Just to ask, Chair, this page that we just dealt with, what is the specific question related to it, so that when you go to the next one, I'm going to respond on
No,
that
you've got to see them together, so we'll go there.
These are just calls, ne?
It's just a call, yes.
Yeah, so which page? Next page?
Yes, so now I've asked you to go to 364.
On it,
Okay.
now we are moving from, the 14th of May, the 14th of September to the 13th of September.
No, hold on. The relevant chat, we're going to begin on chat number 2. So it's 14 September.
Yes.
Now, this is the chat between you and Mr. Nkosi, okay?
Yes.
Right. So we saw 1911, the call, but hold that in the back of your mind. Here we've got 1907. You send Mr. Nkosi a message saying back ? And he responds 2 minutes later. He says, just arrived now, General, dropping this gogos, then coming to you. And then at 1910, chat number 4, you respond and you say, ask Cat to make a turn. Okay, that's at 1910.
Yes.
And then we saw at 1911, Mr. Nkosi called Mr. Matlala. That's at page 111. Do you recall?
I do.
And then he comes back to you at 1911 and 14 seconds with a message. I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 8. Okay? And then at 1912, he says he will be there in 30 minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. So this is you asking Mr. Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi, to communicate with Cat, as you call him, and you ask him to make a turn. So the first thing I want to ask you is, how is it you refer to him as Cat in September 2024? Is it not because by then you've established a relationship with him that you can use a term of familiarity?
No, I think whether we like it or not, this is how he's known. Although officially speaking, we have to call him Mr. Matlala when we are addressing, as we are addressing. But he was known as Cat, he's known as Cat. So it's not a question of familiarity, because there are certain names that you can call where you call a person name and surname. But there's another one that you can call that is known with a particular name. Unfortunately, that's how it is.
So you say to Sergeant Nkosi, ask Cat to make a turn, and you know that he will convey that message. It's not unusual for him to be asked by you to communicate with Mr. Matlala for the purpose of inviting him to your house. This is not unusual.
Yes.
He says, yeah, that's fine. I know what you mean by Cat, and I make the arrangement. And he then proceeded to make the arrangement.
Yes.
Okay. So why is it that you wanted Mr. Matlala to come to your house?
Look, what happened is that I think it is, at that time it was my son's engagement. And we didn't have many people there. I think it was something like 20 people. And it was mostly my son's friends and the fiancé's friends. So the people that I had invited there was General Sintumule. Because I worked very close to General Sintumule, and we had a very good relationship with General Sintumule. And General Shibiri was coming back from China. I also asked him, called him and said, hey, I'm here, and this is what is going, because I was alone. I didn't invite my friends because it was not about me. Now, as they were there, there was also, General Sintumula didn't come alone, came with General Tema. General Tema was the former head of the college, who is a very close friend of Miss Matlala, Kat Matlala's wife. As you can see, even in General Sintumula's own statement now, the supplementary statement that she just submitted, where she says she was introduced to a lady as Miss Matlala, then later was introduced to Mr. Matlala. Now, one of them asked me and say, Mr. Matlala want to make a turn because his wife is here. He must come fetch his wife. Do you mind? And then I didn't say I don't mind. The way I responded, it was after quite some time because I don't remember how, in what context it happened, but I then sent that message that said, culture care to make a turn, because remember, at that point in time, Chair, like the former Minister Begikela said, the eyes then that looked at Kat are not the same eyes that look at him now. There was nothing wrong at that point in time that we could say there was a problem that we know of, that the man was under investigation, or he was just one of the people that we were used to. And me, in my case, I was getting used to him, but he was not my friend. So that's why I say I wrote that message and say that to make a turn to me, it wasn't really a big deal.
So when you said ask Kat to make a turn, it was a friendly invitation for him to join you at the celebration?
Not necessarily an invitation, but because of the fact that, to me, I thought they first wanted to check whether am I comfortable or not, because there were not many people invited. I then said, no, ask her to make a turn.
Okay, so it is an invitation.
Well, if it is what it is, then I'll accept it.
I want to be clear about this, because you send a message to Sergeant Nkosi, you say, ask Kat to make a turn, and he says he'll be there in 30 minutes. And your explanation is you're having a celebration, and there was a request for him to come and join and to be present at the celebrations, right?
Not to be present, because remember...
What does make a turn mean?
He was expected to come, because he had to come fetch his wife. But then they were not sure whether he will be welcomed. That's when I said, ask her to make a turn. How I termed it, maybe, or how I put it, the words, this is how they came at that point in time.
I think I'm missing something. You said that you were informed that Mr. Matlala would be coming. Would it be okay?
Yeah, somebody would say, look, would you mind, do you want to come, and his wife is here, he wants to come. Do you have a problem? At that point in time, I'm not sure whether I responded at the same time or not, but I did give consent that he can come.
Okay, and so how long was he there for?
I never sat with Kat, not even for a moment. So I can't say how long was he there for. All I know is that I did bump into him, and then not more than an hour they were gone.
Okay, so he was socializing.
If you want to call it socializing, I can't help it, man.
Yes, I mean, you did say it was a small gathering. It was only about 20 people.
Yeah, it wasn't for adults. It was for my son engagement.
I think, General, you should have a look at your statement on this. Sorry, it's the statement from this morning. Because your version there is a little different from what you're saying now.
That's at 22.
22,
paragraph
thank
22.
you. Thank you.
Page 6, General, paragraph 22.
Paragraph 22.
Yes. And your version here, maybe you want to read.
Should I read it? On 14th...
Can you read from 22, until the end of that section.
On 14 September 2024, my wife and I hosted a surprise engagement celebration for my son and his fiancée at our residence. The gathering was intimate in nature, attended primarily by close family and friends. A limited number of senior officers from head office were also invited, including Major General Tema and General Sintumule. Now, I don't know, earlier the chairperson said to me, you were quick to correct some of the things and then some you keep quiet. I didn't invite General Tema. She was already on pension. And then she's a close friend of General Sintumule. General Sintumule came with General Tema. And General Tema is a close friend of Ms. Matlala's wife.
Okay.
Must I proceed?
Yes.
I placed on record that I did not invite Ms. Matlala to the event, nor did I initially invite Mr. Matlala. Mr. Matlala attended the function on the invitation of General Tema. She arrived earlier in the course of the event. As the afternoon progressed, General Tema informed me that Ms. Matlala had consumed alcohol and was hesitant to drive herself home. I was conveyed that she wished for her husband to collect her.
Continue.
Must I continue? It was only that stage and in those circumstances that Mr. Matlala attended the event for the limited purpose of collecting his wife. I paused to mention that I also communicated with Sergeant Fanning Kosi and advised that he could convey to Mr. Matlala that he was permitted to attend the residence, given Sergeant Nkosi's close acquaintance with him. Sergeant Nkosi had been assisting me with certain logistical arrangements relating to the event during the course of the day. At the time in question, he was briefly attending to a personal errand. It was in those circumstances that Mr. Matlala attended the residence. His attendance was limited in duration. While he entered the home and briefly socialized, this was incidental to collecting his wife. He remained for no more than approximately an hour before they departed.
Okay. So when you communicate with Sergeant Nkosi to make a turn, you don't say to Sergeant Nkosi, it doesn't indicate to Sergeant Nkosi that you are giving permission to collect his wife or that there's an issue that his wife can't drive or anything like that. Why is that? How are we to interpret that? Because it doesn't sound like somebody who you're saying, you need this permission to come collect your wife because your wife.
No, I wasn't hostile. We were not hostile. There was no hostile relationship between me and Mr. Matlala in such a way that I could spell it out in that fashion. To me, remember in that moment, at that time, you didn't know and think of a moment like this one. So it's just something that was happening out of 10.
But why would you then need to, if Mrs. Matlala is there and her friend is there and they say, is it okay? She would like her husband to join. Why do you then need to contact Sergeant Nkosi to ask him to invite Mr. Matlala to make a turn? If all you're doing is saying, yeah, it's fine, if she would like him to join, why not leave it to the wife to communicate with the husband to say, this is where I am?
Remember,
why do you need to contact Sergeant Nkosi to make the arrangement?
Remember that in some instances, there's been situations where you find that a wife is invited to a party, but the husband is not necessarily invited to a party. And then the husband cannot just show up because his wife is there. And the fact that maybe also it was to my house and said, look, if it is there, just check with the general whether will he mind or not. But I don't say this is how it happened. But in my case, I was told that Mr. Matlala wants to come and fetch his wife, and so he will be coming down here. I hope you don't mind.
Yes, but that wasn't communicated to you by Mr. Nkosi. That was communicated to you by the people at your house.
Yes.
So once you say to them, I don't mind, why don't you then leave it to them? They can then say, we've spoken to General Sibia, he's got no problem. And then he comes.
Yes.
Yes.
But I did.
Why did you need to go through Sergeant Nkosi?
Not that I needed to go through Sergeant Nkosi, but at some point I did communicate to Nkosi because I know that he knows Kat, and then I said, no, tell Kat to make house. He mustn't, to make a turn, he mustn't be afraid.
He knows that you know Kat.
We are past that stage. He knows that I know Kat.
Okay. And I'd like to take you just to what Mr. Matlala's version is on this. And that's at file 6. It's also an audio recording. It's the one prior to the one we just listened to. So it's file 6, page 629. Page 629.
629, thank you.
Okay, so, you know, it starts a little earlier. You're free to read from the beginning of the transcript if you wish. It's a discussion about questions regarding Sergeant Nkosi and you. And then it comes round in 629 to the discussion about EFTs, and the male speaker too says he wants something like dates, car that you were using, where's the car, the routes, things like that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then 3 lines down, so line 13 on that page, Mr. Matlala says, I was driving a Rolls Royce. I had a Rolls Royce, and then the transcript doesn't capture the rest. And then male speaker 2, what did his son want? And then Mr. Matlala, it was a party, indistinct. When I got to the party, and then indistinct again. And then witness C says, did you withdraw that money? And Mr. Matlala says, yeah, but remember, I will withdraw maybe 500 and then give him 300. Yeah, so I remember, do you want cars or places, etc. So what he was saying here is that he came to the party. He's saying, it seems, that he came in a Rolls Royce for what that's worth, and that he came with money, but he said, I remember I will withdraw maybe 500 rand. I think he probably means more than just 500 rand.
500,000.
Something like that. And then Mr. Matlala also says, I also went to his plot, his townhouse. And then he says, I was driving a Benz. Okay, so that's Mr. Matlala's version from here, just regarding the party. There are other things, but for the moment, what is your response to that?
Chair, I have screenshots of the family group, family meeting, the grouping that we have, and how each one of them were contributing. This one buying this one saying I'll buy this one saying I'll buy the cake, this one I'll bring this, and then I said, okay, I will bring the sped braai. It was just for 20 people. That didn't need even 300,000. My family paid everything 100% for what was going on. So I want to share it, and I want them to also be displayed, because this is a family meeting. I mean, and then I don't know how I can be assisted that they be also shown there. The same way we see this one, let this communication be shown there, because this is what happened.
But you just tell us what...
Sorry, Ms. Hassim, I think you referred to 500,000.
500 rand.
500 rand.
Yes. 500
rand, not 500,000 rand.
500 grand is 500,000.
Sorry? Rand.
Oh, 500 rand.
R-A-N-D.
No, we didn't need 500 rand, quite honestly speaking. You remember, it was at a late stage, and it was almost done, basically.
So the audio clip, and we could play the audio clip, Chair, but the audio clip refers to 500,000, and what it's suggesting in the audio clip, the transcript has these indistinct in between, so it's not quite complete. 500,000, suggesting that he takes cash, basically, to General Sibia.
They talk about 500, actually I think it's something like 300,000.
You listened to that audio clip, did you?
Yes, I listened as he was testifying, but obviously I know that the evidence leader believes so much in that thing, which I don't, and it's not right.
No, please don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm not believing in anything. I'm putting to you the evidence that has been placed before this commission. It's only fair to you that you are given an opportunity to respond to this.
I want to respond.
And a straight answer would be benefit to you.
Chair, I want to respond by showing the group that was created by my wife with the family and kids. Other kids, I've got 6 kids, all of them adults. They are working. And then this one said, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do to support our brother. And here is it. I don't know if I should just read them into the record or just attach them so that they are seen there. And then you can see even the date from 11 September
Chair,
when my wife started.
Sorry, General, let me stop you. I accept your word for it, Chair. I have no problem with that. I can understand that in a family setting, that's how it works. People contribute. But it doesn't answer this question, which is a response to this evidence about Mr. Matlala saying he came to the party and that he came with cash.
You see, Chair, in all fairness, it is important that when the evidence leader tried to demonstrate that Mr. Matlala came and he contributed to my son's engagement, then I demonstrate that no. Everything that happened there, we carried as a family. Starting from, my wife went with a credit card to Spar to buy the grocery for a small number of people that were there. And then others bought cakes, and then we bought this. We didn't need 300,000. We didn't need money from Mr. Matlala. And I quite honestly speaking, I didn't need it. We didn't need it. We didn't ask for it. And then if it was in a sense that is going to bring that amount of money at that point in time, at that late hour, he would have done it maybe in the early, during the day so that I can use it to spend. But because it was not, I didn't even invite people. Not even there was no friend of mine, not even one. So I'm demonstrating here that we paid and we carried the cost, and everything that was there, you can see even yourself that no. Here the family were working together in dealing with this whole thing. So please, this thing of the 300,000, I'm throwing it away. I'm rejecting it right away from the onset.
Okay. I'm not going to, it's still not answering. I didn't put it to you that it was for the purposes of the engagement or for paying for that evening. I don't know what it could have been for. I'm just putting to you what Mr. Matlala says. Right, so to say, well, no, we paid for the engagement, we did it in these various ways, doesn't answer the question directly.
Let's
perhaps it does in this sense, and perhaps I'm suggesting that he should move on, Mr.
Yes.
Sim. It answers it in the sense that he denies ever having needed the money. And then, of course, he goes on to give the reason as to why he possibly could not have needed it. But part of that says, I did not need it, I did not receive it. So, in a sense, it does answer it. Perhaps,
Okay.
yes.
I'm happy to move off this. I think
Yes.
we're not going to get further with this.
Are you
I
leaving
just
that
want to-
topic, Advocate Hassan?
Um,
I have one question on this topic.
On this, I just want to confirm one thing before you do so, Commissioner Kumalo. Do you confirm that General Shibiri was present at this?
Yes.
Okay. And he was aware that Mr. Matlala was going to be arriving?
I wouldn't say so, because it looked like General Shibiri was arriving from China at that point in time, because when I called him, he just said, I just landed or I arrived, something like that, but he was not around.
Generally, you make all your answers very long. Can you please try to shorten your answers? Because the question is a simple one. Was General Shibiri aware that Mr. Matlala would be there? If you know he was, you say yes, he was. If you don't know, you say I don't know. If you know that he did not know, then you say no.
I really don't know, Chair.
Sorry?
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank you, General.
Thanks. And then...
may that request please apply to all your answers. I do know that there are instances where you may want to give an explanation, but it cannot be in respect of all your responses. Thank you, General.
Chair, I have a question to ask.
Yes.
What is the status of this witness's statement? What is its status? Is it a confession? Is it an admission? Or is it was just an interrogation? Because I'm being asked on something that could have been obtained unlawfully as well, or like as determined by Mr. Matlala as being AI generated, and say, I deny this and I deny this and I never said this, or the circumstances under which this statement was undertaken, where they went and booked him and then spent 5 hours with him interrogating him. Now, whatever they said about me, because they want me, now I'm responding to the statement that were made by the sergeants, when in fact they are talking about a confession that was obtained by Mr. Matlala that was supposed to have been, they are junior officials, they are sergeants. They were supposed to, when a person begin to make an unequivocal statement that if it were to be made in court would amount to a plea of guilty or a confession or an admission, then which means then there are certain procedures that needs to be followed. And in this regard, we're talking about a statement where people just went to book a person out, sat with a person out for six hours and saying it was an informal decision. It was an informal discussion. And then as a result, I just want to be assisted. Where do we position this thing? Was it an admission made by Mr. Matlala? Admitted? Is it admitted? Was it a confession? Or, because I'm now, why I'm worried is the fact that I know the status of PKTT in terms of so badly wanting to get hold of me considering the fact that they have been to Mr. Matlala many times, even in jail, and saying to him, give us Sibia, we'll take you out, we'll leave you out. We are prepared to even leave that case of Ms. Tobejani as long as you give us Sibia. Work with us. Now, I'm in this situation now where now I'm being questioned on the statement that were obtained by PKTT junior members. Say, this is what Matlala told us. Whether I was being assaulted or what under duress, I don't know. But I'm just worried about the fact that I'm responding to a statement that I don't know what its real status is in front of the commissioners.
Ms. Hassan?
General, it is what I described earlier, which is evidence that's been introduced to the commission by witness C, who was there when he was questioning Mr. Matlala. And that's all it is. This is not a criminal trial. This is evidence that emerged during the course of this commission's hearings. I hear you speaking a lot about this plot that's against you, and that witness C and that all of the people who were responsible for arresting Mr. Matlala are actually doing it as part of a plot against you. But that doesn't take away from what, in his own voice, Mr. Matlala has said. You can say it was AI generated, that's fine. I'm putting it to you so you can respond. You can admit it, you can deny it, you can say whatever you want to say about what Mr. Matlala allegedly said, if you want to put it that way. And that's it.
Ms. Gillian, do you wish to say anything on this?
I agree with the evidence leader that the status and the admissibility of the evidence is not what is to be investigated, but simply this is what somebody said, and for that purpose alone the witness is asked to respond.
Thank you, Ms. Gillian. General, at this stage, just a minute, just. General, we have heard your point, but at this stage, we would want you to respond to the questions.
I will respond, Chair.
I think Commissioner Kumalo had a question. Or was it?
Much later, Chair.
Oh,
Let him
right.
finish the answer to the question.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Hassan.
Would you like to answer?
I thought I responded in the chair.
I would suggest that if you rather
okay.
Repeat your question.
Oh, no, it was really to respond to to what Mr. Matlala is saying, that he came to your house, that he came, in a Rolls Royce, that he had withdrawn cash, and that it was 500,000, but that 300.
I think we dealt with and put the question of the money to bed. He denied the bit about the money. Yes.
Yes, for some reason, the witness reopened it and said he was questioning the status of it, so I thought he wanted to come back to that question. But if you don't have anything else to say on it, we can move off it.
I do. Yes. Chair, the only question, and without any waste of time, is that over and above the fact that some of these allegations are allegations that can really be confirmed. If a person talk about EFT or clever cash or whatever, we must be able to also produce that they are on that day as well. He went to the bank and he withdrew 500,000, and then this is the money. When asked about that, he said, Mr. Matlala's got too many accounts, but let's also see if maybe on that day, did he ever really withdraw money or transfer any money? I mean, the commission has got investigators. It's a point that we're supposed to be rest assured and say, and we can confirm that point as well. But all I can say, I would not really put my family through this thing of my kids. They are struggling where themselves from their own little corners. Another one say, okay, I'll buy a cake. This one said, no, I'll buy this one and then I'll contribute here to support our brother. And then the next thing, when I know that, no, I've got 500,000, I will say, no, don't worry, guys. And then I'll put actually 50,000 and say, go deal with this thing. And then I keep quiet with the 250,000 and see what I do. But that is not the case. So I deny this thing of the EFT, the 500,000, it's just being malicious.
Yes, Mr. Zim.
I have no further questions on this. I'm going to move off. Commissioner Khumalo.
On the 14 September event?
Yes.
Yes. General, I have just a few questions. So when Mr. Matlala came to your house, it was late at night. I'm assuming it was around 8 o'clock?
That's correct.
Yes, and when somebody who's never been to your house before comes to your house that late at night, you would open the gate for him. How else would he get into your house?
No, Chair.
General, did you open the gate for him?
I'm trying to explain to you. I have security at the gate that opens the gate and closes the gate when we have an event, so that people that are invited, they cannot call in every now and then someone must go. So one of the people that I ask that works with me, or that we ask the gardener, will be at the gate. As a car comes in, they will open the gate. And then as a car drives out, they will open the gate, so that nobody comes every now and then call me, open the gate. Sometimes I can't even hear the phone, or I don't find my phone somewhere. So we normally make provision for someone to be at the gate.
So did you tell that person that Mr. Matlala will be coming to your house and they must open for him?
No, I don't tell a person that Mr. So-and-so will come. You are at the gate and then you know there's an event at home. Whoever comes, open the gate. Whoever goes, open the gate.
And when the gate was opened for him, did you go to meet him and introduce yourself, or him introduce himself?
Not at all.
There was no greeting?
No. Like he said, I bumped into him. It's not like I was seeing him for the first time. So I met him, I bumped into him, we greeted, and then he went and joined his wife.
No, understand me, he's coming to your house for the first time. I mean, when you go to somebody else's house for the first time, you greet them and they welcome you into their house. Did that not happen?
No, it's not how it works, how it happens in all instances, especially under conditions like those. And considering the fact that my house is there.
No, you love explaining. You can just say that did not happen and then we leave it there.
All right.
So I don't want you to give a general. My concern with your original statement, it is 90 pages long. Remember, we've been through it over the past 3 days. And from paragraph 161, you address allegations concerning your purported relationship with Mr. Matlala. And all you say in 4 paragraphs is that there was a meeting in January 2024. That's it. You don't mention that there was an occasion where he was invited to your house and there was a party and he did attend, circumstances of his attendance, and he spent an hour at your house. Why is it that you did not consider important to deal with that in your statement before this commission? Why does it have to come by way of a supplementary statement when other people like General Sentumule mention where they met Mr. Matlala, that they met him at your house, and only then do you volunteer information to this commission that, oh yes, in fact he was at my house, there was an event at my house and these were the circumstances? Why is it that you did not mention this in your 90-page statement when you devoted a section of your statement to allegations about your relationship with Mr. Matlala?
I think, Chair, I respond to a question that I'm being asked. And when I draft the statement, I drafted the statement and focused on the point at hand. Now, if where I didn't include it, and then it's something that I can speak to, both in writing or oral, that is the case. If ever, maybe perhaps I didn't include it, and then it's something that I am responding to and probed or ask a question, because sometimes I'm not in the same mindset as the evidence leader who is there to ask questions and I must respond. But in my case, when I draft something, when we draft a response on a particular point, we not really, we ask a lot of questions, but sometimes I will say this, but if you are not asked about this, then why put it in?
General, but you are speaking about your relationship with Mr. Matlala and you are devoting a section of your 90-page statement. Remember why you are here. You are here to assist the commission to establish facts. You don't wait until people make allegations and then only then do you say, oh, I was hoping they were not going to mention this. Now that they have mentioned it, then I will deal with it in a supplementary. Because it's the same issue with the impalas. You say none of this. If you were not allowed to file a supplementary statement, we would have been left with the impression that you only met Mr. Matlala once in January 2024, and that was it. We would not have known that actually he was at your house at a party. Only when General Sentumule mentions it in her statement, and you depose to a supplementary statement where you are responding to General Sentumule's statement, only then do you give the commission these facts, and I find that troubling.
I really am not so sure whether anyway I've never referred to it, but what I know is that I think I can also at this point in time also remember whether at ad hoc committee I was ever asked about it. I was never asked about it, and then even now I was never asked about it. Up until it is being mentioned, that's when I respond to it. So that is why it's not a question of one is withholding information or hiding information, because I'm prepared to respond, and I'm responding. If I'm asked about something, I'll respond to it. But if it was never asked, I kept it short.
I'm leaving it there for now.
And then factor into that what Ms. SAfm has already raised with you, which is Sergeant Kosi says that he's dropping the gogos, then coming to you, and you then say, ask it to make a turn. So if you look at what Commissioner Kumalo is raising with you, and what I've just read to you now, to an ordinary reader, that sounds like you were just inviting Mr. Matlala. This idea that he was coming to pick up his wife who had taken a lot of liquor doesn't make much sense. Because all you would say to him is, and by the way, Mrs. Matlala needs to be picked up. Please ask her to come pick her up. You don't say, ask her to make a turn. You are inviting him.
If this is maybe how commissioners maybe see it, I will really, from where I'm sitting, just stick to the fact that when I said ask her to make a turn, in my mind I was implying that you can ask him to make a turn, it doesn't really matter. I don't have a problem.
Who had said anything about a problem? That's the thing.
No,
Sergeant Kosi, after dropping off these goggles, I'm coming to you. So you're basically saying, also ask Mr. Matlala to come as well. That's, in context, that's what this means. This thing about Mrs. Matlala and so on, and Mr. Matlala having to come pick her up because she cannot drive, in context, it simply doesn't make sense.
General, you're shaking your head.
Are you shaking
you're
or nodding? I
rather.
think he's nodding. I think the general is nodding.
No. It's a chair's viewpoint on this thing, and it's not a fact that I think I should take any further when the chair says it doesn't make sense to me. So to me, I can't argue any further when the chairs.
Ordinarily, people don't speak like that. As khulumi kanjalo, we don't speak like that. All I'm saying is, I mean, you would say, usho kuMatlala ukuthi alanda unkosikazi akazukwazi ukushayela imoto ngoba uthande ukuthi kakhulu. That's how he would put it. Please ask Mrs. Matlala to come, Mr. Matlala to come pick up his wife. I'm translating for those who didn't hear. That's how ordinary conversation would go. So I'm not trying to gratuitously attack you or anything. I'm just talking about how people would talk normally. Don't you accept that?
This is how people talk normally, Chair. But how it happened at that time, I cannot also at this point in time describe it anyhow to say, why did I put it like that? But I said, ask Kat to make a 10, and as far as I'm concerned, there was nothing wrong.
Thank you, General.
General, maybe still on this, when you say to Mr. Matlala he can make a 10, and you don't say to Sergeant Nkosi the reason that you are giving us now, you do appreciate that Mr. Matlala would not have known that you are asking him to come and pick up his wife. Only you would have known that, because you don't tell Sergeant Nkosi why Mr. Matlala should make a 10, and so Sergeant Nkosi doesn't tell Mr. Matlala why he's being asked to make a 10. He could only, therefore, both of them, in fact, Nkosi and Matlala, could only think that he's being invited to your house.
I wouldn't think so, Commissioner, because already Mr. Matlala was in constant communication with his wife, I guess.
No,
under normal circumstances.
Don't guess, General. Don't guess. You've given us what you say are the facts. You say they spoke to you to check if you would be okay or have a problem with Mr. Matlala coming to the house. So you state that as a fact. You then respond by instructing Sergeant Nkosi to tell him to make a 10. So what I'm saying to you is, with what you have told us, you must admit, or you must accept, that Mr. Matlala would not have known from you at least, communicating to Sergeant Nkosi, that in fact he was being called to come and collect his wife. Just as we wouldn't have known until you started saying, they told me that his wife can drive. Just looking at this correspondence.
Commissioner, if you remember very well, Mr. Matlala himself did indicate that he received a call from his wife to come fetch her. He did indicate that at the ad hoc.
Okay. I'm not aware of that evidence. I'm dealing with I would like to believe, I don't want to think that you are tailoring your evidence to accord with what Mr. Matlala said. He may well have been lying. And I think it is best that you don't refer to him, because then it may give the impression that you are tailoring your evidence to accord with what he has said. I'm asking you about that date, what happened on that date. Forget what Mr. Matlala and his wife may or may not have been discussing. You say to us, you have this party, they tell you, they ask you, they tell you that Mrs. Matlala won't be able to drive. And they ask you, would you mind, would you have a problem with Mr. Matlala coming to your house to pick her up? You action it. And that's what these WhatsApp exchanges are about. You action it by telling Sergeant Ngosi to tell Mr. Matlala to make a 10. And I'm saying to you, what I'm putting to you is on what you are telling us. Someone asked you, do you mind him coming to the house? You instruct Sergeant Ngosi, or you ask Sergeant Ngosi to tell him to make a 10. And I'm putting to you for your comment that, and I think it's a concession you can fairly make, that just on this, he wouldn't have known why he's coming to your house unless his wife spoke to him, unless you don't know as a fact that his wife spoke to him. Surely you should be able to make that concession, that unless his wife told him that she can't drive, he must come and pick her up, he wouldn't have known why you are saying he must come and make a 10.
Commissioner, Chair, with respect, the evidence leader leads me about a statement that was made at the ad hoc commission by Mr. Matlala. He says things that, and she asked me about things that were spoken by Mr. Matlala at the ad hoc. And I respond, and I'm also making reference to what I heard him saying at the ad hoc. Now then, Commissioner Mbale says, no. Forget about what he said, because now you might be accused, so I might actually take it that you are tailoring along the way. Now, I want you to answer in respect of this. Now, but as I answer in respect of this, then the question is going to come and say, but Mr. Matlala in ad hoc said this. Now, I'm in between now.
Okay, that's it. I hear your complaint. It's a fair complaint. Let me do this differently. We don't know whether Mr. Matlala is telling the truth or not in the ad hoc committee, so I don't base anything on what he said. I didn't even listen to him in the ad hoc committee. So, and I don't know whether it's true or not what he says happened about this incident, so I put no stock on it. I have my conversation with you about that night, what you know about that night. So let's not refer to him, because we don't know what happened between him and his wife, if anything happened at all. We don't know for sure. So I'm saying go back to that evening of the 14th. You are at your house. Your version is someone said to you, they said to you, Miss Matlala can't drive back home. Would you have a problem if Mr. Matlala came to pick her up? That's what you tell us. And I'm not in a position to say, no, that's not true, that's not how it happened. I have, for purpose of our discussion, to take it at face value. It's what you say happened that night. You then action it, that's what you tell us. You send a message to Sergeant Ngosi to tell Ket Matlala to make a 10. We do know that he does arrive, because that's your version. He does arrive at your house. All I'm saying to you, or I'm putting to you, is that when all there is someone spoke to you, Sergeant Ngosi wasn't there. Someone told you Mrs. Matlala can drive. You say to Ngosi, tell Ket to make a 10. Ket arrives. In all of that, with all of that communication, Mr. Matlala would not have known from you or from Sergeant Ngosi that he's being asked or invited to come and collect his wife. That's what I'm putting to you, and I'm saying I think it's a fair construction of what happened that night. What do you say to that?
To me, Commissioner, it's rather impossible that my wife could be somewhere at a party and I don't know where my wife is, or I know that she's at a party and she can't drive, and then that someone else must call me and say my wife cannot drive.
Do you know for a fact that Mr. Matlala knew that his wife can't drive home? Do you know that as a matter of fact? And you understand when I say as a matter of fact, I mean, you're a police officer. You know what the question means. Do you know as a verifiable fact that Mr. Matlala knew that his wife, before you called him, before Sergeant Nkosi spoke to him, and before he arrived at his house, at your house, do you know that he knew as a fact that his wife is unable to drive herself home?
Personally, I didn't know.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted from you to clarify. You want
sorry.
to follow up on this? I'm still doing some questions.
You can, I have a question on this chat.
Please go ahead.
But not if it's going to interrupt your line. So maybe you should finish, Commissioner.
Don't forget your question. And then you say, when you say they asked me if I would have a problem, who is they that you're referring to here?
I think it's either General Tema or General Sintumule,
Yes,
because they are the ones who were sitting with her.
yes,
Yes.
okay. And you told them, no, I don't have a problem. I'm
Yes.
assuming you would have told them
Yes.
that. Okay. And if that's what happened, if you said to them, no, I wouldn't have a problem, why was it necessary for you to get Sergeant Nkosi to communicate with him? Sergeant Nkosi wasn't in the house with you. He was nowhere near you. So you can't say, oh, I saw him next to me and I thought, let me just mention it to him. He's out there. Why don't, after giving the answer to whoever it is that asked you, why don't you leave it at that? Why do you involve Sergeant Nkosi, who's far from this?
I think I left it at that up until when either I got a call, but we spoke with Sergeant Nkosi. That's when I said, tell Kat to make a turn. But I left it at then because it wasn't like such a special invitation. So up until at the time I spoke to, I said, no, tell Kat to make a turn. Because I could see already his wife was here, and we had two generals there. The third one was Shiviri only, and then no any other person was there. These are the only two colleagues that I work with at that office that I came, so that I'm not alone. And I didn't invite friends because I knew that others will complain why I didn't invite them.
Why did you not call Mr. Matlala yourself?
Like I indicated, Chair, I never made it my practice to actually communicate with him.
Let me suggest to you what then your answer leads me to. Let me tell you what it leads to. That when Sergeant, because you could have communicated with him, you say you just never made it your practice to communicate with him. Well, Sergeant Nkosi says in January, you said he will be your contact person between you and Mr. Matlala. And this speaks to exactly that. You didn't call Mr. Matlala yourself when you could have, if indeed what you say was the reason for inviting him is the truth. You could have called him. You could have left it with the people that told you that his wife can't drive. You instead involve Sergeant Nkosi, who is not on your property, who is not in the party at that time. That seems to support his evidence or his statement that in January, when you were with Mr. Matlala, you asked him if he minded to be the go-between between the two of you. It's consistent with that evidence. What do you say to that?
Which I deny, Chair. That is not a fact. That is not the case. I didn't need him to be a go-in-between.
Well, he was a go-between here. You could have phoned Mr. Matlala, and you say to us, well, I didn't make it a habit to speak to him. And remember earlier on, you testified that after your January meeting, you started interacting with him. And now here, and then And then Sergeant Nkosi says, well, I was the go-between by agreement, by arrangement. And we see him being a go-between here. He's a go-between here. When he says, when you say to him, ask Ket to make a turn, and he does that, and he updates you. I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around. He will be there in 30 minutes. So he is the go-between the two of you.
I don't think so, Chair. It happened. So it happened, but it does not necessarily mean that there's always a go in between.
Yes.
But I do understand that what the Commissioner is saying, that why couldn't you speak to Ket, Mr. Matlala yourself? But at that present moment, I didn't think of me calling him because I'm not even sure whether I had his numbers there in my phone because I never wanted to keep his number in my phone because I avoid this communication.
Well, if you didn't have his number, I want to suggest if you didn't have his number and Mr. Nkosi Sergeant Nkosi was not the go-between, you would have gotten his number from his wife, who was there with you. Nkosi was out.
I've never spoken to Mr. Matlala's wife.
But you knew she was there. You would have said to Sintumule or Tema or they, give me his number, I will call him. But you did not do that because you did have a way of communicating with him. And your way of communicating with him was through Sergeant Nkosi, as Sergeant Nkosi says.
I do understand and I do accept the fact, Commissioners, and really if it didn't happen that way, maybe oversight on my side, I will accept it as well.
Okay. Maybe lastly, you say you did not invite Mrs. Matlala to your function. You're nodding.
That's correct.
So she wasn't there on your invitation.
That's correct.
And I think you said she was invited by Major General Tema.
I think so, because this is what I also read from, when you read General Sintumula's affidavit, the one that we received.
Well, General Sintumula doesn't say that. Her affidavit at paragraph 6.1, I can read it for you, otherwise you can pull it out if you want. This is her speaking to that evening, and I'm going to read. Do you want to pull it out, General? Are you happy for me to read it?
I want to get it, it's just that I'm juggling between different files.
File 10C.
I've got it, Chair.
Yes. It's quite a long paragraph. She says, I want to give you, if you start from the bottom and you count the line numbers, I just want to direct you where I'm going. From the bottom, 11 from the bottom.
Page 11.
Line, oh, sorry, I do apologize. It's page 5, paragraph 6.1 of that statement. 6.1.
I've got it, Chair.
And then line 11 from the bottom. You will see that line starts with, I did not trust him, even if there were other generals or people. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is where General Sintumule tries to explain why she didn't come alone. And she says, I did not trust him being you, even if there were other generals or people. And then this is where I want to read from. I would either take my younger sister or a friend. In this instance, I took Major General Tema, and she can attest that I informed her that I was actually uncomfortable going to this event because of the ever-changing nature of my relationship with Lieutenant General Sibia. The party was on a Saturday, and I recall, and this is the part, upon arriving, we noticed there were other colleagues who were also in attendance. During the event, there was a lady, and this is the part where she explains Mrs. Matlala's presence. She says, during the event, there was a lady that came and sat with us, and Major General Tema introduced her to me as Mrs. Sakane Matlala, with whom she was acquainted. And then she later pointed me to Mr. Matlala and informed me that he was Tsakani's husband. So, according to General Sintumule, Major General Tema did not bring Mrs. Matlala to your house. In fact, what happened is General Sintumule is the one that brought Major General Tema. That's what General Sintumule tells us. That's what she tells us. And then she says she then saw Miss Matlala there. So it is not correct. And it may simply be that you've got the facts wrong, or your recollection or your understanding of what happened that day, which is fine, if that is the explanation. But Mrs. Matlala was not brought to your house, according to General Sintumule. She wasn't brought to your house by Major General Tema.
It is not correct, Chair. Miss Matlala is a very close friend of Miss Tema.
Yes, she may well be. I don't know anything about their relationship. She may well be close friends. All I'm putting to you is General Sintumule, and if necessary, the commission can, if it's decided it's important, can get a statement from Major General Tema. But according to General Sintumule, Mrs. Matlala was not invited by Major General Tema. She says, I met her because she came to sit with us. I invited, when I say I mean General Sintumule, says, I invited Major General Tema. 1, 2, while we were there, a lady came and sat with us, and she was introduced to me as Mr. Matlala. So that's General Sintumule doesn't confirm what you're saying, that they came with Mrs. Matlala.
If I were to respond, Chair.
Yes, please do.
I'm going to say something here that no matter what I say, I don't see changing the attitude of the commissioners in relation to my involvement in this thing. And I'm going to give you an example, Commissioner, that says, when you look at the lease agreement that, I don't know whether it's Dr. Pett, the one who did the BBL, or there is another doctor who was referred to get the lease agreement from Department of Public Works. They were referred by General Tema, who was the head of college. The same applies to Mr. Matlala. They were referred by General Tema to the same Public Works. Now, we are sitting with one person who's very close to these people, but the commissioner is saying, no. This lady, Matlala's wife, was actually brought by you, not by her, could not have been them. But she's very close to them. I don't know them. And I found them there working together, being very close to one another.
General, I'm not saying you brought Mrs. Matlala to your house. If that's what's happening in how you perceive things, it doesn't come from me. I didn't put to you that you brought Mrs. Matlala to your house. I'm discussing with you your description of how you say she came to be in your house. You say she came with Major General Tema. That's what you said. 1, and then you say even General Sintumule says that. You remember that's what you said. For now, I'm not yet asking for comment. You can say to me, I'm wrong in my recollection of your evidence. But your evidence, and let me repeat it, is she's very close to Major General Tema, who has since retired, and you didn't invite her to your house. She was brought by Major General Tema, who came with General Sintumule. Even General Sintumule says that in her affidavit. That's a sum of your evidence.
Now, Chair, I don't think I was specifically saying they came all three together.
Okay.
In their house, to house. I invited General Sintumule alone.
Yes.
And then she asked me a question and said, General, can I come with General Tema? I said, it's okay.
Yes.
Because at least she needed to be with someone.
Yes.
And then she came. Like even what I heard at the artwork when Mr. Matlala was saying, my wife was invited by one of her friends. So this is what I know, at least.
Yes. But you said positively in your evidence, and it is important to detail because part of the work that we are doing is investigating your relationship with Mr. Matlala, so it is important to detail. Your evidence a short while ago is that Mrs. Matlala came there with Major General Tema. That was your evidence. That part I did not misunderstand or mishear. And then you say Major General Tema is retired. She was invited, I didn't invite her. She was invited by General Sintumule. That's your evidence. And then you say even General Sintumule says so in her statement. All that I have done is to read for you, together with you, what in fact General Sintumule says about it. And I say, but what you've described about how Mrs. Matlala came to be at your house is not how General Sintumule describes it. So what you're saying is not the same as what General Sintumule said. And General Sintumule may well be wrong or being dishonest even about it. But you are, to the extent that you are relying on her affidavit, I was correcting you that no, but your reference to her affidavit or your reliance on her affidavit is incorrect because that's not what she says. She says, we met Tsakani Matlala at that house. That's what she says. And that's really the gist of it. She says, we met her at the house.
You see, commissioners, there are key points that I wish the commissioners could just also highlight or underline, rather, to say that I'm taking the relationship that says they are close friends. I'm taking it to the relationship with Dr. Pett, who did the BBL. I'm taking the relationship to the fact that it is General Tema who actually assisted Dr. Pett or the other doctor. I don't know whether it's Pett, but there are two doctors involved because another one, she did head transplant, she did all those is now. When you look at the fact that I also indicated that they were at Mr. Matlala's house, at General Sintumule's house, both Mr. Matlala and Ms. Matlala, and I gave the registration number of the car. I do have the registration number of the car, and I'm challenging the evidence leaders, not the evidence leaders, I'm challenging the investigators also to see if they can locate the vehicle in the vicinity in terms of telephone triangulation to see if it can be confirmed, because it is confirmed. So I'm just saying, these people that are so close to Ms. Matlala and Mr. Matlala, no, they are there, and I'm the one actually who was inviting and who's actually close to Mr. Matlala, and these ones, no, I just wanted to put that point as a worrying factor to me.
General, is the long and short of what you're saying that General firstly, I would like you to accept that the statement of General Sintumule does not confirm your version of how Mrs. Matlala came to be in the house. I think that you must confirm just by reading from the statement. You have a different version, she has her own version. So that should be easy to get you to agree to it. And then two, and maybe let me make this point, that if you speak about who was close to who in terms of relationships, I think it's a fair proposition to you or suggestion to you that on your own evidence, you were close to Mr. Matlala. It may be a question of degree. you didn't have a non-existent relationship with him. You told us earlier. You met him in January 2024, and years after that you started interacting. We see impalas coming into the picture, voice notes being exchanged. Mrs. Matlala is at your house. You say, tell him to make a 10 without explaining why. Sergeant Nkosi seems to know and understand what this is all about, and he easily tells him to make a 10, and he reports back to you. That and other facts suggest that you do have a relationship with him.
Irrespective of the fact that I do indicate here that I never received any impalas and I never wanted them from
No, I'm not asking you about impalas, General. I'm speaking specifically to, there are these facts. You did not receive the impalas, but Sergeant Nkosi is getting impalas, is trying to get impalas for you. He involves Mr. Matlala. And when he says cat, this is from cat, you know what he's talking about. Which cat he's talking about. You know and understand all of those things. But on your own version, after you meet him in January, you do interact with him. You tell us that of course, after that, we started interacting. So, all I'm simply putting to you is, well, on your own version, there was a relationship with you. You had a relationship with Mr. Matlala. We can debate, was it close? Was it not too close? Was it uncomfortably close? That's a conversation for another day. But for now, all I'm putting to you is, on your own version, there was clearly a relationship between you and Mr. Matlala. In the same way, maybe, that you say even Major General Tema had a relationship with him, even General Sintumule had a relationship. You did have a relationship with him.
I think I never at any stage denied that I was talking to him or I spoke to him, but what I was not really agreeing to was that he's a friend, he's my friend.
Okay.
But I want to ask a question, Chair, direction perhaps, in just to look at this. Is this thing of having spoken to Mr. Matlala looked at in a negative light, in a sense of him being a service provider or a person who is not charged criminally, who's not under investigation, and then given to as far at that time, to as far as we're concerned? The reason why I'm asking that, we have the same scenario where Lieutenant General Nkua, who is the acting Deputy National Commissioner, who is very close to a lady whose husband is the one who's been allocated the tender, and they are all over the show. They attended the wedding. Let me finish, Commissioner Baloyi.
No, General, no. I don't think we should provide you with a platform to make allegations about people. If you've got evidence before us, by all means, you can do a supplementary statement. You can provide us with evidence, and then we look at of what relevance is that to our terms of reference. I don't think it is right that you sit there and you use the platform to introduce other relationships that suggest impropriety. Maybe there is impropriety, but this is not the time or the opportunity for you to do that. I asked you a question about, do you accept on these facts that they indicate that you had a relationship? And I made a point of saying to you, I'm not saying it is close relationship, because I don't know how close this relationship is. But do you accept that from January, when you say you met him for the first time, and you've now testified this morning to say, of course I interacted with him after I first met him, and now we know his wife was at your house. We know he came and spent about an hour, according to your evidence. We know that Sergeant Nkosi tried to get impalas for you, at the very least tried. for you from him. Yes, and then now this evening, you say to Sergeant Nkosi, you know, tell him to make a turn. I'm saying, do you at least accept that it signifies a relationship, whatever form it is? It does signify that you did have some relationship with him.
We didn't agree that this is a relationship. I don't really want to admit or accept the fact that some form of a relationship. I might have done that, but does not necessarily signify that there's a relationship.
Okay. All right. Thank you, General. Ms. Hassim?
Thank you. General, just before we leave these chats, when you send this message saying, ask Kat to make a turn, that wasn't the first time that you asked Sergeant Nkosi to invite Mr. Matlala over. Isn't that so? For the 14th September.
I don't remember inviting him in any other place. There's one moment that I remember, because as allegations started filtering in terms of the involvement, his name was mentioned at some point in the Jerry Boshoga matter, where I needed now to understand, because I hear this thing, and I want to understand, can you be involved here? Could you be involved? Could you be the one? Because I needed to know that. So if it happens that maybe I might have, I won't deny. Remember, I don't have any access to my gadget and no recall of what must have happened. So I don't want to sit here and say it wasn't the first time, it was the first and last time. In the meantime, you show me something that I don't recall anymore. So I don't know.
Okay.
Let us please adjourn for 10 minutes. So 16:10, and we'll come back at 16:10 and sit until 5. Let's adjourn.
Work permits, manipulation and facilitation networks enabling unauthorized entry into South Africa. Schreiber says since April last year, 20 Home Affairs officials have been dismissed and 16 others suspended following allegations of serious maladministration within the department. Schreiber briefed the media in Pretoria.
We've had over 55 dismissals since July 2024. 20 of them since April of last year. We also have 275 criminal referrals out of this work, 111 investigations that have been closed. We have a number of disciplinary processes that are still live, and we're looking at administrative processes to potentially revoke over 2,000 visas that may have come fraudulently out of this kind of work. So absolutely the accountability is happening. We are enforcing very serious consequences for people involved in this, but we are also changing the system.
Northwest businessman Brown Mokhotsi will tomorrow appear before Parliament's ad hoc committee. The committee is probing allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system. Today, members of the committee met to discuss the next list of witnesses before them. Mokhotsi initially preferred to appear virtually, citing safety concerns. Evidence leader Nomena Rentse says Mokhotsi is expected to appear in person.
So he will be appearing in person tomorrow. You would have noticed that we have not provided a statement up to date because of continuous difficulties contacting Mr. Mokhotsi
Members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature have started trickling in at the Nasrec Expo Centre south of Johannesburg. Ahead of tonight's State of the Province address, security has been tightened and officials are putting the finishing touches at the venue as political leaders and invited guests start to arrive. Lerato Makola reports.
The State of the Province address marks a key moment on Gauteng's political calendar, with Premier Panyaza Lesufi expected to outline government priorities and plans for the year ahead. There's a steady flow of arrivals, with members greeting colleagues and posing for photographs before taking their seats inside. Proceedings are expected to start at 6 o'clock this evening. Lerato Makula, SABC News at the Nasrec Expo in Johannesburg.
Suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya claims the voice recording produced by Witness C of attempted murder accused Vusmusi Ket Matlala is AI generated. During his testimony, Witness C produced a voice recording where Matlala can be heard confirming that he gifted Sibiya with 20 impalas. But Sibiya told the Madlanga Commission that Matlala has confirmed that the voice in the audio clip is not his.
I'm very worried about the evidence leader because she selectively chooses portions that she thinks could only address what she wants to achieve, but also deliberately choosing to ignore the fact that Mr. Matlala raised an issue and said, I have a problem with this recording. This is not my voice. It was AI generated. That's the first point.
And finally, further fooled whistleblowers have told the BBC that King Charles' brother, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, charged British taxpayers for messages and excessive travel costs when he worked as the UK's trade envoy. There's no suggestion of unlawful behaviour, and Mountbatten-Windsor has always denied any wrongdoing. The BBC's Nick Johnson reports.
We heard from one who'd been so annoyed by Andrew's request to cover the cost of massage services that he'd actually refused to pay it, but then says he was overruled by more senior staff. And then we heard from another who said he'd been shocked by the scale of Andrew's lavish spending, including what he thought were excessive flights and unreasonable numbers of hotel rooms and charges for his entourage.
The top story at 4 back home. Home Affairs Minister Leon Schreiber says they're looking into processes to revoke over 2,000 fraudulent visas. Headlines at 4:30 for SAfm News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
And in your headlines this hour, high praise for Maharaja and Ngidi in Proteas T20 World Cup setup, and Simbini to decide on Commonwealth Games participation. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, Eskom Drive northbound in Pretoria is queuing towards Moot Street. The N12 westbound in Eldorado Park has delays at Golden Highway and Grayston Drive eastbound in Sandton, a crash near Linden Street. In KZN, the M7 eastbound in Pinetown is closed at North Dean. That's due to a tanker crash at the N2 highway. Umgeni Road westbound slow moving through Springfield Park and a stationary vehicle on the N3 southbound at Camperdown interchange. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound slow moving towards Bunga Avenue. The N1 outbound is slow moving towards Okavango Road, and Victoria Road outbound slow moving through Woodstock. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
Rafiq, a 40-year-old OUTsurance client, knows all about saving on car insurance.
OUTsurance, they're actually giving something back to you. Being with them, I've saved
The
so
National
much money.
Pulse with us.
It's not small change, it's more than 50% that I saved from my previous insurer.
An incredible 899 Rand monthly saving on Rafiq's 2017 Nissan Navara 4x4. Get a quote now. SMS out to 30754. 35-year-old Zanai saves 1,180 Rand a month on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. And the out bonus she'll get?
It is close to 6,500 Rand in 3 years if I'm claim-free.
Ready to get more out? SMS out to 30754. Enjoy benefits like panic assistance, which sends the nearest medical or armed response unit to you wherever you are. Get a quote now and see how much OUTsurance could save you. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer FSP. TCs and information online.
This February, fall in love with a blockbuster that defined a generation. Courage, survival, rebellion. The world of Panem returns. Every moment, every battle, every choice. Settle in for the ultimate movie night with The Hunger Games. Back on your screen where it belongs. The Hunger Games, Sundays at 7 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Right, Eskom is upgrading old electricity meters with modern smart meters, giving you clarity, control and confidence. With your new meter, you'll be able to see your usage in real time, giving you the power to manage your electricity with ease. Smart meters are accurate and help Eskom respond faster to issues. So do allow the Eskom authorized installers access to install your new meter. For more information, visit the Eskom website. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, there's an adjournment, very short adjournment of the Madlanga Commission, so we'll cross right back there in a few minutes' time. My mind, however, has been cast on the picture I saw of the U.S. ambassador to South Africa, Brent Bozell, who, well, he presented his credentials today, received by Clayson Monyela, who's the head of diplomacy for DIRCO. It's an interesting one, keeping in mind just how critical this American has been of South Africa and very clear in his intentions to turn the way of thinking of South Africa. But here he is presenting his credentials at a time many felt he shouldn't even be allowed to do that. And in fact, we should refuse to accept his credentials and ask America, the White House, to send another ambassador. But here he is in our country.
Ashraf and SAfm listeners, is it a coincidence that Sibia invite or someone whom you don't even know, who've been doing tendering with you at your workplace, can come for your son's celebration? And then you've got generals, and even the general from the college where Kate is doing business. Is it a coincidence? We are undermined here.
Is it a coincidence? Do you really want me to? Do you want me to answer that?
Good afternoon, all. Ashraf. Hope you're well, my friend. Errol there, Durban. You know, this guy, this Sergeant Nkosi, his name has come up so many times. I don't know why they don't bring him to in front of the committee to give evidence to see if Sabia is telling the truth. And you know that Herman Mashaba says Helen Ziller didn't look after.
+5 instead of 5, would that be fine with you?
I'm concerned if I'm asked first, because I always agree, and then there's a dissenting voice. Speaking for myself,
yes,
and for the general, we are available.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
You do confirm, Ms.
Yes.
Asum, obviously.
Yes,
thank
I do.
you, thank you.
Sorry, so General, what I said to you was this was not the first time that you asked Sergeant Nkosi to ask Kat to come to your home that day.
Zilla versus Herman Mashaba,
And you said
the heavyweight bout
that it's possible
for a long time. I think it's going to be incredible. Who's going to be up for the ANC in that one? They need to get a strong heavyweight as well. Let's get back to the Madlanga Commission.
Yes? Yes, on that day.
I don't remember that.
Okay. So let me just go back to the chats. You see, when you say ask Kat to make a turn, the response from Sergeant Nkosi is, I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 8. Okay? Meaning, I spoke to him earlier in the day, and when we look at his conversation, if we look at his chat with Mr. Matlala, let's just go back there, it was where we began, and it's page 111, 111. It's
File
it's the same file.
6 of 10.
I think it's 7. File 7.
Can we close the transcript, or you're still going to come back to them? The desk is quite cluttered.
Which transcript with?
The witness and Mr. Chaska's, witness
F?
and
No,
Mr.
I'm
Chaska.
coming back there.
So you should keep it here.
Yes, please.
Okay.
It's on a different topic, but I'm still going to use that file. Sorry, General, are you there? 111.
111 of file 7 of 10.
Yes.
All right.
So if you look at chat number 8, at 7:25:44 in the morning, do you see that?
Yes.
Right. So there's a call from Mr. Matlala to Sergeant Nkosi that morning, right?
Yes.
Then the next call is made in the evening. We've covered that. That's in response to your question, to ask him to make a turn. So he spoke to Mr. Matlala that morning. And when you then go back to the chat where asked Kat to make a turn, he says, I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 8. So he had already been instructed by you to ask Mr. Matlala to come. He says, I spoke to him earlier and he promised to come around 8. And then he has this call again with Mr. Matlala at 19:11 after you ask him, and then he responds to you, he will be there in 30 minutes. So what I'm saying to you is that this is the second request you made to him.
Not at all. I don't agree, Chair.
So when he says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8, what did you make of that? What did that mean?
That's a question that Nkosi can answer, because when he says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8, I don't know to come where. But I know that, and I don't deviate from that message of ask her to come. But when I say, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8, I don't know where from. Let's say he was from somewhere not around Pretoria, and says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8. Let's say he was in Limpopo, he promised to come around 8. So I don't know. But what I'm saying is that I can't sit here and account for the messages between Kat and Nkosi.
Yes, except that, you see, what he says to you is, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8. Well, in the context of this conversation that's happening, it's about to come around 8, he promised. It can only mean that he promised to come to your place at around 8 o'clock, because that's the context in which he's answering you. You say, ask Kat to make a turn. He says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8. That must mean to come around to your place at 8. It can't mean some other place.
I don't accept that on my side, because the fact that I was talking to Nkosi, like I indicated earlier, Nkosi is one of the colleagues that I worked with that was supportive of me or supporting me in terms of logistics. So I don't accept that it is in relation to Kat or Mr. Matlala to say that I invited him initially, and then because this message would have shown that invite Mr. Matlala at around this, the first one that you're talking about. It's not the case. Now, for Sergeant Nkosi to say, I spoke to Kat earlier. Now, when you say earlier could have meant 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or 2 o'clock, or 5 o'clock. Does not necessarily mean to refer to that earlier call.
But if he, let's say it wasn't 7 in the morning, let's say it was some other point earlier, let's, for the sake of moving forward, say that that is the case. Sergeant Nkosi wouldn't have, on his own, off his own bat, invited Mr. Matlala to your place. It would have only come because you asked him to do so, right? He wouldn't do that. As you said, this was a small family gathering.
What if he says, I spoke to him earlier, he said he'll come around 8. After having received a call, that message that said, invite Kat. Oh, I mean, not invite Kat, ask Kat to come. I don't know, I don't remember how I put it.
You said ask Kat to make a turn.
To make a turn, yes. And let's say he spoke to him in between an hour thereafter. Say earlier I spoke to him, he said he will come around 8.
Or you mean after you sent the message saying ask Kat to make a turn?
It's possible.
No, that's not possible, actually, because you said ask Kat to make a turn at 19:10 in the evening. He responds at 19:11. I spoke to him earlier. So it couldn't have been that he made a phone call after you, in the 50 seconds or whatever.
But at the same time, I don't know, when he says I spoke to him earlier, it could have been the fact that maybe he might have spoken to either the wife or any of the people who were there. And then I'm talking to Kat, and then Kat says, he says, I spoke to him earlier, and that he said he'll come around 8. Not necessarily meaning because of the fact that he interacted with me, but with any other person. And then he said, no, I've already spoken to my wife or to so-and-so, I'll be that side around 8. So to me, it's neither here nor there. But I know I never communicated or invited him earlier or spoke to him earlier.
Okay. And then I'm going to move off this. After this,
before you move,
you have further questions.
Yes, and on this same topic. General, and I think we have to work with ordinary construction of these follow-ups, how the communication is flowing. You tell Sergeant Nkosi at 19:10:15, you say, ask Kat to make a turn. At 19:10:15. At 19:11:14, a minute later, he says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8 p.m. So from his response, it's clear that he has, at least that's what is being proposed to you, and I'm supporting that from his response to you, it's clear that he has invited Mr. Matlala, or he has already told Mr. Matlala to come to your house. And there's no intervening telephone call between your message and his response. There is no intervening call. Within a minute of your message, he comes back, he says, I have spoken to him earlier, and he had already promised he'll be there at 8 o'clock. That's what this is. That's what it conveys on the face of it, without interpretation.
Logically speaking, Chair, it does not necessarily mean that the fact that he said, I spoke to him earlier, and then he said he'll make a call, it means that he was ever asked to make a turn earlier by me.
What else? What are the possibilities? What does it possibly mean?
The possibility is that I was talking to Kat earlier, and then I told him that we are here and that your wife is here, or he told me that my wife is there, and then at around 8 o'clock I'll make a turn. without me being the one now to have say
So,
anything.
Nkosi, are you now telling us that Nkosi knew that Mrs. Matlala is at your house?
I don't know.
Okay. So you're speculating.
I don't know. All I'm saying is that I also don't want to own up onto the conversation between Matlala and Nkosi and the interpretation of maybe why when Nkosi says I spoke to him earlier, then it means it was for the second time he gets invited. It's not how it worked.
You don't know how it worked, you're telling us. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and we are suggesting to you then. You say you don't know how it worked. I am suggesting to you how I think it worked, or how I propose it worked, just looking at this. I don't know what background conversations happened, but what I'm suggesting to you is that you send a message, and within a minute, Sergeant Nkosi says, I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 8 p.m. So what I'm suggesting to you is that where he says I spoke to him earlier, he doesn't mean in the period after you sent your message. He means another time, because otherwise it would reflect here that there was a call. But also a minute is too short for him to have made a call and then say I spoke to him earlier. He would otherwise have said I just spoke to him. He says he will be there around 8. So here's my construction, and that I want you to comment on. I spoke to him earlier means earlier than your message to him. Tell him to make a 10. He promised to come around 20 hours. Sergeant Nkosi is relaying a much earlier conversation before Mrs. Matlala was said to be unable to drive. That's what I'm suggesting this means.
That is when we must now accept that Kat was talking to his wife, because he knew where his wife was.
No, we can't accept that. We don't know the facts. You also don't know it as a fact.
No. Commissioner Baloyi, there's no way Kat didn't know where his wife was.
Yes, he may well have known, because for a number of reasons, including that Sergeant Nkosi told him that your wife is going to be or is at Commissioner Sibiya's house. There are all those possibilities. I'm suggesting to you, let's work with what is known. What is known is what is before us, and what you have told us, in fact, happened that day that Mrs. Matlala was at your house, Mr. Matlala came to your house. Those facts we know from your evidence. The other facts that we know is you said, ask Kat to make a 10, and it's been put to you by the chair, amongst others, but this is an invitation for him to come to your house. We know you said, make a 10. Another known fact is Sergeant Nkosi says to you, I spoke within a minute of your message. Sergeant Nkosi says, I spoke to him earlier, and he said he will come around 8 o'clock. That's another known fact. And last known fact is there's no intervening telephone call between your message and his response. And what I'm suggesting to you, what's being suggested to you, is on these known facts, it appears that Sergeant Nkosi had already earlier in the day invited or told Mr. Matlala that he should come to your house. That's what it appears like.
You see, Chair, I'm looking at the chair now. When you have a chicken or a goat and you want it to enter into this door, and you pushing it and it tries to go and you bring it here and try to reason, you bring it here. Now, Commissioner Baloyi put a fact, and as I tried to respond, said, no. Then she goes and she goes. Then I try to. Then you understand that she actually wants me to enter into that one door, and it's a problem for me. It's really don't overwhelm me. The authority is different. I am sitting here where I am, and you are at a higher authority in such a way that I have to respect the authority. And the fact that where you are coming from, you're speaking from a position of power, does not necessarily mean that now it compels me to concede. And then the moment I concede, then the media, he considered this, he was grilled for this, was forced to this. It's unfair.
Okay. General, I don't want to, I know you said you're directing yourself to the chair, but can I just clarify myself? Can I just clarify? I don't want you to make any concessions that are not based on your truth or fact. I don't want you to do that. And it's quite competent as an answer when I say to you, it appears, after I say, this is the fact, this is a fact, this is a known fact, you can say to me, no, you're wrong, Commissioner. Those are not known facts. When I say to you, it appears, you can say to me, you're wrong, that's not how it appears. And it is what it is.
Well, I'm asking, Commissioner, be open to also another point of view.
I am. I promise you I am.
Now, when I put my point of view, then Commissioner put a cul-de-sac this side, and then as I try to take this other direction, another cul-de-sac, and say, no, we're going there. And that's my problem.
Okay, check. General, the chair has heard you. I think he will admonish me as is necessary.
Where I'm saying, I don't even know where to start responding to what you already said, Commissioner, with respect, because she said, she was asking a question, and as I tried to jump in to respond, and then she cut, and then she went again. So I'm just trying to say, I forgot everything that she said at this present moment, because what occupied my mind now is the unfair manner in which I'm being channeled to go into a particular door.
I think subject to the chair's guidance, I really would like to get your answer. If you're not happy, if you want me to repeat it and the chairperson is happy for me to repeat what I was putting to you, I will repeat it. And if you don't want to answer or...
Please repeat it for me, I want to answer it.
Okay, so what I put to you was, here are the known facts, right? We deal with facts, I'm putting to you not speculation. I'm putting to you the known facts. And I start by listing them before I get to say, this is what it looks like. Are you okay with me so far? I don't want to overload you with detail or information. So what I put to you is the facts that we know now is Mrs. Matlala was at your house on the day, on the 14th of September 2024. We know that for a fact. You accept that?
I do.
Okay. We know for a fact that Mr. Matlala was at your house on the 14th of September. You accept that?
I do.
Okay. We know for a fact that you sent a message to Sergeant Nkosi at 1910 to ask Matlala to make a 10. You accept that?
Yes.
Okay. 4, you accept, we know as a fact that Sergeant Nkosi responded within a minute of your message to say, I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 2000. You accept that's a fact that we know
that's correct.
From these WhatsApp messages.
That's correct.
And then lastly, the last fact that we know is from this record of WhatsApp messages, there is no telephone call from Mr. Nkosi between your message and his response to you. At least we don't see that.
That's correct.
You accept that?
Yes.
Okay. So those are the facts that I say we know from evidence. And then here's my proposition from those facts. It appears from these facts, it looks like from these facts that Mr. Sergeant Nkosi, when he spoke to Mr. Matlala earlier, as he tells you, I spoke to him earlier, and he said he would come around 8. From that, it appears that, in fact, in the earlier conversation that he's referring to, he, in fact, spoke to him, to Mr. Matlala, about coming to your house in the earlier conversation. that's what it appears like. And all I'm asking is, do you agree? It may be wrong completely. That's not what happened. So that's why we're talking appearances. Do you agree that that's what it appears like? He invited him earlier.
I don't agree for simple reasons, Chair. Commissioner Baloyi created the impression that the role players that were on stage there is only me, Ngosi, Matlala, only that. Forgetting that there was General Sintumula, General Tema, General Shibiri, and also other people that were there. To an extent that the role that could have been played by any of the people that were also there, that could have also spoken to Ken, Matlala, or the fact that Mr. Matlala could have also spoken to his wife, himself. And then when Ngosi calls or received that message or say, I spoke to him earlier, I said we'll be there around 10. We don't know that he said, no, I know, I spoke to my wife earlier, and then I'll be there around about 8. Then he sent such a message. It's also possible. So all I'm asking, let us be open to also other explanations or suggestions.
I mean, that's your answer to me. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
Sorry, Commissioner Baloyi, but your General, what you've said, you've forgotten another important fact, which is what I put to you when I said to you that it looks like you had asked him prior, and that is that the only conversation that Sergeant Nkosi had with Mr. Matlala that day, before this 1900 hours time, is at 7:25 in the morning. There wasn't any other conversation between the two of them. So it doesn't allow for your theory that there would have been some conversation pertaining to this. You know, if there was a call that Mrs. Matlala is in the need of assistance of her husband because she can't drive, that would have been later on. That would have been after the party began. The only communication between the two of them was 7:25 in the morning until this later in the evening. So it doesn't allow for that hypothesis.
I wish I could ask a question, but I'm here to answer, not to ask questions. Now, how I will put it is this way. I don't think the evidence leader do know how many phones does Mr. Nkosi have and how many phones does Mr. Matlala have. In such a way that you can say, I only see that one call 7 in the morning and that last call, that one. But in between, there could have been any other communication or conversation on any other device. So all I'm saying is that we cannot bank and go with our whole weight on saying there's no any other communication other than what we see.
I'm going to leave it here. I just, you know, I put it to you that your interpretation of this is not believable. That as Commissioner Baloyi says, it appears that there was an earlier.
Well, it's my plea that the chair also believe my story.
We will assess the evidence at the appropriate stage. Thank you, General. Thank you.
I'm not going to respond to that. Okay, so after the 14th of September 2024, did you have further, well, let me put it this way. Did you ask Sergeant Nkosi to convey messages to Mr. Matlala at any other occasions after this?
I don't remember, Chair. You see, I'm talking from myself. As you see me, I don't have anything in front of me. These are the files that I'm provided, but I don't have my gadget, I don't have nothing. So you have the benefit of what you have, but I don't know. Whatever that is I'm being asked, I'll respond. Where I can, I will try.
Okay. Just to remind you, you also have the benefit of what I have, because you have all of this material as well that I'm referring to. So you do have that information. And the reason I'm asking is because you said you denied when I think probably at the top of this morning when I started off asking you about your interaction with Mr. Matlala, and I took you to the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi where he said that he would pass messages between you and Mr. Matlala. You denied that that's what took place. And what we're seeing is that you do pass messages through Sergeant Nkosi. So that's why I'm asking you, were there further messages? So you're saying it's possible that there are further messages between you and Mr. Matlala via Sergeant Nkosi?
I don't know. I don't remember. If something is put in front of me, let me respond.
Okay. I'd like to take you to another part of the chats then. And this is, it's in the same file. It's page 547.
To stop at 453.
Then it must be file 8. Apologies, Chair.
Which page?
File 8, page 547. File 8. Oh, sorry, 547. This is an extract of the chats between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shibiri. And the particular message I'd like to go to is chat number 6.
Chat number 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is on the 17th of September, 2024. At 8:45 a.m. And you'll see that General Shibiri sends Sergeant Nkosi a screenshot. It's not easy to see there, so if we can just go to the page of the screenshot, which is in the same file 573.
I'm here at 547.
Yeah, so you'll see at 547, there's the screenshot that General
I
Shibiri
see
did.
chat number 5.
Chat number 6. Oh, sorry, number 5. Chat number 5, yes. But it's, you can see that it's not easy to see what that screenshot is.
Yes.
Right, so if you go to page 573, you'll see the screenshot. Yes, it's probably easier for you to look at it there.
Yes.
This is a post by a person named Musa Kawula.
Correct.
And it's, as you can see, as you read it, it posts these allegations against Mr. Matlala, including his connection at Tembisa, defrauding at Tembisa Hospital, blue lights. He's connected to the killing of Babita. He spells it incorrectly, Dearkam. Okay. Do you know this person?
Which one?
Musa Kawula, do you know who he is?
I know him from, I haven't seen him in person.
How do you know? How do you know of him?
I don't know what they call him or what they call this type of people, but what they do is he posts things like this about people, too many people.
Okay, so you're aware of this. You're aware of him and you're aware that this is what he does, that he posts.
Yes.
Okay. So what happens then is that on the 17th of September, if we go back, to 547. And you'll see at chat number 7, General Shibiri sends Sergeant Nkosi, he forwards this message. It appears to be a message forwarded from Mr. Matlala, which says, "Someone sent this to me yesterday and demanded money from me, or else they will publish this nonsense. I told them to go ahead with it. They're trying to extort money from me." Okay? And then if you continue on 548, chat number 2.
Yes.
Okay. General Shibiri also sends Sergeant Nkosi this message. It seems like, again, a forwarded message, a message that he's sharing with Sergeant Nkosi. "Someone is sending stories to Musa Kawula about you. I'm warning him to not even try write about you." Okay. That's at still on 17 September at 9:10. And then he immediately shares with Sergeant Nkosi the screenshot in chat number 3. And the screenshot is at page 574, but we'll also display it.
Page?
574.
Must I go there now?
You can look at it on the screen if you don't want to leave the chats. So in that screenshot, what you see is this is a conversation between General Shibiri and Musa Kawula, in which he says at the bottom there, "Chomi, don't run the story. He's a good guy. He never bothers anyone and he lives a private life."
This is between who and who?
General Shibiri and Musa Kawula.
All right.
So it seems to be that General Shibiri is trying to protect Mr. Matlala. Would you agree?
I don't know.
Well, he's saying to Musa Kawula, "Don't run the story.
I'm not sure.
Don't run the story." Remember, Kat has already said to him, "This guy is posting these things about me." And now he writes and he says, "Don't do this. Don't write about this guy." Right? So if he does that, it suggests that he's trying to protect Mr. Matlala. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
You don't agree with that?
I don't know whether he was trying to protect him or trying to protect anyone.
Okay. I'm not going to dwell on it too long because there are others who can answer this question. I want to take you to page sorry that we're jumping around, but these chats are important. To 21 October 2024, page 113. So that would now be file 7. Page 113. It'll be chat number 1. This is now the chat. We're going back now to the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and Mr. Matlala. And you'll see in chat number 1, Sergeant Nkosi sends Mr. Matlala a copy of the application for the warrant of arrest for Musa Kawula. And you'll find that warrant, a proper copy, on page 126. Page 126.
126. Okay.
Right? So this is a warrant, it's for warrant of arrest of Mr. Kawula. And Mr. Nkosi sends it to Mr. Matlala. Let me just pause there for a moment. You'd agree that it's improper for Sergeant Nkosi to be sending this to Mr. Matlala?
Fully agree. I fully agree.
Okay. And you'll see immediately after he sends it to Mr. Matlala responds, Asbonge, and then an emoji of thank you. Okay. Now, what we know so far is that this is a person who is posting things about Mr. Matlala. Mr. Matlala is not very unhappy about it. He's got General Shibiri on his side saying to Musa Kawula, don't do this. And now he's got Sergeant Nkosi sending him this picture of the warrant for arrest. Now what I want to take you to is Sergeant Nkosi's evidence on this. And that you will find in file 10A. So I need you to open file 10A, please. Can someone assist? Chair, let it not be said that we didn't use all of these files that we put before you.
Got it? 10A page?
10A, okay. Page, let's start at 251.
Page?
251. Okay, so this is the transcript of the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi. And he is explaining these chats that we are looking at now. Okay? And so he's asked how he came to be in possession of the warrant. And if you see at line, you see where line 20 is? 3 lines up from that, he begins to explain.
Number 20.
Line 20 on...
Yes. In this matter of Mr. Kawula.
Okay, page 251.
Yes.
Right. You see where line 20 is?
Yeah, I'm at 20, and then it says, in this matter of Mr. Kawula, full stop. He fell
yes, that's right. So let's just start from the beginning of that. It says, thank you, I received this warrant. It was Saturday on that particular day.
Where are we?
It's 3 lines up from line 20.
Thank you.
It says witness F.
Witness F, thank you, commissioners. All
yes.
Right.
Okay, he says, I received the warrant. It was Saturday on that particular day. I received a call from Brigadier Ramangwa, whom his team was involved in this matter of Mr. Kawula. He further informed me that there's information about Mr. Kawula and his whereabouts. I must proceed to the said location. Okay, now if you just go down a little bit further, we don't need to read every line. He says, at line 10 in the next page, he says, fortunately, I was able to get hold of Captain Zungu, who further accompanied me to the said address. Do you see that?
Are you there, General? Page 252 now.
I'm on it, Chair, but what she's reading and she says line 10. Then I see, was the weekend.
Yes, was the weekend, but fortunately I was able, if you start from the sentence before, there were no members available on that day because it was the weekend. But fortunately, I was able to get hold of Captain Zungu, who further accompanied me to the said address. And here comes the important part. On our way, then Brigadier Ramangwa sent to me this warrant of arrest. He further elaborated to me that this warrant of arrest was of importance. I then proceeded there together with Captain Zungu. On our way, we received a call from General Sabia, telling me that I must also forward this warrant to Mr. Matlala. Because at that time, Mr. Matlala had a security company, according to Mr. Matlala, to General Sabia. Mr. Matlala and his security company always have a provision where Musa usually goes on weekends. Okay, do you see that?
I see.
Well, let me pause there before I go any further. Why did you make this call to Sergeant Nkosi?
I think I'm quite sure that I don't think you really believe that I would do such a thing, evidence leader. Why I'm saying that, to start with, Musa Kaula's got more than one warrant of arrest. I think there are 3. There's one attempted murder and another one is murder, and this one at that time. If that was the case, I would have given him all of them if I'm the one who gave them. But that is not the case, and I never made such a call.
So you're saying you did not call him?
I didn't.
He goes on to say that, if you scroll down to page 253, first of all, let me say he says he forwarded to Mr. Matlala, and then page 253, at the top of the page. After 45 minutes, I received again a call from General Sabia, telling me that, or confirming to me about what already General Ramangwa had said to me, that this matter is a matter of importance. The person involved there, he did not mention who he was, but he mentioned to me that he's getting pressure from the head office. Head office, the office of the deputy minister. He's getting pressure from them. I then asked the deputy national commissioner, what is so important about this charge? Because according to me, there's no sense of urgency. He said this guy insulted a member of parliament. He told me now the member that he created crime against is Mr. Fikile Mbalula, the secretary of the ANC. The other one is Mr. Z. So basically, they were the complainants. So this matter was putting him under pressure. That is the reason we had to leave everything and attend to it. What's your response to this?
I think, Chair, that must tell you that Mr. Nkosi was not telling the truth, for simple reasons. We have in the police what you call tracking teams. Tracking teams are the teams that actually work on the warrant of arrest. Now, there are thousands and thousands of warrant of arrest, and we've got tracking teams in each and every province that only tracks people that are to be arrested. Now, in my case, initially because the tracking teams were I'm one of the people who the National Commissioner gave an instruction to and said, I want the tracking teams to be resuscitated and to work and to put groups together and to do a new call-up instructions, and then we put them together in places. And then for them to have accommodation and to start tracking. So every Monday, we have thousands and thousands that report, people that are reportedly arrested over the weekend or for that particular week, because every Monday there's this report back. So now, which means on this one of Musa Kaula, if there's a warrant of arrest, it will automatically fall to the tracking teams because they know where they get the warrant of arrest. So in this one, you will also see that I don't even know who applied for the warrant of arrest and how it was applied for. And even when the people who was arrested in KZN. And lastly, Sergeant Nkosi, at his level, because he's 5 levels below me far, he will never ask me a question that says, but what is so important about this thing? Why must we be jumping like this for this thing? It is not true.
Okay, so when he says that you called him twice on that day he is not telling the truth?
I can't say he's doctoring the truth. All I can say is that it's not true. I never called him on this warrant of arrest. And
Or could you have called him about something else on the same day?
it's possible. It's possible. And it's also possible that I might have spoken on this one. When I say it's also possible that I must have spoken to him on this one, if this person now was, for an example, we get information that comes and say, this person will be at such and such a place because there will be a party where they will be. I now know. And when I know, the team that I work close, this is a team that I will say, hey, this is what will be happening. Not only, just give an example, not only on this one. Let's take for an example of Mr. Boshuha. Then you get a call from the family that says, we understand this house and this house and this house, this is where our son will be. Then I put a team together, they go and hit those houses there. So that is, so I say, I don't deny that I might have maybe spoken to, he reported to Brigadier Ramangwa. And then I must have spoken to Brigadier Ramangwa, but I'm the guy who's also, as much as I'm strategic, I'm also on the ground when it comes to tracing and tracking.
So you spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa, is that what you said?
Yes.
About this arrest?
Yes.
Okay, continue. And what did you discuss?
What we discussed is like, remember, it's warrant of arrest 3, warrant including the murder. And say, if we received information that says he will be at such and such a place, maybe they must. But I don't say this is what happened. All I'm saying is that I don't remember calling Nkosi specifically and say, I have pressure from the deputy minister. It never happened.
Were you receiving any pressure from the deputy
I've never
minister?
received any pressure from anybody.
From anyone, not even from any politician?
No.
And what was your interest in Mr. Musa Kaula again? Why were you following this closely?
I never was any interested in Musa Kaula. I'm interested in the arrest of the suspects that are wanted and those that are the warrant of arrest throughout the country. And we arrest thousands and thousands per week. Every Monday you can check the statistics. It's not only Musa.
Are you interested in all of them?
Yes.
So you pay attention to all of those thousands of arrests?
To all of them. That's why we report on Monday.
General, what you're being asked, and I think what you're being asked is, in all the thousand weekend cases, do you call, I don't know whether Ramangwa is the investigating officer, but do you call for each one of those hundreds and hundreds? Do you call whoever is dealing with that warrant for all of them and ask about it?
No.
You don't. So the question is, why this one in particular is what Ms. Hassim is asking. Why would you have asked about this one in particular?
Like I indicated earlier that sometimes if you do get information from informers that tells you that we know so-and-so and so-and-so is wanted and then he will be at such and such a place, there will be a gig at such and such a place, then obviously is to inform the police that there will be a gig. They say this particular suspect against whom we do have a warrant of arrest will be there. Put a team together, Brigadier Ramangwa, and see if this person can be arrested.
So you, go ahead. So you received information from an informer?
Yes, I might have. When I say I might have, I'm trying not to move away from the fact that I might have called or maybe spoken to Brigadier Ramangwa. All I know is that who reports to me in relation to this warrant of arrest is Brigadier Ramangwa. And once I've given them information, they themselves also would come and say, no, we've received information that there will be a party at such and such a place, he will be there. And then I'll say, all right, let's see, but good luck. That's how it works.
So I'm not following your evidence. You're saying it could be that you received that. An informer called you to say this, that would...
You see...
You're trying to say it's possible that you spoke to I don't understand your evidence. Either you called Brigadier Ramangwa and you spoke to him about something in particular, because you say because you had information. Either that happened or it didn't.
You see, Chair, Brigadier Ramangwa is a person that I work close to. He's no longer in the police now, but he's a person that I work close to. If there's any intervention that I need, he's one of the people that I will also talk to. But now, in this case, they will also say to you, we've spoken to the tracking teams, they say, or they have received information that there will be a gate at such and such and such a place, this person will be there. I'm going to put a team together that will go and deal with the situation. That's how it works.
Did he report to you directly, Brigadier Ramangwa?
Yes.
Okay.
General,
sorry, Chair, let me just clarify this. Why I say he was already on pension, these are those that we called back to come and assist the detective in terms of their experience. Now, he was working with, let's say, Brigadier Shibiri, but because of the fact that you get interventions requests, whether from the minister, national commissioner, deputy ministers, or anybody that says, remember, at an Imbizo or wherever they are, they also receive complaints. And as they receive complaints, they offload them to the national commissioner or to me. And as they offload them to me, I also pass on to the team and say, please respond, and then give feedback. Now, what we do under normal circumstances is to make sure that if someone complained to the national commissioner or to the minister or to the deputy minister, I don't want to get a reminder from the minister that I didn't do the job. So what I do is you will follow up and say, you remember, and it's many of such complaints where a mother will be crying and say, my son died and I don't see much attention, please. Then the minister will send it to me. Then I'll put a team together that says, please try to intervene and then see how best we can resolve this matter.
General,
General, you said in direct answer to my question, you said that yes, he reports to you, and then you say he worked closely with General Shibiri. Can you just explain what that means? I don't understand what it means.
General Shibiri is the component head of organized crime, of which Brigadier Ramangwa is to report to, because he must sign Brigadier Ramangwa's itineraries and all those things. But it is the kind of a person who my office has got access to, where I call Brigadier Ramangwa. General Shibiri is also as busy as I am, in a sense that he will chair meetings. Let's say it's a cash in transit or it's extortions or whatever, but he's working with other senior managers. Sometimes you find that he's at a college in a meeting. Now, when you say Brigadier Ramangwa, or you just say to the PA, please call me Brigadier Ramangwa. And as he comes and you say, here are the people. Sometimes when people come in to see me, I will call Brigadier Ramangwa to come and sit with, so that they take notes, and as they take notes, then they must follow up. So it's just a normal course of working circumstances, or the way we work.
Okay, so the long and short is he didn't report to you.
Who?
Ramangwa.
He reported to me, to Shibiri. I can't say he didn't report to me when I was also giving him instructions.
No. There's a structure, there's a line of command, and with Sergeant Nkosi, you are very clear about it. You say he doesn't report to me, he's 5 levels down. So you understand what I'm asking you. It doesn't mean you didn't work with him or you didn't involve him in other things that you were doing related to your work. You describe him correctly. You say he's 5 levels down. I don't have a direct working relationship with him. I'm asking you the same question about Brigadier Ramangwa. He either reports to you or he reports to General Shibiri structurally, or he reports to both of you structurally, is the question I'm asking.
No. I think, Commissioner, you need to understand how the police function.
General, I don't want to hear how they function. I hear you saying you did speak to Brigadier Ramangwa about this work, and you feed information when you get it. So I understand that. I'm asking you a simple, straightforward question. You confuse me when you say he reports to you, and then in your further explanation you says he works with General Shibiri. I don't understand what that means. He either reports to you or he doesn't.
But do you see where I come from, Commissioner Bale, when I say you're not prepared to listen to my answer?
General, no. I'm sorry. With respect, General, it's a tired line when you keep on saying, you see, you don't understand, you don't know how it works. I've asked you a simple question. There is a substructure. There's a substructure. You can say to me, structurally, he reports to General Shibiri, not to me, but I do work with him, or the other way around. My question is capable of a simple, straightforward answer without a long explanation, General. Please. You can answer.
Commissioners, Brigadier Ramangwa reported to General Shibiri structurally, but I have access to all of them and can call any one of them anytime. That is why I was saying he reports to me as well, in such a way that I was just trying to
That's
cover
what you
that
meant. That's what you
aspect.
meant.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm happy with that answer.
Thank you. General, let's just clarify a few things, because just like Advocate Hassim, I got a little bit confused. So let's take it step by step. Brigadier Ramangwa reports to General Shibiri, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Nkosi reports to Brigadier Ramangwa.
Sergeant Nkosi reported to, I think, it's a anti-gang.
If you don't know, you can just say you don't know.
I think it's anti-gang unit.
But here's my point. As between the three of them, there would be nothing wrong with them discussing a warrant and somebody who's wanted, because there's a warrant in place, because they are police officers.
Yes.
Similarly, they could discuss that with you, correct?
Yes.
And even Sergeant Nkosi, because from time to time he runs errands for you, he could tell you if there was a warrant for somebody else for that person's arrest. And because the two of you are policemen, there would be nothing wrong with the two of you having that discussion.
Yes.
Now, the difficult part is this. When Sergeant Nkosi says to this commission, you told him to forward this same warrant to Ket Matlala, you're saying Sergeant Nkosi is lying, he's not telling the truth. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
And that he is falsely implicating you in wrongdoing, because you've already admitted that it would be wrong to share that warrant with Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
Yeah. Now he goes a step further, and this is where I'm going to stop. He says, your instruction, he didn't see anything wrong with it. In fact, he says it would be appropriate for them, CAT Security Services, when they effect arrest, that they must have a warrant. He did not see any problem with it, because usually subs do work with private security companies. And then he forwarded the warrant to Mr. Matlala. So throughout, he says he was acting on your instructions.
No. I deny that he was working under my instructions. And then in an attempt to demonstrate that he was not telling the truth, I tried to also demonstrate that if that was the case, you would be sitting with 2 or 3 warrant of arrest, because those are the warrant of arrest that we had, but he had only that one, which means he didn't receive them from me.
No, General, you must remember that we're talking about a specific date when he was called by Brigadier Ramangwa and he was told that here is a warrant. There may very well have been other warrants out there, but on this specific day, he says he was on his way somewhere. Then Brigadier Ramangwa called him and sent him this warrant. And then there was this discussion that ensued. And in this discussion, he says, he then proceeded there with Captain Zungu. On their way, he received a call from you. And you instructed him to forward the same warrant to Cat Matlala. So that's the sequence. Let's focus only on this warrant, not many other warrants that may or may not have been out there.
It's not true. I deny, and I've never done such a thing. I wouldn't have, because even if we work with private securities on other matters of security, but not in relation to the arresting of the people.
And one last thing, he says the reason why you told him to share it with Mr. Matlala is because Mr. Matlala went to places where Mr. Kaula usually frequented, and you had this belief that they may see him there and they can assist in the arrest.
I don't know how Mr. Matlala lives his wife and whether how he lives his life and whether he frequents those places. Because those places, the way I know, I don't know how to call it, Chair.
I was hoping that we could exploit your extensive detective skills and you would know this place better than we do.
Mr.
Are they clubs? Let's cut this short. Are they clubs?
More than that.
Maybe let's leave it.
I wanna write something, and then the chair must tell me whether I can say it or not.
Please, General.
Let me put something. I wish and pray that the chair won't say I must say it. It's known, and it's even if you were to talk to him, it's something that is there.
I see no problem with saying it.
Oh, Chair, put him in a difficult position now.
But just a minute.
You see, General, you call these things because all I asked was, is it a club? And you chose to write it down. So you've
Chair,
written it down.
I will say it's a club. After 9 club. I'll leave it at that.
After 9 club, all right.
Yes.
Sorry, so what is the answer to the question? I think you were asked the question about...
Please remind me the question, Chair.
General, the line of questioning was to this effect, that Captain Nkosi says one of the reasons why you instructed him to give the warrant to Mr. Matlala was because Mr. Matlala frequents or goes to places where Mr. Kaula usually goes, and they might see him there and assist with the arrest. So maybe let me read it for you because I don't want to misquote. He says, on our way, we received a call from General Sibia telling me that I must forward this warrant to Mr. Matlala because at that time, Mr. Matlala had a security company. According to Mr. Matlala to General Sibia, Mr. Matlala and his security company always have a provision where Musa usually goes on weekends. Do you see that in 252? So let me not misquote anybody. I've read it for you, and this is the reason Sergeant Nkosi gave as the instruction that was coming from you.
I deny the allegations made by Sergeant Nkosi is not correct, Chair.
Also deny that you spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa when he was with Sergeant Nkosi to effect this arrest?
To Brigadier Ramangwa, I won't say I can deny that because he was leading the task team. So I can't say I deny or I admit. I might have
spoken to him on the day of the operation to arrest.
It's possible.
Okay, thank you.
May I continue? General, this is a month after you, General Shibiri, and Mr. Matlala were in the same place together at your house. When you were together, did this discussion of Musa Kawula come up at all? Did his name come up or any discussion around it take place on that evening?
No, Chair. No evidence there. We've never been, myself and Shibiri and Matlala, sitting at the same place at my son's engagement and be busy discussing Mr. Kaula's issues.
Okay. Can I, that's fine. I hear what you say.
Can I ask, just to clarify, General, it's a very specific answer that you are giving. On the day of your son's gathering that you had, which is the 24th of September, is there a time or an instance when you, Mr. Matlala, and General Shibiri were together?
No. There was never a point where we said, like we are together like this. No, it never happened because I was the one hosting and looking at the security and the safety and the up and down of what was needed. And the other thing is that there were a lot of people that I didn't know where they come from. Remember, my son's fiancée is from outside Joburg, and there were people that came with her, and then also from the side of my son's friends that work with him. I don't want to say where, but not local. And so there were many people that died, so I could not relax and just sit as if like I've got acquaintances, people. So I had to be on my feet.
Okay, thank you, General.
General, earlier today when we were talking about the 14th of September, you said that it was a small event. There were about 20 people.
Yes.
So now you're saying that there were too many people. I mean, 20 people isn't actually a lot.
I agree.
And, you know, especially since amongst those 20 people are family members. So there were other guests that were present that were not family, making up the 20, and you say you did not speak to them as the host, even though it was a small event.
If you can see, if we were to display the chart, between when my family were preparing And then my son says, I'll bring 10 from my colleagues, and the fiancé says, I'll bring 10. Then from there, it's it's my mom and the son, my son's mom, and whoever is there. Now, as you know, commissioners, I think we all live in this world as we know it. As you have 20 people, towards late, people drips and drops in that you didn't call, that you didn't expect. It happens. So I don't say it was overwhelmingly too many people, but all I can say is that we prepared for 20. It was 20 in terms of the logistics of the catering and whatever that needed to happen, because I was at the point of saying I didn't need the 300,000 when I was talking about the 20 number. But at the later stage, I'm just talking about now, when I say it was busy, because now if it is at night and you've got strangers in the yard, you just can't sit down and sit and relax.
Okay, so it actually was a bigger event. It wasn't just 20 people.
No, it wasn't a bigger event.
Okay, it started off with 20 and it became a bigger event. All right.
Well, yes.
Okay, I really don't want to take that any further with you. Can we just go to page 200 of the chats, which would be file 7. It's chat number 6. It's Sergeant Nkosi to you. He says, let me just get the date. It's 8 January 2025. And he says Musa Kawula is arrested. And then you respond to say, by who? Do you see that? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Exchange taking place? And why did Sergeant Nkosi feel the need to report back to you that Musa Kawula is arrested?
Because he knew that we were looking for Musa Kawula.
Okay, and then after that exchange, there's a phone call from you to Sergeant Nkosi. Was that to discuss the arrest?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go then to 11 January 2025. So that would be page 202. You'll see this message from you to Sergeant Nkosi, and I think that they're forwarded messages. The first one at chat number 4. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
It says, "Good evening, Brigadier. He is in Santon cells from yesterday." So that would have been 10 January 2025. And then the next message immediately after that says, "This is Musa Kawula. The team has safely detained him in Santon from KZN." You forwarded those messages to Sergeant Nkosi. Do you know who's the brigadier in that message?
It would have been Brigadier Ramangwa, but what I don't understand is me forwarding it to, let's say, to Nkosi, because Nkosi is the one who told me, I think, that Musa Kawula has been arrested, if I remember. So I don't understand if I'm the one now to say he's detained at Santon, and I send it to Nkosi, because they were the one actually feeding me with information. I didn't even know he was arrested and by who and where.
Yes, but you seem to have been forwarded this message. And correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like it was a message that was sent to Brigadier Ramangwa from whoever, the arresting officers perhaps, saying, "Good evening, Brigadier, he's in Sandton from yesterday, this is Musa Kola, the team has safely detained him," and then the Brigadier sent it on to you to keep you informed, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just why was it necessary for you to be kept informed of this?
Maybe because of the fact that if we're working on a project, all of us, and we know that all of us have been talking, communicating about these things. What must be known, Chair, is that it happened in many instances that they get a call that says he's at such and such a place, and they rush and they don't find. And then, so I know the fact that there are people who've been actively working on this project. So if it happened that I sent to him, it's possible also. I don't want to deny it.
Yeah, my interest really is because there's a consistent involvement. You are involved, you kept informed throughout, and which suggests a very particular interest in this arrest. And I'm wanting to know from you why the particular interest in this arrest, because I imagine that it's not every arrest that you kept in the loop about to this extent.
It's not only this one. There's been many arrests where, for instance, if we really have to work on something and we're working as a group on it, or we're pushing on it, we communicate. It's a normal working environment. So this is the way I worked, or I work. I work with certain group of people that I know that even when I call and say, cash in transit, let's rush, we go. Or there is this thing that is happening, let's go. And these are the people that I know that I can go deeper with them in the operation.
Okay.
General, I think in your statement somewhere, you describe your relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, and you say you have a personal relationship with him, you don't have a work relationship with him. Work in the sense of he doesn't report to you, you do not deal with matters of work. But here he is reporting to you consistently. On this one case, which you say Brigadier Ramangwa was in charge of, so it's not his case, it's not Sergeant Nkosi's case. And he's reporting to you. How do you explain that in the context of this question from Ms. Hassan, that why does Sergeant Nkosi think you have an interest, that kind of interest, in a matter where he's not leading, it's not his matter? You don't have a reporting line relationship with him. In fact, you have gone so far as to say you don't have a work relationship with him or about work matters. This seems to suggest otherwise.
The relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, I'm trying to be sensitive to the warning earlier that says, look, we are being asked specifically on this one. But I just wanted to indicate that Sergeant Nkosi has got the relationship not only with me as a senior person, he's got a relationship with senior officials, including General Situmule herself, biking, birthday parties, everything. The same applies to General Mkwanazi, biking. They've got a similar relationship I have with him. So I'm just trying to say it was not an extraordinary situation, type of a situation. He's just a socialite over and above of him being a normal employee. So the fact that I had a personal relationship with him is in a sense that he's a kind of a person that could come when I have something, and then he will say to me, I'm coming here to assist you, General, and then leave me. So I don't know how to describe it any further than that, but he's a kind of a colleague that really we had a good relationship with. You build a relationship over a period. The same applies to my protector, my driver protector. You build a relationship with him. When you have something at home, he will be here with you, even if it means he must park his official car there and he start taking my car. It's after hours, then he's helping me. This is life.
General, the personal relationship and interactions are clearly visible from the exchanges, and you have spoken to that. I'm asking about work-related matters. And I ask because in your statement, and I'm trying to find my file, in your statement, you quite firmly say we have nothing to do with each other when it comes to work. He's far junior to me. He doesn't report to me. So you speak very firmly about it, so that until one has seen the chats about that touch on work matters and has looked at his evidence, which Ms. Hassim has referred you to, the impression your statement has firmly conveyed is he's just a friend. He's a nice person, and I do admit I'm very close to him, but nothing to do with work. This discussion now has you and Sergeant Nkosi discussing work matters in a matter where it's not clear why is he reporting this to you when it's not his case. It's Brigadier Ramangwa's case. And he has no reporting line to you. Why is he giving you all of these details about a case that involves Mr. Matlala?
If somewhere or in this statement, this is what I said, that I don't have any work relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, it will be really wrong, because I have assigned him, if I remember well, to a matter also sometimes in Messina, where he went. And if all of them, I have access to them and we deal with work-related stuff, I can't say really I don't have a work relationship and it's an official, I have a personal relationship. It won't make sense completely. So I don't know how it then slapped my eyes where it came to that point. And it's not actually even because of the probe or the questioning to say that I'm now changing tune. No, there's no way you won't have a work relationship with a person that you came and met at work, and that you work in. I've worked on different operations with him, so I can't say I don't have a work relationship with him. So it's an oversight or it's a mistake that I want to categorically put before the commissioners.
Paragraph 219, I think, Commissioner Beloy. 219 of the statement, if that's of any assistance, and following.
Yeah, I think this will be the last point, General, before we adjourn, the chair indicates to me, but this is what you say. It is untrue that, this is paragraph 219 of your statement. It is untrue that Sergeant Fanny Nkosi works under my command, or that he acted as my middleman for the passing of money to or through me. While Sergeant Nkosi falls within my broader portfolio, he does not report to me. He is several levels below me in organizational hierarchy and has a direct line manager to whom he reports, which is not me. And then you go on to say, it is correct at paragraph 220, you say, it is correct that Sergeant Nkosi and I have a close personal relationship. However, that relationship does not translate into, nor does it evidence any corrupt or improper conduct. So what I put to you, General, what I put to you, and let me give you the chance to correct my view, I put to you that your statement says you have no working relationship with him, but I want to correct myself. In fact, you say he has no direct reporting line to you. He has a manager that he reports to. So to the extent that I've put to you that you have said that you have no working relationship with him. That's not quite accurate. It's not what you said in your statement.
I accept it, Commissioner, that this is what I might have said, but I'm putting it here. There's no way that I can say I do not have any working relationship with him when he works with me in my office, in my vicinity, and I've tasked him many times, and there wouldn't be any reason for me to really lie and say I don't have any working relationship with him. I work with him.
All right.
And if this is something that I need to correct, and that I wish that it be corrected.
Yes. Okay. You see, I can be fair to you, right?
Please, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, I just have one last question, if you'll allow me, because then it means we can move off this theme and start with something new tomorrow. So, General, it's just one last question to complete this. After you send these messages to Sergeant Nkosi, he then responds to you to say, did Z call you? I just spoke to him yesterday and gave him your number. And you say, not yet, but I'm back to Joburg tomorrow. And he says, sharp. Who is Z?
Z Ngumalo is a businessman, a well-known businessman who is in the taxi financing industry. He owns a lot of businesses that relates to the taxis.
And why would he need to call you? What did you need to talk to him about?
I don't know, because I'm being referred that did Z call you? And then the message says no. I said no, not yet, because he was asking me.
Okay, did he call you?
Did
you speak to him?
No, I don't remember calling me about Musa.
Did he call you about anything, Z?
Yes, there has been instances where he spoke to me about.
And what's your conversations with him about?
The first conversation, if I remember, with Mr. Ngumalo, it was around about. I need to remind myself, because I need to check from the chart. But what I know is that there was a call that he made to me in relation to the complaint that he received in relation to a situation, I think it was in a mining environment in Kimberley. In a mining environment in Kimberley, where there was a person who was complaining and who he referred to me. I do have somewhere that I wanted to show. Chair, I'm just looking at because I did come across it. This is
General, maybe you could look at it overnight and you could give us the references tomorrow. But just to finish off on this, you recall when I took you to the transcript of Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi said that there were two complainants, Mr. Fikile Mbalula and Mr. Z. So here, when he says to you, now that Mr. Kawula is arrested, he says to you, did Z call you? He says not, and you reply, not yet. It suggests that Mr. Z was wanting to talk to you about the arrest.
Well, I don't know, and I don't think so, simply because of the fact that if you really want to look at it this way, let us first look, Chair, you may even actually want to look at the people who applied for the warrant of arrest who were involved. I don't even know them. So I don't think he would want to call me in relation to that part of the arrest of Mr. Kaula, because I would have known who I sent to go and apply for the warrant of arrest. I don't even know who arrested the people, because they were arrested in KZN. I don't know whether it's a tracking team or a specific team, so I wouldn't know. So quite honestly speaking, Chair, I can't say he wanted to call me for that specific reason.
The last point on it is that what Sergeant Corsi said is that you informed him of this, and then you see in his chats that he refers you he refers to Z. So it suggests that what he was saying to the Commission in evidence is consistent with the way in which he was communicating with you on the chats. You can comment on that, and then we'll leave it at that.
Just repeat it for me for the last time.
So what Sergeant Nkosi said was that you had informed him that it was Mr. Fikile Mbalula and Mr. Z, who they were the ones with the interest in the arrest. You denied that you had that conversation with Sergeant Nkosi, and I'm saying to you that when you go back to the chats, what he's saying here is consistent with what he said in the transcript.
No. I've never spoken to Mr. Fikile Mbalula. I've never...
At least in relation to Mr. Kumalo.
Not at all. I haven't spoken to him. I haven't spoken to Mr. Z Numalo in relation to this matter.
You deny that you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi about Z having been insulted as a complainant, and that he was insulted. The complaint is he was insulted by Mr. Kaula. You deny that kind of conversation with Sergeant Nkosi?
I think for now, I don't remember talking to him specifically about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Survived another.
Games that India could be squeezed out on net run rate. Having said that, the West Indies are playing Zimbabwe today, and they have scored a massive score, 254 for 6 wickets, scoring 19 sixes against Zimbabwe, which is the joint most by any team in a T20 World Cup innings. Let's see Zimbabwe get any close to that. That's like a 430, 438, right? That's how big it is in 20 over cricket. Right, let's now, in fact, hold it. We're going to go to the Madlanga Commission. We're not going to go to them now because they somehow felt it's time to pack it up and call it a day. What that means, as I've always told you, send us your WhatsApps because we bank it, and when the windows open up, we will play them, and this is where it is. Now listen, one question to you. Who should the ANC come up with to go head-to-head with Helen Zille and Herman Mashaba? There's no question it is a battle of the heavyweights. So if you have a battle of the heavyweights, you don't get light heavyweights or featherweights, you go heavyweight. Is the incumbent mayor a heavyweight or what?
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon, SAfm listeners. Yo, Ashraf, what kind of general do we have in South Africa? This guy, he likes to explain what he's not being asked to explain. Why he has to explain that somebody did the BBL or LLB? This guy is so dumb, Kopyong. ANC comrades, I gotta stop harassing us, man. These guys mustn't be in office. They are so useless, man. They can't even explain themselves why they are working. Hey, this kind of deployment is killing generation, it's killing the country as well. Man.
Okay, you call him a dom cop. Oh, people come up with all sorts of names under freedom of expression, right?
Good morning, Ashraf and the listeners. David speaking. Ashraf, I think they should at least do a general favor and change the seat because each and every time he says from where I'm sitting. So I think maybe they have to change his seat so that they can sit at a different seat and see things different. And I think the biggest mistake he's ever done is come to try to defend himself today because now he has made things more complicated.
He's made it even more complicated. Okay, here's more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. The revelation at Nkabinde inquiry. When will the media hold Ramaphosa accountable? When will the media hold those who were appointed by Ramaphosa into Chapter 9 institutions? Shamila Batoi, Kalega. When will the media hold them accountable? Or it doesn't matter because they protect him, the same system the media uses to cover up and protect Ramaphosa. I mean, guys, South African media, it means in deep love.
All right, listen, I don't know how many times that comes up, but I hear that once again. So look, I don't have an answer now. We'll see.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Unkululego from Epinon. Ashraf, on Friday, I've mentioned that the engine of the general is overheating. He must go and rest. It's a weekend. He'll come back Monday fresh. But it seems like the engine, it came back blown. It just blown the gasket. Now it's mixing water and oil because the general is all over. He is even worse. Whenever he tries to explain something, he is making things worse. As for what I see, there is nothing, absolutely nothing at this point that can help the general or any legal team in the world that can help the general or can rescue the general on this problem that he's facing. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you. I tell you what, when you talk about gaskets and water, I promise you, I thought you were talking about my car because I had a problem with my coolant on Sunday. And we had to have it checked up today. And it's all about, heating and beware the gasket blowing. I really thought you were talking about me. Okay. Thank goodness it wasn't.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm still repeating. You scratch a lie, you find a thief. General Swiya is speaking like he's speaking to his friends under the tree drinking whiskey. That's all I can say. That guy, please, big ups to the commissioners. They know what they are doing. Thank you. Temba from Pretoria.
Well, thank you for that, Temba. Listen, if you're up for a quick call, you can do so as well. We may be able to take that too. So, just do that too. There's more on smart meters.
Good afternoon, SAfm, and to listeners. It's Sylvan Governor from Durban. Ashraf, just like to ask ESCOM or can get a spokesperson on air. With regard to the smart meter installations, would ESCOM at a certain point have control over our meters in switching off our appliances, example for load reduction? So would the smart meters will be able to switch our geysers off? Because my concern is that with the smart meters, they do have access to our meters, if they can confirm that.
That's like the Big Brother syndrome. I never thought about it. Are you seriously skeptical about that? They can, like a remote control now, just manipulate it? Sure, man.
I just want to make a comment about Lieutenant General Sabia's issue with the impalas and his use in his statement of the word antelope. Clearly, just to be very vague. I think he knows and everybody else should know, but just in case people don't know, the word antelope is a very general term for a very large range of species, um, including things like impalas and springboks and waterbucks and wildebeests and hartebeests and blessboks and kudus and elands and gemsboks, and the list goes on and on. So yeah, it's a very, very general term. He obviously used it just to remain vague, so he didn't have to use the word impala.
Right, noted. By the way, I've been watching TV images of SABC's correspondent from the USA, Sherwin Bryce Pease. He looks like he could be a bear. I promise you, a polar bear. It is so cold in the US on the East Coast. They declared a state of emergency. It is freezing. And I've watched some of his tweets, and I mean, the cars are so covered in snow, it looks like Santa Claus, like seriously. But he looks like a bear, so wrapped up as he speaks to us, reports on icy, completely snowy, icy white US East Coast. All, complete state of emergency there.
Hey, Ashraf. The general is climbing a mountain alone, and I can see he's running out of stamina now. Usengxakini, General Sibiya, untyompeka edakeni. Ujola, here in East London.
Okay, there we are. And many people have similar thoughts to that.
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Ngabs Wasegcibala. We knew long time ago that Bozalo will come and represent America here in our country. So I am in the group that says he must send back. That's it. And they must just send another person. We know his interest, like they did with ours. Thank you.
Okay, you're saying no matter what, send packing. Others have said, hey, practically that's not possible. Some Kello in Turffontein, what do you want to say? Some Kello, hello? No? Okay, call back when you can. Here's another about Sibiya.
Good afternoon, Asha. Sibiya has already contradicted his story. He must just go and join his brother, Matlala. They must rot in jail and nothing else. Thank you, Asha.
Okay, and now we do have some Kello. Some Kello, go for it. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Ashraf. Are you good, sir?
Yeah, I'm good indeed. Right.
Yeah, I'm good as well. I'm just listening to your show every time I'm listening on it, but it's my first time calling today.
Oh, well done. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, sir. Thank you so much.
Right. Did you want to say something?
No, actually, I was just going to say I'm enjoying the show big time. I've got no comments with everything. I'm listening everything, and yeah, everything's just super good for me.
Okay, you're very kind. Thanks for saying it on air. Much appreciated, okay? So it's a whole team. It's myself, then Keys, then Temba, and Busani. I mean, four of us, the most regular on the show that drives this. It's not a one-person show, but we try and do our best. Covering the different issues. And of course, with the Madlanga Commission, we know there are so many people who wants to catch every single word, as you would do as well, I'm sure that some Kello. Right, what about Herman Mashaba?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Always here in the Eastern Cape. Port St. John's, to be specific. Hey, I'm not understanding this. This gentleman that you just played his WhatsApp voice note says that Helen Zille did not do, Mashaba claims that Helen Zille did not do anything good for black communities. Really? I mean, Mashaba was a DA mayor in Johannesburg. He was a DA mayor. Doesn't that speak to the organization itself, that the organization doesn't seem to care about the black communities, if that's how he sees it? Because both Mashaba and Zille, if ever Zille was a mayor of Cape Town, it means that He was representing DA, and so was Mashaba in Johannesburg.
Well, either way, we know how the DA then splintered in Joburg and lost some of the key black leaders, including Herman Mashaba at the time, and Musi Maimani and so many others, right? But let's see what's going to come out. I think, especially with those two, there's no love lost. It's going to be a bloodbath. It really will be this heavyweight championship clash.
Afternoon, Ashraf. On this Bozil character, whatever his character is, South Africa is in no position to.
I think we played that. Sorry, I did have that before, and it did not delete, so my apology for that. Right, here's another.
Good evening, Ashraf. Hey, Ashraf, I had a chat, man, with a relative of mine. He's a GP, he's a doctor. And I asked, what happens when we are being lied to every day? When you have to face lies for long hours at a time, day in and day out. And you know what? She told me something very interesting. She said, you can experience mental health issues. You can experience anxiety. You will not know what is right, what is wrong. Depression, PTSD, being lied to day in and day out is draining our mental health stability. I just wanted the country to know that. I would be happy if this if General Spear sorts himself out and can listen to someone else who is not so economical to this truth, because he is messing up with our mental issues. Soviet kingdom stuff.
Okay, it's best so then you know what? Don't listen to him now. I'm not saying that. Listen, right? But I mean, I get what you say. Messing around with you, right? You.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. I am not a judge, but the way Mr. Sibia, Mr. Senona, Brown Mokoti, the way they answered the questions, they give me impressions that they are already guilty. In Botaville. Thanks, Ashraf.
So you've like pronounced on them, or you said given you the impression they are guilty. All right, I think let's leave it at that, should we? We want to just check if there's space for maybe one more. Okay, here's one that is important. We'll wrap up with this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf Mbongo, Sundisa here. Mr. Ashraf, after this massive investigation at Home Affairs, I think like the minister should cancel all those permits and documents that were received by foreigners illegally. Block them, and then they must be deported out of the country. Thanks.
Okay, final word on that. Let's leave it at that. Thanks for listening in to the National Pulse today. Set your alarms now for 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And if you want to catch some of the past interviews we've done, they're all available as a podcast. Go to the website, SAfm.co.za. You will find it. Thanks for listening. Here's Greg with the news at 6.
Thank you again. Ashraf, multi-million rand scandal exposed at Home Affairs, and rescue efforts continue at Kimberley Mine. Good evening to you. An interim report by the SIU into probe at the Home Affairs Department has